A sacred ancestor? Are you being serious? In that case, I'd rather abandon the true spirit blood. Han Li said with a dark expression. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions, Brother Han. If there really were a sacred ancestor situated in the Iron Sand Ridge, we wouldn't have chosen the Illusion Howl Desert route. According to my knowledge, there is a clone of a certain sacred ancestor Ling Yuan situated in the Iron Sand Ridge. It seems that this sacred ancestor owes the Azure Wing race a great debt and sent one of his clones to the Iron Sand Ridge permanently. You once slew a sacred ancestor clone during the Battle of Deep Heaven City, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble against this one. Besides, as long as we exercise caution, we may not even alert this sacred ancestor clone, the woman from the Yi family said. Just a clone, eh? It still won't be that easy to handle. According to my knowledge, sacred ancestors have very close connections with their clones. If the true body of this sacred ancestor Ling Yuan resides not far away from the Iron Sand Ridge, then he could rush over to the valley as soon as we alert his clone. It's still too risky, Han Li said with a shake of his head. Rest assured, Brother Han, according to the information that I've gathered, not only does this sacred ancestor Ling Yuan reside very far away from the Iron Sand Ridge, he's been in seclusion for over 10,000 years. On top of that, other clones of his have been killed in the past, but he's still never emerged from seclusion. There are even rumors going around that his true body has already perished, and only these clones are still left. Of course, no one would dare to disrupt a sacred ancestor that's in seclusion, so there's no way to verify whether this is true. In any case, all you have to worry about is the clone that's situated in the Iron Sand Ridge, the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. Han Li's expression eased slightly as he said, I see, that does make things a lot more feasible. However, I was only able to kill that sacred ancestor clone in the spirit realm when there were other fellow Taoists restricting the clone's movements. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stop him on my own. I'm naturally aware of that, which is why I borrowed a Heaven Sphere bead from one of my closest friends prior to departing from the spirit realm. This is a one-time disposable treasure that can create an entire small world. As long as you can briefly stall the sacred ancestor clone, I'll be able to use the treasure to trap him for close to half a day, which will be more than enough time for us to escape. As long as we don't reveal our identities as humans, I'm sure this sacred ancestor clone wouldn't come after us over some true spirit blood, the woman from the Yi family said in a confident manner. Looks like you really have been plotting this for a very long time. If I only need to stall the sacred ancestor clone for a short while, then that should be within my capabilities, Han Li replied with a nod. The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this, and her smile became even more pronounced. Even though she had been plotting this since before she had departed from the spirit realm, there was no way that she would be able to obtain the Azure Luan True Blood without Han Li's assistance, which was why she was willing to offer such a heavy price to recruit him. After that, the two of them began to discuss a specific plan. Shortly thereafter, a yellow line suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance, following which a vast plateau slowly emerged in the distance. The plateau was extremely flat and stretched for as far as the eyes could see. Han Li was conversing with the woman from the Yi family as the boat was flying over a certain hill when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he cast his gaze out the window. Did you discover something, Brother Han? The woman from the Yi family asked as she also released her spiritual sense through the surrounding area in a cautious manner. There is an interesting low-grade devilish beast hidden within the soil down below. It was able to completely integrate itself with the aura around it, and even I almost failed to detect it, Han Li replied in a calm voice. Oh, that is indeed quite intriguing. Having said that, the conditions in the Elder Devil realm are far worse than that of the Spirit realm, so most low-grade devilish beasts have some life-saving innate abilities up their sleeves. Otherwise, they would have been hunted into extinction by the high-grade devilish beasts already, the woman replied with a smile. Han Li merely nodded and offered no response. At this point, the boat had already flown over the small hill down below. Around 15 minutes later, the soil on the hill suddenly parted to reveal a hedgehog-like devilish beast that was around a foot in size. The creature had sharp gray spikes all over its body, as well as several extremely long feelers on the top of its head. Its bulging eyes stared intently at the direction that the flying boat had disappeared in, and it seemed to possess some intelligence. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. In a mountain range that neighbored the vast plateau, there was a small town that was close to 10 kilometers in size constructed in a small patch of low-lying land. There were no walls around the two, only a symbolic yellow wooden fence. There were streaks of light occasionally flying over the town, either departing from the town or landing on a small plaza in the town. However, there were several tall platforms that had been erected in the corners of the town, each of which was over 100 feet tall. There was a giant glossy black flag standing on each platform, releasing faint black chi that enshrouded the entirety of the platforms. There were also 4 or 5 devilish guards standing expressionless on each platform, and there were some winding streets around the plaza, on either side of which were some shops and restaurants run by the devilish residents of the town. Tens of thousands of devilish beings were entering and exiting these buildings, and it seemed to be quite a lively and bustling town. In a nondescript restaurant on the edge of the plaza, there were 2 devilish beings seated at a table near one of the windows, and they were resting with their eyes closed. There was only a green wine flagon and 2 pristine white cups placed on the table. A rich aroma was emanating from the wine, and it resembled red nectar, clearly indicating that it was some type of rare premium wine. The entire level of the restaurant seemed to have been booked by these 2 devilish beings, as evidenced by the fact that there was no one else around. They should be here soon, right? A burly man with a pair of thick brows and several small braids in his hair suddenly asked his companion with a hint of impatience in his eyes. His companion was a refined middle-aged Taoist priest, and he opened his eyes before replying, "According to Yen Mo, our suspected targets emerged from the Illusion Howl Desert around a month ago, but they split up and went their separate ways immediately thereafter, so we only have to take care of 2 of them. Judging by the length of the journey they have to make to get here, they should be here soon. This Earth Dragon Town is the only place in the nearby area where one can stay and rest. If they're coming in this direction, then they'll definitely stop at this town for a while. What if they don't need to rest or replenish their supplies and simply fly over this town? Wouldn't we have waited all this time for nothing then?" The burly man harumphed coldly. Rest assured, Brother Luo. This is the closest town to the Illusion Howl Desert in this area. If they really are our targets, then they would have spent several decades in the Illusion Howl Desert prior to this. How could they not stop at the nearest place where they could replenish their supplies? Even if they don't need to replenish their supplies, they still have to learn about what's been happening the past few decades, so they'll definitely make a stop here, the middle-aged scholar reassured in a confident manner. "That makes sense, but I still don't believe you," the burly man said with a roll of his eyes. "Oh? Then how about we make a bet?" the Taoist priest asked with a smile. "What do you want to bet?" the burly man asked as a cautious look appeared on his face. "How about we bet the compensation we've been promised for this job? If it weren't for the hefty compensation we've been offered, we wouldn't have waited here for so long," the Taoist priest chuckled. "I'm not going to make such a foolish bet with you, Brother Lung. If you change the terms of the bet, perhaps I'd be interested," the burly man said as he shook his head vigorously. "Then what do you want to bet?" the Taoist priest asked. "How about we bet on who will defeat their target first?" the burly man proposed. My powers are far inferior to yours, so there's no need for such a bet," the Taoist priest chuckled in response. "Don't be so quick to refuse, Brother Lung. Perhaps my opponent will just so happen to be far more powerful than yours," the burly man urged with a smile. "I only ever believe in myself, never in luck," the Taoist priest replied in an indifferent voice. "You're still just as boring as ever. You never take any risks. Where's the fun in that?" The burly man shook his head with a disappointed expression. The Taoist priest smiled and was just about to reply when his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately cast his gaze toward a black flying boat that was slowly descending onto the plaza. "That's it. That flying devilish treasure is identical to the image that we've been provided." The burly man immediately sprang to his feet before cracking his knuckles violently. "Calm down, fellow Taoist Luo. Our targets may have arrived, but it wouldn't be a good idea to attack them in this town. Let's wait for their departure before we strike. During this time I'll get my shadow-chasing insect to keep an eye on them." The Taoist priest flicked a finger as he spoke, and a speck of green light shot forth before vanishing into thin air. "All right, we'll do as you say, Brother Lung. I wonder if our targets really are devilish lords. If so, I'll be able to test out a powerful ability that I recently mastered," the burly man chuckled before taking a seat again. "Don't underestimate our targets, fellow Taoist Luo. The fact that we were offered such tremendous compensation indicates that our targets are no ordinary beings. As such, it would be unwise to grow complacent," the Taoist priest cautioned with a smile. The burly man nodded in response, but his nonchalant expression clearly indicated that he hadn't heeded these words of caution at all. The Taoist priest could only shake his head with a wry smile, then cast his gaze toward the black flying boat again. All of a sudden, a ball of piercing black light erupted out of the boat, then suddenly vanished. In its place, a man and a woman appeared, and both of them seemed to be extremely young. Faint purple light flashed through the Taoist priest's eyes as he carefully appraised the duo, following which his brows furrowed slightly with befuddlement. The nonchalant expression on the burly man's face had also disappeared as he caught sight of the duo. Interesting. One of them has intentionally concealed their cultivation base, while the other's cultivation base is completely unfathomable. These two really are worthy opponents. These two are no ordinary beings. We'll have to use our second plan, the Taoist priest decided after a brief moment of contemplation. That woman is nothing special. Even though she used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation base, both of us can easily tell that she's just a normal devilish lord. In contrast, that man truly is rather unfathomable. Let me test out his true powers before we make a decision. The burly man was still raring to go. That's a good idea. I'll take on the woman, but make sure not to escalate this into a full-on battle, the Taoist priest agreed after a brief pause. The burly man nodded as a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. The duo on the plaza were naturally none other than Han Li and the woman from the Yi family. All of a sudden, Han Li cast his gaze toward the restaurant as if he had sensed something. He could clearly see the devilish beings dining on the other few levels, but the level that the Taoist priest and burly man were situated on was concealed behind an extremely profound restriction that managed to keep out both Han Li's spirit eyes and spiritual sense. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. "Did you discover something, Brother Han?" the woman from the Yi family asked. "It seems that we're being scrutinized by a powerful being," Han Li replied as he slowly withdrew his gaze. The woman from the Yi family faltered slightly upon hearing this. "Oh, could it be that there are devilish lords in this town?" Her surprise was quite warranted as the probability of devilish lords appearing in such a small town really wasn't very high. "Perhaps so. We should be able to find out soon enough if they're here to target us or not," Han Li replied calmly. "Now that you mention it, I'm also getting a slightly uneasy feeling like I'm being watched by someone," the woman from the Yi family said as she also cast her gaze toward the restaurant. "Who knows? Perhaps they're not here for us. Let's replenish some azure devil crystals in this town first. That flying boat of yours is indeed quite fast, but it certainly goes through a lot of these crystals," Han Li said. "Let's leave this place as soon as we purchase the crystals. Truth be told, this is also my first time using this devilish treasure, and I didn't expect it to consume so much energy. No wonder the devilish being who sold it to me offered such a low price. This is not a very practical devilish treasure," the woman from the Yi family replied with furrowed brows. Han Li merely nodded and remained silent. He didn't have any better flying devilish treasures than her. Otherwise, perhaps they wouldn't have had to stop at this town. After that, Han Li's duo made their way toward the shops lining the nearby streets. Not long after that, they purchased a sufficient number of azure devil crystals in one of the larger shops, then immediately summoned the flying boat before departing from the town. Meanwhile, the Taoist priest and the burly man had also disappeared without a trace, leaving only the 2 cups and wine flagons still sitting on the table. Several hours later, the black flying boat stopped in midair hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the town. It had been stopped in its tracks by a burly man and a Taoist priest who were standing several thousand feet in front of the boat, one of whom wore an excited expression, while the other was a lot more calm and tranquil. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family had also emerged from the boat and were appraising the pair of devilish beings in an expressionless manner. "May I ask why you've stopped us, fellow Taoists?" Han Li asked. The Taoist priest gave a completely farcical alibi in response. "We just so happen to be looking for some powerful sparring partners. Would you care to entertain us, fellow Taoist?" "Are you serious? You stopped us because you wanted some sparring partners?" The eyes of the woman from the Yi family widened slightly with rage upon hearing this. "That's right. I can sense that you're not just a spatial tempering stage being, right? I've been a devilish lord for quite some time as well. Perhaps we'll both benefit from a sparring match. As for the fellow Taoist accompanying you, my companion here is rather interested in him as well," the Taoist priest said in a nonchalant manner. It was clear that the Taoist priest wasn't telling the truth, and the woman from the Yi family reflexively cast her gaze toward Han Li. "You two were the ones spying on us in that town, right?" Han Li asked in a calm manner as one of his hands suddenly shot forth like lightning, grabbing onto space before pulling a possessed semi-transparent green spirit insect out of thin air. The Taoist priest's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he continued in a nonchalant manner, "Looks like you really do possess remarkable powers, fellow Taoist. I had only sent out that spirit insect as I was afraid that we would lose you. Humph, you want us to fight you over such a disingenuous alibi? Do you think this is child's play?" A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes as a burst of crimson flames erupted out of his hand, instantly incinerating the spirit insect into ashes. You have no choice in the matter. The burly man chortled in response. The woman from the Yi family stepped forward with an enraged expression and was just about to say something, but Han Li raised a hand to stop her before continuing in a cold voice, I'm fine with a sparring match, but if you lose, you have to tell us the real reason why you're targeting us. Otherwise, this will become a battle to the death, and you'll regret ever having crossed me. Both the burly man and the Taoist priest's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They could tell that Han Li was being serious from the baleful aura that was emanating from his body. The middle-aged Taoist priest was quite decisive, and he only contemplated the matter for a brief moment before agreeing, sure, if you two can defeat us then we'll come clean. Alright then, please enlighten me, fellow Taoists. Fairy Yi, please keep a lookout so no one can interrupt our battle, Han Li instructed. Brother Han Yu. The woman was quite surprised to hear this, and she was just about to say something in response when Han Li transmitted his voice to her. Fairy Yi, you haven't cultivated any devilish arts, and these are some formidable opponents. If you engage in a sparring match with them, it's very likely that your cover will be blown, so just leave this to me. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Han. The woman hesitated briefly upon hearing this before nodding in a hesitant manner. After all, Han Li had once slain a sacred ancestor clone and had displayed extremely formidable powers in the Illusion Howl Desert, so she was very confident in him. Han Li took a deep breath as he unleashed his Provenance True Devil Arts, and a cloud of pure black devilish chi emerged beneath his feet, carrying him high up into the air. The burly man chortled with glee upon seeing this, and he also rose up into the air as a ball of yellow light. The two of them had reached an altitude of tens of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye, and Han Li laid a hand onto the back of his own head, upon which a shimmering golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The projection was over 100 feet tall with black devilish patterns all over its body, creating a very menacing sight to behold. You're no match for me on your own, get your companions to face me as well, Han Li said as all of the devilish chi within a radius of several kilometers abruptly tremored. The golden projection waved its arms through the air, and golden light flashed in its hands as 6 different golden weapons appeared in its grasp. At the same time, a third inky black devilish eye appeared on each of its glabellas, and it was shimmering with an unsettling black light. At this point, Han Li had completely revealed his late body integration stage cultivation base, and a tidal wave of fearsome spiritual pressure was crashing down upon the burly man. Han Li's powers were far superior to other beings of the same cultivation base in the first place, and his aura was also being enhanced by his Provenance True Devil Arts. In the face of such formidable spiritual pressure, the burly man's expression instantly changed drastically as he shot back over 100 feet while also hurriedly releasing his own aura, revealing himself to be a mid-body integration stage devilish lord. However, his aura was very strange in that it was interspersed with wisps of silver light. The burly man immediately yelled in an alarmed voice, Brother Leng, this man's powers are truly unfathomable. I won't be a match for him on my own. After that, the burly man let loose a low roar, and the braids on his head suddenly stood up ramrod straight. At the same time he made a hand seal, and his skin took on a shimmering silver hue, as if it were entirely forged from silver. Simultaneously, his face twisted and warped, and his nose elongated, becoming as sharp as an eagle's beak while a series of silver feathers appeared on his head. You two are Metamorphosis Stage Beast Lords. Han Li exclaimed upon seeing this as a hint of intrigue appeared in his eyes. In the harsh environment of the Elder Devil realm, Metamorphosis Stage devilish beasts that cultivated to become devilish lords were naturally far more powerful than demonic cultivators and devilish lords of the same caliber. It was no wonder that they dared to intercept other devilish lords with minimal consideration. The Taoist priest's expression darkened slightly as he sensed the terrifying aura that Han Li was releasing, and a string of cracks and pops rang out from his body as he transformed into a humanoid tiger, then suddenly appeared beside the burly man. I can see that you have the power to back up your confidence, fellow Taoist. We are indeed devilish beasts at our core, but with your unfathomable powers, only by joining forces will we have a chance to defeat you. However, rest assured I'll reveal the truth to you regardless of the outcome of this sparring match, the Taoist priest said with a wary expression. Then I'll be thanking you in advance, Han Li replied in an indifferent voice before making a hand seal, upon which the golden devilish projection behind him brandished its 6 weapons all at once. Immediately thereafter, a beam of golden light erupted out of each of the golden weapons, and the 6 beams of light converged to form a golden wave of light that was over 100 feet tall. The golden wave surged directly toward the pair of beast lords with devastating force, causing space in its wake to tremor and buzz violently, as if it were about to be crushed by the golden light. The burly man let loose a loud roar as thrust his fists violently toward the giant golden wave. A pair of resounding booms rang out, and in the instant that he lashed out, brilliant silver light erupted out of his fists, transforming into a pair of wagon wheel-sized balls of light that struck the golden wave with tremendous force. Golden and silver light intertwined, and the 2 balls of silver light managed to nullify half of the golden wave, but the rest of the wave continued to sweep directly toward the burly man. Right at this moment, the Taoist priest opened his mouth to expel a ball of green flames. The green flames instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall, then transformed into a green flaming tiger. The tiger swept its paws viciously through the air to tear the rest of the golden wave into shreds, then sprang into the air above the Taoist priest's head as if it possessed a certain level of intelligence. "Show us your true power, fellow Taoist. These paltry attacks will be nothing more than a waste of time and energy for all of us," the burly man chortled. The Taoist priest's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything to contradict his companion. "Fine. In that case, let's decide the battle with our next clash," Hanli replied with a nod. "My thoughts exactly. This is the new ability that I recently mastered, the Myriad Void Sword." The excitement on the burly man's face became even more pronounced as he made a hand seal, and a pair of silver wings suddenly appeared on his back. He flapped the wings to send countless feathers hurtling through the air, all of which transformed into small silver swords that were several inches in length before vanishing into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, countless streaks of silver sword chi emerged in the air above Hanli, then converged to form a giant sword mountain projection that encompassed an area of around half a kilometer with Hanli right at the very center. This was a very formidable attack. At the same time, the Taoist priest let loose a low roar, and the fiery tiger above his head instantly swelled to over 10 times its original size, expanding to over 1,000 feet in length before opening its mouth to let loose a thunderous roar, as well as a thick pillar of green light. The pillar of light shot forth with unstoppable might and reached Hanli in a flash. Hanli's pupils contracted slightly, and a glossy black thread of light suddenly shot forth out of each of the 3 black devilish eyes on the glabellas of the golden projection behind him. The 3 threads of light struck the front of the pillar of green light with unerring accuracy, and despite how thin and frail the black threads appeared, they were able to instantly completely nullify the pillar of green light. The Taoist priest's heart jolted upon seeing this, and right at this moment, the massive sword mountain up above came crashing down toward Hanli. Even with Hanli's insanely powerful physical constitution, such a fearsome attack would be sure to deal him a heavy blow. All of a sudden, the Providence True Devil projection tossed its 6 weapons up into the air in unison at his behest, and they transformed into 6 balls of golden light that hurtled directly toward the sword mountain. Immediately thereafter, the devilish projection clenched its 6 hands into fists before lashing out toward the space up above. Spatial fluctuations erupted beneath the sword mountain, and countless golden runes emerged to form a golden vortex that was around an acre in size. Hanli pointed a finger up at the vortex, and it began to rotate as a burst of enormous force came surging out of it in a frenzy. The streaks of silver sword chi and the burst of tremendous force clashed, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the entire sky to tremor violently while balls of black devilish chi appeared in the surrounding area before churning in a frenzy. "Revolving golden light," the Taoist priest exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. A hint of incredulity and horror also appeared in the burly man's eyes. Hanli's expression remained completely unchanged, and at this point neither Hanli nor the 2 beast lords were unleashing any further attacks. All 3 of them were looking up at the rumbling clash taking place overhead, and only after around 10 minutes did the violent rumbling gradually cease. The sky finally cleared, and Hanli focused his gaze to find that both the golden vortex and the silver sword mountain projection had disappeared. The 2 attacks seemed to have been evenly matched. Hanli was rather surprised to see this. Even though he had only unleashed around 20% to 30% of his revolving golden light's power, it was still rather surprising that a mid-body integration stage being had been able to withstand it so easily. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Hanli's mind, the burly man and Taoist priest exchanged a glance and quickly conversed with one another through voice transmission, following which both of them suddenly reverted back to their normal human forms. The Taoist priest clasped his fist in a polite salute toward Hanli and said, "Your powers are truly incredible, fellow Taoist. There's no need to continue this match any further. We concede. Indeed, your powers are simply awe-inspiring. Ah, I've truly been humbled, the burly man chuckled. Your powers are quite remarkable as well, fellow Taoists. Now then, can you tell me why you were targeting us? Han Li asked with a smile as he withdrew his Provenance True Devil projection. Of course. However, before that, I want to ask if you've heard of our Beast Lord Palace, the Taoist priest replied. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he asked, The Beast Lord Palace is an extremely renowned power in our holy realm. How could I not have heard of it? Could it be that you too are from the Beast Lord Palace? At the same time, he quickly thought back to all of the information he had read about the Beast Lord Palace. Not only was the Beast Lord Palace one of the renowned superpowers of the Elder Devil realm, the palace had many devilish lords among its ranks, most of which were metamorphosis stage devilish beasts, and they were led by the extremely mysterious sacred ancestor Wan Shou. It was said that not only did this sacred ancestor Wan Shou never come into contact with other sacred ancestors, he very rarely even appeared in the Beast Lord Palace, but it was most likely the case that he was a Grand Ascension stage devilish beast. Prior to entering the Elder Devil realm, the Beast Lord Palace was one of the superpowers that the Long family patriarch had cautioned him against defending at all costs. As such, Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon learning that these two devilish lords were from the Beast Lord Palace. Seeing as you've heard of our Beast Lord Palace, would you be interested in joining our palace as a guest elder? The Taoist priest asked with a smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. You're inviting me to join the Beast Lord Palace? Indeed. With your powers, you'll definitely climb to an even loftier status than someone like me in our palace. On top of that, you'll have the opportunity to be guided in your cultivation by sacred ancestor Wan Shou himself, and that would undoubtedly benefit you immensely, the Taoist priest urged. You didn't stop us just to try and recruit us to the Beast Lord Palace, did you? As much as I revere the Beast Lord Palace, I have no intention of joining any power at this point, Han Li refused as his eyes narrowed slightly. That's quite a pity. Our palace is currently recruiting some powerful fellow Taoists in preparation for a major event. If you join us, you definitely won't regret your decision, the Taoist priest insisted as his brows furrowed slightly. Thank you for the kind offer, but I really don't want to be bound to any power, Han Li refused again. In that case, I won't speak any further about this matter. As for why my companion and I appeared here, our Beast Lord Palace received a large sum of devil stones several decades ago along with a request to kill everyone in your group. Rest assured, our Beast Lord Palace won't continue to send assassins after you just because we've taken on this job. We'll only deploy people according to the level of compensation given for a single assassination attempt. Generally speaking, if we encounter powerful fellow Taoists like you, we'll only request a sparring match, and we may even extend an invitation for those fellow Taoists to join our Beast Lord Palace, just as we've done on this occasion, the Taoist priest finally revealed. I see. I've also heard that the Beast Lord Palace accepts requests of this nature, but may I ask who it was that paid to have us killed? The woman from the Yi family asked with a smile as she drifted over to Han Li's side. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer that. Our Beast Lord Palace strictly prohibits the leakage of client information, and this request came from an anonymous source, so even our palace doesn't know who it was, the Taoist priest replied with a shake of his head. I see. I presume the Beast Lord Palace has sent people after the rest of our companions as well, right? Han Li asked with a smile. As long as those companions of yours are devilish lords as well, they'll only be challenged to sparring matches, the Taoist priest replied in a rather ambiguous manner. In that case there shouldn't be any issues. As expected of a vastly renowned superpower of our holy realm to be able to send out so many devilish lord level elders at once, the average major family simply can't compare, Han Li praised. The Taoist priest smiled and was just about to respond when a burst of faint white light and a low buzzing sound erupted from a jade pendant hanging from his waist. The Taoist priest's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately cupped his fist in a farewell salute. Thus, after exchanging some more pleasantries, the burly man and Taoist priest departed as two streaks of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Fairy Yi, do you think they were telling the truth just now? Han Li asked as he looked on in the direction that the two beast lords had departed toward. I think it's mostly true. It did indeed seem like they harbored no killing intent toward us, but if they had found us to be easy opponents to defeat during the sparring match, then they would have most likely killed us. After all, the Beast Lord Palace does not have a very good reputation among devilish beings, the woman from the Yi family replied with a contemplative expression. That's probably about right. I think the main reason for their wariness is their inability to determine our origins. After all, we're a group of 9 body integration stage beings, which is quite a formidable force in the Elder Devil realm. Unfortunately, they'll most likely develop quite a strong interest in our group as a result of this, Hanli analyzed. In that case, we should just keep them here permanently so that they won't get to report back to the Beast Lord Palace. You and I combined should be able to do this, the woman from the Yi family said as a cold look appeared in her eyes. That's naturally a feasible option, but metamorphosis stage devilish beasts are far more powerful than the average devilish lord, so we'll only have around a 50% to 60% chance of success. On top of that, it sounds like the Beast Lord Palace has deployed people to attack Brother Long and the others as well, so there would be no point in doing something like this, Hanli replied with a shake of his head. That's true, but the Beast Lord Palace is a very powerful sect. If they were to conduct extensive research into our origins, our covers will most likely be blown, the woman from the Yi family sighed with furrowed brows. The Elder Devil realm is even bigger than the Spirit realm, so there's nothing remarkable about a few devilish lords that the Beast Lord Palace didn't know about. At the very most, they'll become suspicious of us, but they most likely won't actually do anything. On top of that, who knows how many years it'll take before they manage to ascertain our origins. By then we would have already returned to the Spirit realm. Having said that, we'll need to proceed with more caution from now on, Hanli said. Indeed. Hopefully, the rest of our plan will progress in a smoother fashion, the woman from the Yi family said with a wry smile. There's no need to be concerned, Fairy Yi. There shouldn't be any issues as long as you haven't leaked our plan to secure the Azure Luan True Blood. However, I'm rather curious about what that major event that Beast Lord was referring to earlier. From the sounds of it, it's going to be quite a big move for the Beast Lord Palace, Hanli mused. The woman from the Yi family faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought suddenly occurred to her, and her face instantly paled significantly. Could it have something to do with the devilish invasion into our spirit realm? Perhaps an outcome has already been reached in the battle? We've only just emerged from the Illusion Howl Desert, so we haven't had a chance to get up to date yet, but I hope this isn't the case. We passed through that town very hastily, but perhaps the others have already gathered information about this. Hopefully we'll be able to learn more about the current situation when we get to the next devilish city, Hanli said in a calm manner. He knew that with the extensive preparations made by the humans and other races, there was no way that they would be defeated in just a few decades. Furthermore, after entering the Elder Devil realm, Hanli had discovered that only a small portion of the Elder Devil realm's powers had invaded the Spirit realm, while the majority seemed to not care about this battle at all. Otherwise, regardless of what extensive preparations were made, there was no way that the humans and other races would be able to contend with the entire Elder Devil realm. Having said that, most of the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil realm had sent clones into the Spirit realm, which was quite a strange occurrence. Hanli was rather perplexed by this matter, but displayed no outward befuddlement as he called out to the woman from the Yi family before flying back onto the flying boat. Moments later, the flying boat continued onward as a ball of black light. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui were situated in the air above a green lake, looking on as 2 bursts of black chi were speeding away into the distance. The Beast Lord Palace, eh? That's rather troublesome, the Long family patriarch murmured to himself with a dark expression. There's no need to dwell on this, Brother Long. They already know that we're not to be messed with, so I'm sure they wouldn't bother us any longer. Let's continue on our journey. Once we get to the Devilish Origin Sea, the Beast Lord Palace won't be able to do anything to us. It's not like that sacred ancestor Wan Shou will hunt us down in person, Elder Hui said with a cold smile. Of course sacred ancestor Wan Shou won't come after us in person, but it's very possible that he could send a clone or 2 after us, the Long family patriarch said with a grim expression. Elder Hui's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Surely not. Our origins are indeed rather suspicious, but it can't be that easy to attract attention from a sacred ancestor. I certainly hope so. Let's get out of here right away. Don't worry about conserving magic power anymore, the Long family patriarch instructed in a cold voice. Elder Hui hurriedly nodded in response. Elsewhere, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and Ji Shui were hovering expressionlessly in mid-air. Standing not far away from them was a pair of devilish elderly men, both of whom had very pale faces and were staring at Ji Shui with horror in their eyes. Hanli and the woman from the Yi family continued to spur on the black flying boat with all their might, and after flying for half a month, they finally reached a small devilish city, where they stayed for several days. During this time Hanli and the woman had split up and gathered a lot of information. They discovered that during the past few decades, several major battles had taken place between the devilish beings and the races of the spirit realm. On top of that, some sacred ancestors had finally descended upon the spirit realm, but they were met by resistance from the Grand Ascension stage beings of the opposing races, and no outcome had arisen. This piece of information came as quite a relief to Han Li and the woman. Even though the information they had gathered was rather murky and even incomplete in some cases, this was the overall verdict they had arrived at. Thus, after staying for 2 more days in the city, they continued on their way, and their next destination would be the Iron Sand Ridge. On this occasion, they enjoyed a smooth journey for over 3 months before finally catching sight of a vast black mountain range up ahead. All of the trees and rocks on the mountain range were of a blackish-green color, striking one with a rather unsettling sensation, as if there were countless devilish creatures concealed within the mountain range. So this is Iron Sand Ridge. The devilish chi here is far more abundant than in other places. There must be a lot of devilish beasts here, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner as he stood at the front of the flying boat. The Azure Wing race is adept in beast-taming techniques, so the virtually endless supply of devilish beasts here makes it an ideal place for them to settle. Otherwise, with their meager population, there's no way they'd be able to control such a large area, the woman Yi family replied. Beast-taming techniques, eh? The fact that these Azure Wing beings are relying on devilish beasts suggests that their powers are most likely somewhat lackluster, Han Li replied with a smile. That may be the case for normal Azure Wing beings, but I doubt the core Azure Wing beings that we're targeting will have the same weakness. After all, the Azure Luan bloodline is nothing to be scoffed at, the woman from the Yi family replied as a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. We're already prepared to face a sacred ancestor clone, so those core Azure Wing beings won't be a cause for concern. Having said that, I can see that these Azure Wing beings are living in clusters of villages. It's most likely going to be rather troublesome to find a suitable target among them, Han Li said. Indeed. The issue is that we can't linger here for more than a month. Otherwise, we'll be late for the agreed date to meet up with the others, the woman from the Yi family said in a slightly concerned manner. As long as our luck doesn't turn out to be too horrible, a month should be enough. Besides, don't you have a special treasure that can sense our targets within a radius of 5 kilometers? Han Li asked. That is indeed true, but the core Azure Wing beings are definitely heavily guarded at all times, so it won't be easy to approach them. Perhaps we'll have to take a risk and infiltrate some of the larger villages, the woman from the Yi family replied with a wry smile. As long as we're not unfortunate enough to infiltrate the village that sacred ancestor Ling Yuan is situated in, there shouldn't be any issues, Han Li said. I certainly hope so. It's a pity we don't know exactly where that sacred ancestor Ling Yuan is residing. Otherwise, we'll be able to significantly minimize the risk involved, the woman from the Yi family sighed in a forlorn manner. I also hope that we won't alert that sacred ancestor clone, but it'll be down to luck in the end. Seeing as we're going after such a tantalizing reward, it's only fair that we assume some risk. Nothing comes for free after all, Han Li replied with a smile. If I were on my own, then I would be feeling very uneasy, but with you here to assist me, there should be no problems. Let's enter the Iron Sand Ridge now. We'll have to get out of this flying treasure and proceed on foot now, the woman from the Yi family said as she pointed toward the mountain range in the distance. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he nodded before flying out of the black boat. The woman from the Yi family made a hand seal, and the flying boat quickly shrank down to a miniature palm-sized boat amid a flash of black light. After that, the two conversed for a while longer before flying toward the mountain range in the distance as 2 streaks of light. Shortly thereafter, both of them vanished into the mountain range without a trace. 5 days later, Han Li was traversing through a valley between a pair of sheer cliff faces at a rapid speed, covering a distance of several hundred feet with each flash. He was traveling alone as he and the woman from the Yi family had decided to split up after entering the mountain range. Not long after that, Han Li had reached the exit of the valley, and he was just about to fly out into the open when a string of unpleasant squawks suddenly rang out from several caves on the cliff faces on either side of him. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so giant green devilish birds flew out of the caves before swooping toward Han Li in a ferocious manner. The wingspans of these devilish birds were around 50 to 60 feet, and they resembled giant vultures with vicious yellow eyes. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he raised a hand and flicked his 5 fingers through the air in succession. 5 azure threads shot forth from his fingertips, then vanished into the bodies of these devilish birds in a flash. The devilish birds immediately let loose a squawk of anguish as their dismembered bodies plummeted down from above. As for Han Li, he had already passed through this area, so not even a single drop of blood had stained his robes. Meanwhile, in an obscure valley nearby, the woman from the Yi family was hidden behind a large tree and staring at the entrance to the valley. The entrance of the valley was filled with dense shrubs that were almost twice as tall as an adult, and it was extremely bleak and barren. However, the woman stared at the entrance to the valley for 2 whole hours in an unblinking manner, as if she were appraising something that was extremely interesting. All of a sudden, a burst of spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the valley, and 2 winged devilish beings in leather robes appeared. The 2 devilish beings inspected their surroundings to ensure that there was nothing amiss, then immediately flew away, quickly vanishing into the distance. An excited smile appeared on the woman's face upon seeing this, and she immediately made a hand seal, upon which she also disappeared on the spot. A short while later, the woman from the Yi family was situated in an obscure cave that was thousands of kilometers away from the valley. She had a palm pressed against the head of a winged devilish being, and there was a layer of 5-colored light swirling over her face, indicating that she was using some type of soul search technique. There was another devilish being lying face down on the nearby ground, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. A few moments later, the 5-colored light vanished from the woman's face, and she released the winged devilish being's head, upon which the latter immediately slumped down onto the ground. So this is only a village on the outskirts of the Azure Wing race. Looks like I'll have to go to some of the larger villages if I want to find some core Azure Wing beings. Before that, I'll inform fellow Taoist Han of this, the woman murmured to herself with a contemplative look in her eyes. Immediately thereafter, she made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a white formation plate appeared in her grasp. She quickly swiped a finger over the formation plate, then gently laid a palm over it. A dull thump rang out as the formation plate exploded into a ball of white light, within which was a line of silver text that disappeared in a flash. After that, the woman cast her gaze toward the 2 devilish beings on the ground, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. Han Li was flying through the air when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he flipped a hand over to produce an identical formation plate with the same silver text inscribed on its surface. Han Li quickly glanced at the line of text before immediately changing directions in his flight. Half a month later, Han Li and the woman from the Yi family were standing on a branch of a massive tree situated at the edge of a small basin, which was surrounded by 3 mountains in a triangular formation. They were currently peering into a cloud of white mist between the mountains, which was releasing an indescribable fragrance. "Are you sure that this is one of the 4 major villages of the Azure Wing race, Fairy Yi?" Han Li suddenly asked. "There's no mistaking it, this is definitely Incense Village. I used a soul search technique on 2 Azure Wing beings to secure the exact location of this village. Unfortunately, neither of them were all that powerful, so they didn't know much about this Incense Village. However, I'm sure there are core Azure Wing beings in a village of this scale. The problem is that some powerful restrictions have clearly been set up here, so it won't be easy to infiltrate the village," the woman from the Yi family replied in a grim manner. "This should be the right place judging from the fragrant aroma coming from the mist. As for a way to infiltrate the village, I have something up my sleeve, but we'll have to wait for the right opportunity to arise, so let's wait here for now," Han Li said with a confident smile. The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this. "That's great to hear, Brother Han. In that case I'll be following your lead." Han Li merely nodded and offered no response, but he suddenly cast his gaze toward a certain direction. After a while, a giant flying snake that was over 100 feet in length appeared in the distant sky, and it was rapidly flying toward the mountain. On the back of the flying snake were 7 or 8 Azure Wing beings, all of whom wore elated expressions. This was a group of young men and women with the exception of the leader, who was an elderly man that was giving off a powerful aura. "All right, the opportunity has arrived," Han Li said in an unhurried manner as he rose to his feet while appraising the group of Azure Wing beings. The woman from the Yi family also stood up and turned to Han Li with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Instead of explaining anything, Han Li raised a hand to send an item flying toward the woman. The woman from the Yi family faltered slightly before reflexively catching the item to discover that it was a purple talisman. Han Li then said in a calm voice, "Activate this talisman, and you should be able to sneak into the valley by following those Azure Wing beings. As long as there are no particularly special restrictions set up in this incense village, you'll be able to sneak in without any issues. However, take care not to unleash any abilities or the talisman will fail." As soon as his voice trailed off, He flipped a hand over to produce an identical talisman before immediately adhering it to his own body. A burst of purple light erupted forth right before the woman's astonished eyes, and countless silver runes surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a cloud of silver mist that inundated Han Li's entire body. After the mist dispersed, Han Li was nowhere to be seen. The woman from the Yi family hurriedly swept her spiritual sense through the surrounding area, but was shocked to discover that she could no longer sense Han Li. All of a sudden Han Li's calm voice rang out in her ears. "There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoist. Those azure wing beings are about to get here, so we have to make haste." Her heart stirred upon hearing this, and she immediately replicated what Han Li had just done. Purple light flashed, a cloud of silver mist dispersed to conceal her entire body. The High Zenith Invisibility Talisman naturally had completely different levels of efficacy when used by different people. As a body integration cultivator using this talisman, she wouldn't be discovered unless a devilish lord of the same cultivation base in the Azure Wing race were to carefully search for her using their spiritual sense. As for Han Li, after using the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, only the top devilish lords who were half a step away from becoming sacred ancestors would have a chance of discovering him. At this point, the giant flying snake was already slowly descending toward the mist down below, and it stopped briefly in midair as the elderly inspected the surrounding area, then made a hand seal to release a streak of green light that vanished into the mist in a flash. Moments later, the aroma being released by the mist became several times more pronounced, and the mist parted to open up a path that was around 10 feet wide. At the other end of the path, one could just barely make out a series of indistinct buildings, and the elderly devilish man immediately stomped a foot down onto the flying snake without any hesitation upon seeing this. The flying snake hissed as its body rapidly shrank down amid a flash of azure light, following which it was stowed up the elderly man's sleeve. The elderly man then turned to the younger devilish beings behind him and said something with a smile, then drifted into the opening in the mist. The young devilish beings also followed along behind him with wide smiles on their faces. The mist then surged as the path was slowly sealed. Unbeknownst to the devilish beings guarding the restriction, two completely undetectable figures had tailed these young devilish beings into the opening in the mist. Around 2 hours later, Han Li was hovering in the air above a black wooden pagoda that was over 1,000 feet tall. He was still concealed by his High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, and he was inspecting the massive village down below. This village had an area of over 10,000 acres, and massive trees were growing between the three mountains, forming a natural barricade around the entire village. These giant trees were all purple in color, and they were the source of the fragrant aroma stemming from this place. Within the village were a series of wooden buildings of different sizes that could house over 100,000 devilish beings. Considering the meager population of the Azure Wing race, this was a very large settlement. There were also some giant trees planted between the buildings in the village, concealing many of the smaller buildings, thereby creating a sense of privacy. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes as he swept his gaze over the entire village, then settled his attention on a cluster of buildings that were releasing restriction fluctuations. Some Azure Wing race guards were patrolling the streets near these buildings, and none of the ordinary Azure Wing beings dared to approach them. The blue light in Han Li's eyes faded as he drifted down from the wooden pagoda, then landed in an alley that was completely devoid of people. After that, an Azure Wing being that had a set of facial features that were identical to Han Li's emerged in a soundless manner. This type of disguise secret technique couldn't even begin to compare with the concealment effect of his High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, but it was enough to fool the average devilish being. Han Li smiled as he strode out of the alley, then made his way toward the heavily guarded cluster of buildings. At the same time, the woman from the Yi family had already revealed herself as a young female devilish being elsewhere in the city before making her way toward a secluded corner. She was holding a crimson triangular metal badge in her hand, and there were faint energy fluctuations emanating from it. In a small wooden cabin in the village, a 5-colored light barrier had been set up, and there were 2 humanoid figures seated across from each other in the room. These were none other than Han Li and the woman from the Yi family, who had scouted the village for the past 2 days. Han Li asked in a solemn manner, "So you've already confirmed that there are core Azure Wing beings residing in that palace?" "That's right, my detection treasure is displaying a very strong reaction, so it seems that there are many core Azure Wing beings living there, which is both good news and bad news," the woman from the Yi family sighed. "Do you think this will make things more difficult for us, Fairy Yi?" Han Li asked. "With so many core Azure Wing beings gathered in one place, that palace must be very heavily guarded. Perhaps there will even be more than one devilish lord on guard duty there, so our original plan isn't going to be very feasible. On top of that, we don't have much time left, the woman from the Yi family replied in a concerned manner. In that case we'll just have to do things by force. I'll hold off the devilish lords there while you take care of the core disciples. Will that be alright? Hanli asked. Without any intervention from devilish lords, it naturally won't be an issue for me to capture a core disciple. However, once we strike, we'll have to make sure to get away in a short time. Otherwise, other high-grade devilish beings will arrive on the scene. Judging from the scale of this village, there are probably at least 7 or 8 devilish lords here, and that isn't even taking all those spatial tempering stage devilish beings into account. On top of that, breaking through the restrictions set up around the village will also take some time, the woman from the Yi family cautioned. Leave the restrictions to me. I know a thing or two about formations, and during the past 2 days, I've discovered a few weak points in the restrictions here, Hanli said in a confident manner. The woman from the Yi family was ecstatic to hear this, and she said, in that case we should be all set. As long as we can make a quick getaway, those devilish lords shouldn't be able to chase us down. The only thing we have to be wary of is that we still don't know where that sacred ancestor clone is residing. It would naturally be best if we don't encounter the clone. Otherwise we'll have to use that treasure to temporarily trap him, Hanli said. That would be the worst-case scenario. Let's set this matter aside for now and get some rest. We'll strike tonight so no other volatile factors arise, the woman from the Yi family proposed. Alright, we'll do as you say. Hanli had no objections to this, and he immediately closed his eyes to meditate. The woman from the Yi family carefully reviewed the plan again, and after confirming that it was indeed sound, she also slowly closed her eyes. Around half a day later, there was a devilish man seated on a bed of ice in a large palace in the incense village. The man had a head of exuberant black hair, which belied his wrinkly facial features, and he was currently cultivating a certain secret technique. It was impossible to ascertain his age from his appearance, but the spiritual pressure emanating from his body clearly indicated that he was a powerful devilish lord. Around 10 feet away from the bed of ice was a small stone platform that resembled an altar. It was only several feet tall, but there were countless runes inscribed on its surface, indicating that it was no ordinary structure. All of a sudden, a ball of black light erupted out of the altar alongside a low buzzing sound. The devilish man immediately opened his eyes in a startled manner and cast his gaze toward the altar. What's going on? Did those little rascals trigger the restriction again? The devilish man murmured to himself with furrowed brows, then immediately made a hand seal and vanished from the room amid a fierce gust of wind. In the next instant, a gust of wind was swept up in the main hall of the palace, and the man re-emerged. He cast his gaze around the hall, and his pupils immediately contracted slightly. In a corner of the hall was an azure-robed humanoid figure, who was currently inspecting a giant black blade hanging on the wall. The black blade was only a decorative item crafted from ordinary materials, but the azure-robed figure seemed to be very intrigued by it. The devilish man was quite alarmed, but he remained completely expressionless as he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you, and why have you broken into our palace this late in the night?" "I was just bored and wanted to find someone to have a chat with," the azure-robed figure replied as he continued to appraise the huge black blade. "You wanted someone to chat with? Are you?" All of a sudden, the devilish man's voice was cut off as a dull thump rang out from the neighboring room, causing the entire hall to tremor violently. The devilish man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately darted toward a certain exit of the palace, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. However, right at this moment, the azure-robed man chuckled as countless arcs of azure and white lightning appeared over his body, upon which he abruptly disappeared. In the next instant, lightning flashed in front of the devilish man, and the azure-robed figure appeared before flicking his fingers through the air, sending countless azure threads hurtling forth from his fingertips, forming a powerful azure sword net. The azure-robed man was naturally none other than Hanli, but his face was currently concealed by a layer of azure light, and his height and figure had also been manipulated slightly. In order to stop the devilish man, he unleashed sword threads formed by several tens of azure bamboo clouds warm swords. Each sword thread was very thin, but they were too fearsome even for the average treasure to withstand. This devilish man had been assigned to this place to protect the core disciples, so he was naturally also quite a powerful being. In response to Hanli's attack, he let loose a loud roar and released a gust of fierce azure wind out of his mouth, then made a grabbing motion toward the sword net with both hands. In the instant that he lashed out, yellow light appeared at the center of his palms, then transformed into two projections, one of which was a WRM while the other was a tiger. At the same time, an astonishing aura erupted out of his body, and he was planning to tear the sword net open through brute force. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger forward in an unhurried manner. All of the streaks of sword chi instantly swelled in size before raining down from above in a torrential downpour. The WRM and tiger projections only had a chance to let loose an anguished wail before they were completely destroyed and dissipated into nothingness, following which the streaks of sword chi continued to hurtle directly toward the devilish man. The devilish man's expression changed drastically, and a fierce gust of wind was immediately conjured up before sweeping up his body. In the next instant, the streaks of sword chi pierced through the gust of wind to completely dispel it, but the devilish man was nowhere to be seen. Han Li immediately turned toward a certain direction, then thrust an inky black palm into the air. A burst of invisible force erupted out of his palm in a frenzy, and an earth-shattering boom rang out. All of a sudden, a ball of gray light emerged in that patch of space, following which a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. It was none other than the devilish man who had just unleashed a concealment secret technique and was planning to unleash a sneak attack on Han Li. The devilish man was sent flying for over 100 feet, and only then was he able to just barely steady himself as he cast a bewildered gaze toward Han Li. Impossible. I've already achieved full mastery of the devilish wind evasion. How did you manage to see through it so easily? Han Li merely appraised the man in an indifferent manner and gave no response. A cold expression appeared on the devilish man's face upon seeing this. It looks like I'll really have to get serious here. Han Li merely smiled, then suddenly swept a sleeve through the air to release a silver fireball. Strangely enough, the ball of fire was directed toward another corner of the hall as opposed to the devilish man. During its flight, the silver fireball transformed into a fire raven, and initially it was only around a foot in size, but it quickly swelled to roughly 10 feet in size before exploding to inundate that corner of the hall in scorching silver flames. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out, and a ball of light erupted out of the silver flames before transforming into a three-headed azure python projection that was several tens of feet in length. As soon as the python projection emerged, it opened its three mouths to unleash three bursts of glacial chi, one azure, one yellow and one blue, toward the oncoming silver flames, thereby temporarily keeping it at bay. Immediately thereafter, a humanoid figure sprang out of the silver flames amid a flash of azure light, then instantly arrived beside the devilish man. This was a woman who was in her 30s, wearing a long green dress. The woman had an ordinary appearance with a slightly dark complexion, and there was a three-headed azure snake that was around a foot in length sitting on her shoulder. "Elder Qing, I'm glad you're here," the devilish man said as his expression eased slightly. "This man possesses unfathomable powers. I tried to sneak around him just now, but he was able to instantly detect me," the woman said as she appraised Han Li with a dark expression. "He must have an accomplice. We have to shake him off and get to the core disciples at the Spirit Pavilion right away. I'll do everything in my power to hold him off. You go and save the disciples," the devilish man urged. "Your devilish wind evasion is a far superior movement technique compared to mine. You should go and save the disciples while I keep this man occupied," the woman countered, then suddenly raised a hand before opening her mouth. A streak of silver light shot forth out of her mouth like lightning and instantly chopped off the top half of one of her fingers. Bone and flesh were visible from the wound, but not a single drop of blood was shed. The snake sitting on the woman's shoulder immediately became very excited upon seeing this, and it instantly shot forth before gobbling up the dismembered finger with its middle head. Right at this moment, the woman began to chant something before opening her mouth to expel several clouds of purple chi, which completely enveloped the azure snake. The azure snake's body immediately swelled drastically to over 100 feet in length, and a horn appeared on each of its three heads, one of which was azure, one of which was yellow and the final one was blue. The devilish man faltered upon seeing this, but he then immediately nodded before flicking a wrist to send a crimson bracelet flying through the air. The bracelet revolved in mid-air before expelling a burst of white light, revealing itself to be a snowy white devilish bird that resembled a giant falcon with a green devilish eye on its forehead. Both the three-headed giant python and white devilish bird possessed auras that were no less powerful than those of the two devilish lords, and they seemed to complement the cultivation arts being used by the two devilish lords. As such, the four of them presented a formidable lineup that was the equivalent of 4 devilish lords. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to summon a yellow streak of light, which transformed into a small beast that was around a foot in size. It was none other than the body integration stage leopard Kirin beast. At the same time, a suit of inky black devilish armor appeared over his body, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a small black mountain also appeared. Simultaneously, a clear cry rang out from the scorching silver flames that were burning in the corner, and they transformed into a silver fire raven again before flying back to Han Li. "Go!" the devilish woman yelled in an urgent manner as more tremors erupted from the neighboring room. She then immediately raised a hand to send over 100 streaks of green light hurtling through the air. These were 108 hair-thin green needles, and they were giving off a faint rank odor. At the same time, the three-headed devilish python raised its three heads in unison before blasting forth streams of glacial chi again. However, the glacial chi on this occasion was more than twice as fierce as before, and there were faint three-colored runes that could be seen within the glacial chi. As for the devilish man, he and the snowy white devilish bird shot forth as two gusts of fierce white winds, flying directly toward a side door of the hall. "Stop him," Han Li instructed before immediately hurling the small black mountain forward, and it instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall. The green needles struck the mountain in rapid succession, creating an incessant string of booms much like rain falling upon a banana leaf. However, the black mountain remained completely unmoved, as if it were an unyielding fortress. The silver fire raven also blasted a burst of silver flames out of its mouth, which steadily forced back the oncoming three-colored glacial chi. At the same time, the leopard Kirin beast heeded Han Li's instruction and shot forth as a ball of golden light, then split up into two before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the devilish man, and two golden figures appeared in his way, each of which was around 10 feet in size. Immediately thereafter, countless golden claw projections swept toward both him and the white devilish bird falcon beside him. The devilish man swept his spiritual sense toward the claw projections, and was immediately alarmed by the power that they possessed. As such, he naturally didn't dare to take them head-on and could only stop in his tracks before summoning a pristine white fan, which he swept viciously through the air. A gust of gale-force winds instantly surged out of the fan, then transformed into a gray wind dragon that pounced forward with devastating force. Meanwhile, the devilish falcon flapped its wings in unison, sending a series of white wind blades hurtling through the air. Ear-splitting explosions rang out as the golden light clashed with the gray and white wind, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Whenever the devilish man tried to sneak around the side with the devilish falcon to cover him, the leopard Kirin beast always managed to appear right in his tracks. In terms of overall power, the devilish man and the white falcon were superior to the leopard Kirin beast, but the leopard Kirin beast was more adept in movement techniques, rendering the two unable to escape from the battle. As for Han Li, he was battling the woman and the three-headed giant python as if he were taking a stroll in the park. No matter what type of ferocious attacks were thrown at him, he was able to brush them off with ease. If he weren't wary of the fact that killing the devilish woman could result in unwanted trouble later on, she would already be dead. Time quickly passed by, and the two devilish beings continued to become more and more frustrated and infuriated, but they were completely trapped in the hall. Just as Han Li was wondering how things were going on the other end, an extremely elated voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "I've succeeded. We can go now, brother Han." Han Li was ecstatic to hear this. That's right, you read that right. This a woman in RMJI who's not a geriatric grandma but also isn't smoking hot either. He immediately made a hand seal, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a burst of black chi. The devilish projection swung 4 of its arms through the air, and a giant golden blade appeared in each of its 4 hands before being slashed through the air like lightning, unleashing 4 huge blade projections that were around 100 feet in length each. Despite the best efforts of the devilish beings and devilish beasts to keep the attacks at bay, they were still forced back by the impact, and Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to withdraw his golden projection and silver fire raven before flying out of the hall as a streak of azure light. As for the leopard Kirin beast, it also followed him out of the hall as a streak of golden light. The devilish man and devilish woman's hearts sank upon seeing this, and they quickly conversed with one another through voice transmission before the devilish man and white falcon rushed out in pursuit, while the woman hurriedly flew toward the living quarters of the core disciples. Moments later, the woman appeared at a side hall, and her expression instantly darkened significantly. Not only had the door of the side hall been completely destroyed, the restrictions set up nearby had also been entirely eradicated, and there were several green-armored guards lying slumped on the ground. The woman immediately let loose a shrill cry that erupted straight into the heavens, and the entire incense village was instantly stirred up into a frenzy. The ordinary azure wing beings all locked their doors and closed their windows, while the more powerful azure wing beings hurriedly emerged from their abodes before flying toward the side hall that the woman was situated at. Meanwhile, Hanli was flying toward a secluded corner of the village, and the devilish man was giving chase with all his might atop his devilish falcon steed. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he heard the shrill cry released by the woman, and the devilish man's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath, preparing to let loose a long cry of his own. However, right at this moment, Hanli suddenly tossed several hundred golden and silver talismans up into the air, all of which vanished into thin air in a flash. A resounding boom rang out, and the world's origin chi tremored violently, following which a grandiose palatial projection appeared before crashing down from above. The devilish man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he frantically swept his white fan through the air, sending gusts of fierce winds sweeping directly toward the palatial projection, temporarily stopping it in its tracks. However, Hanli merely chuckled coldly as he pointed a finger toward the palatial projection, and it began to glow with scintillating light as all of the fierce winds were completely nullified. The palatial projection then fell upon the hapless devilish man, and he suddenly found himself in a murky gray space with projections of pavilions and palaces all around him. His expression changed slightly as he immediately tossed his fan up into the air, and it transformed into around a dozen gray wind arms that pounced toward the projections. However, he knew that even if he could escape from this strange space, there was no way that he would be able to chase down Hanli, and that was indeed the case. As soon as the devilish man was trapped by his talismans, Hanli made a hand seal, and a pair of azure and white wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. His body then shot forth as an azure and white thread of light, and he quickly disappeared into the darkness. A short while later, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from within the mist between the three mountains, and a massive sword projection sliced through the sea of mist. The mist was dispersed in a frenzy, and all of the restrictions set up around the incense village seemed to have been destroyed by this sword projection. Immediately thereafter, two streaks of light shot forth out of the dispersed sea of mist, then flew away into the distance. Moments later, several enraged roars rang out, and a few streaks of light of different colors emerged, hurtling toward the first two streaks of light in hot pursuit. Within one of the first two streaks of light was the woman from the Yi family, and she was naturally accompanied by none other than Hanli. The woman looked back at the pursuing azure wing race devilish lords and smiled as she said, "Brother Han, let's shake them off now." "Alright, let's begin then." Hanli nodded in response before stopping in his tracks, following which countless arcs of silver lightning erupted out of his body as he transformed into a silver bird that was around 10 feet in size. The bird then flapped its wings and swelled drastically to roughly 100 feet in size amid a rumbling thunderclap. With another flap of its wings, it shot forth as an arc of silver lightning, which vanished into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. As for the woman from the Yi family, she also transformed into a five-colored phoenix and disappeared into thin air amid a flash of five-colored light. The streaks of light that were pursuing them all drew to a halt, and one of them was revealed to be none other than the devilish woman in the green dress. All of them naturally wore infuriated expressions, and a crimson-haired elderly man thumped his cane onto the ground in fury. Those bastards got away. Both of them transformed into some type of beast. Could it be that they're from the Beast Lord Palace? Not necessarily. The question is, why did they infiltrate our village in the first place? Elder Qing, you were the first one to raise the alarm. Did you discover anything? An inky black devilish lord with his facial features completely concealed asked in a cold voice. The woman in the green dress hesitated momentarily before replying in a shameful manner. One of the true blood disciples in the Azure Spirit Hall was abducted. So they really were after the Azure Luan True Blood. Are the other disciples all right? The inky black devilish lord asked. They're all fine, they were only knocked unconscious, but the disciple who was taken was one of the true blood disciples with the greatest latent potential, the woman replied. I see. In that case, we can't just ignore this matter. Contact the sacred ancestor as soon as we get back. Those two are considerably more powerful than us, so only the sacred ancestor himself will be able to stop them, the inky black devilish lord said with a dark expression. It seems we have no other alternative. If we don't capture those two, the reputation of our race will be swept to the ground. The last time a true blood disciple of ours was taken was tens of thousands of years ago. It seems that some people need a reminder that Master Ling Yuan is situated in our race, the crimson-haired elderly man said. Thus, after conversing for a short while longer, the devilish lords finally turned back. Meanwhile, Han Li and the woman from the Yi family flew for over half a day before hiding into a secluded cave. There could be tracking marks planted on this core disciple, so let's leave him behind as soon as we extract his true spirit blood, Han Li said as soon as they entered the cave. Of course. Give me half an hour and I'll be able to extract the true spirit blood, the woman replied with a smile before sweeping a sleeve downward, and a blue silk handkerchief flew out before tipping itself over to release an unconscious azure wing being onto the ground. All right, I'll keep a lookout for you, Fairy Yi, Han Li said as he strode out of the cave. The woman from the Yi family naturally had no objections to this, and she flipped a hand over to produce a stack of formation flags and formation plates, with which she began to set up a profound formation. Around an hour later, Han Li heard a spring of sprightly footsteps approach him from behind, and his expression changed slightly as he immediately turned around, upon which he was greeted by the sight of the elated woman from the Yi family. Looks like you've successfully extracted the true spirit blood, Fairy Yi, Han Li said with a smile. Indeed. On top of that, the purity of this true spirit blood is far superior to what I had expected. It seems that this is quite an exceptional being even among the core disciples. Now that the true spirit blood has been extracted, let's get out of here right away. Brother Han, this is your portion of the true spirit blood, the woman from the Yi family replied with a smile before tossing a small jade vial toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes lit up as he drew the small vial into his own grasp, then removed the lid and swept his spiritual sense through its contents. This is indeed Azure Yuan true blood. Very good, let's leave the Iron Sand Ridge now, Han Li said with an elated expression as he stowed the small vial away. Thus, the two of them immediately rose up and flew away as two streaks of light. 2 days later, a group of azure wing beings discovered the unconscious young core disciple in the cave. He was still alive, but the true spirit blood within his body had been completely extracted. This naturally created quite a stir throughout all of the villages of the azure wing race, but shortly thereafter an even more astonishing piece of news arose. It turned out that the clone of sacred ancestor Ling Yuan, whom the entire race had viewed as a backer, had recently returned from a long journey. However, he had returned with severe wounds and had immediately gone into seclusion, refusing to see anyone during this time. Some of the devilish lords who knew of the circumstances surrounding this matter were extremely stunned, and all of them made an agreement to never speak of this, as well as to strictly prohibit their brethren from discussing this matter. Thus, something that was supposed to have attracted a lot of attention from many devilish powers was forcibly repressed, and no information regarding the matter was leaked out of the Azure Wing race. In the air around 1,000 feet above the sea, black mist was surging incessantly, and arcs of silver lightning were flashing within the mist amid rumbling thunderclaps. A man and a woman were standing at the front of a giant ark, peering into the ocean from afar. The man was none other than the Long family patriarch, and he said, "This devilish origin sea is known as the origin point of all devilish beings. The astounding abundance of devilish chi here truly lives up to all the legends. Having said that, there's a lot of chaotic energy intermingled with the devilish chi, so the average devilish being most likely won't be able to cultivate here." The woman standing beside him was the woman from the Yi family, and she replied with a smile, "I've heard that a lot of this chaotic energy has already dissipated. Apparently this was a restricted area of the Elder Devil realm several million years ago, and the average devilish being wasn't allowed to access this place. Perhaps the chaotic energy here will completely dissipate in the future, at which point this place would become a devilish paradise." At this point, Han Li and the others had already reunited, and they were traveling into the devilish origin sea on this giant ark together. Even if there is something peculiar about this devilish origin sea, we've expended countless efforts to get here, so we definitely can't turn back now. Having said that, I didn't expect the lightning here to be so powerful. Even flying at a low altitude has been made impossible, the Long family patriarch replied as his brows furrowed slightly. It's not that flying at a low altitude isn't possible, it just can't be done for an extended period of time. In the face of such concentrated lightning strikes, no one would be able to withstand them for too long, the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. In any case, it'll most likely take us far longer than projected to track down the island that the spirit cleansing pond is situated on. The leads provided by our fellow Taoists from the spirit race are very vague. We'll have to find an area of the sea that matches their description before we can find the island. With how vast this devilish origin sea is, it'll require some luck to track down the island in a reasonable time frame, the Long family patriarch sighed. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and after a brief pause she continued, We don't have much time left. Many devilish powers have most likely already begun scrutinizing us. If they manage to ascertain our origins, we'll be in huge trouble. The longer we stay in here, the greater the risk that we incur. I'm naturally aware of that, but just like I said, it's too late to turn back now. We're standing on the cusp of success, so we have to see this through to the end, the Long family patriarch replied with a determined expression. The woman from the Yi family merely sighed and didn't offer any response. However, the Long family patriarch then suddenly asked something that came as quite a surprise to her. Fairy Yi, you and Brother Han arrived over a month later than we did and only just barely made it before the agreed date. On top of that, I can sense that your aura seems to be slightly different from before. Have you encountered some type of opportunity on the way here? If so, I must congratulate you and Brother Han. The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly chuckled. You truly possess a peerless discerning eye, Brother Long. Brother Han and I only encountered a minor opportunity. I'm sure it's nothing compared to what you and fellow Taoist we have encountered. You seem to know something, Fairy Yi. Rest assured, I have no intention of prying into this matter, the Long family patriarch reassured with a smile. The woman from the Yi family offered no further response to this. Meanwhile, Han Li was seated on a wooden bed in a cabin on the bottom level of the giant ark. Through a wisp of extremely well-concealed spiritual sense, he was able to hear the conversation between the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family. A faint smile appeared on his face as he withdrew that wisp of spiritual sense, then fell into a contemplative silence. Around a year ago, he and the woman from the Yi family had been intercepted by the clone of that sacred ancestor Ling Yuan after obtaining the Azure Luan true blood. A fierce battle ensued, and with the assistance of the treasure provided by the woman from the Yi family, Han Li was able to severely wound the sacred ancestor clone. After that, the clone didn't dare to pursue them any longer and could only return to the Iron Sand Ridge. Thus, without any further pursuers, Han Li and the woman were able to make an easy getaway. On the way here, they encountered some minor trouble, all of which was taken care of with ease. Around half a month later, they finally reunited with everyone else at a designated devilish port on the shore of the devilish origin sea. Much to Han Li's surprise, Elder Jean of the spirit race wasn't with them. The Long family patriarch was also quite surprised by this, and the spirit beings had given them a very ambiguous explanation, stating that Elder Jean had perished during an accident. As for the specific nature of the accident, the spirit beings refrained from further elaboration. Han Li and the others naturally couldn't pry into this matter, but they were all feeling quite bewildered. With that in mind, Han Li's brows furrowed reflexively as the image of that spirit being by the name of Ji Shui flashed through his mind again. This holy spirit had always given Han Li a very uneasy feeling, but the unsettling baleful aura emanating from his body had suddenly disappeared, making him seem as if he were no different from his holy spirit companions. This was rather perplexing to Han Li, and he couldn't help but suspect that Elder Jin's disappearance had something to do with Ji Shui. Of course, there was no evidence to back this up, but he had decided to keep an extra eye on this suspicious holy spirit. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a small white vial. The vial contained the Azure Luan true blood, and once he refined it, he would attain another true spirit transformation while the rest of his transformations would also become significantly more powerful. The Azure Luan was most renowned for its ability to control the power of wind. It was said that this true spirit had initially been born in the winds of chaos, and in a fit of fury, it could unleash chaotic winds that could destroy entire cities. Han Li was naturally very intrigued by the power of this chaotic wind, but he didn't immediately refine the true spirit blood as the woman from the Yi family had done. In contrast with other cultivation arts, the more true spirit blood that was refined using the 12 awakening transformations, the longer the refinement process would take, and being disrupted midway during the refinement process could result in severe negative consequences. As such, he had decided that he was going to refine this true spirit blood only after he had returned to the spirit realm. With that in mind, the small vial was stowed away again amid a flash of white light. After that, Han Li cast aside these errant thoughts and began to meditate. Time quickly passed by and 3 months flew past in the blink of an eye. Han Li and the others were split up into groups of 2 to keep a lookout at the front of the giant ark in shifts while everyone else rested in their cabins. Their journey had been very smooth thus far, and they hadn't encountered any opposition aside from in the form of a few insolent sea beasts that were easily dealt with. Unfortunately, they still hadn't encountered the region of the sea with the characteristics described by the spirit being. On this day Han Li and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns were on lookout duty. Han Li stood at the front of the ark, peering into the distance in silence. As for Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, she was seated on a golden futon with her eyes closed several tens of feet away from Han Li. Neither of them seemed to be doing anything, but in reality, both of them were constantly scouring through the surrounding area with their enormous spiritual sense. All of a sudden Han Li's expression changed slightly, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately detected the fluctuations in Han Li's spiritual sense as she opened her eyes, and asked, "Did you discover something, Brother Han?" 1,500 kilometers to the left, Han Li replied in a very concise manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately swept her spiritual sense toward that area, upon which an elated look quickly appeared on her face. "That is indeed Devil Ape Coral. Brother Han, change the direction that the ark is flying in right away. I'll go and tell everyone else." Han Li had no objections to this, and he nodded before making a hand seal, then released an incantation seal toward the sea beasts that were drawing the giant ark. The incantation seals vanished into the bodies of the beasts in a flash, and they immediately began to fly toward the left. At the same time, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns had already notified everyone else using a secret technique. Shortly thereafter, everyone was gathered at the front of the giant ark, and they were all elated by what they saw when they extended their spiritual sense toward the same direction. Even though the giant ark was unable to fly, it was still moving very quickly while being by these sea beasts. 4 hours later, everyone caught sight of a mountain in the distance, the top half of which had plunged into the dark clouds up above. What was quite incredible was that this mountain resembled a giant ape swinging its arms through the heaven, complete with extremely lifelike, albeit crude and rugged facial features. "There's no mistaking it, that is indeed the Devil Ape Coral," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns confirmed as she appraised the mountain. "According to what you said, the island lies around a month's travel away in the direction that the devilish ape is looking toward, so that means we should be traveling in the southwestern direction," the woman from the Yi family said in a calm manner. "According to that senior of our spirit race, the island is indeed roughly located there, but—" A hesitant look appeared on Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns' face. "Are you still keeping secrets from us at a time like this, fellow Taoist?" The Long family patriarch said as his brows furrowed slightly with displeasure. "That's not it, Brother Long, it's just that the senior also told us there's some type of danger lying near the island, so he told us to take extra caution when approaching it. However, he didn't reveal the specific details to us and only mentioned in passing, so I didn't divulge this information," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns explained. "Oh? That senior of your race was Grand Ascension stage being, so if it's something that even he's wary of, then it must be extremely dangerous to us. We'll have to be very careful while approaching the island," Han Li said with a grim expression. "Indeed. If you have any trump cards up your sleeves, then make sure to prepare them in advance. I'll set up a few formations on the ark that'll increase its power by at least more than half," the elderly scholar among the spirit beings said. A grim look had also appeared on the Long family patriarch's face. "I have a pair of stone puppets left behind from ancient times. Their attack patterns are a little one-dimensional, but in terms of defensive prowess, they're comparable with body integration stage beings. However, in order to activate them, a refinement process has to commence around half a month in advance." Han Li was silent for a moment before chiming in, "I possess a set of powerful devilish flags that can be set up on the ark." The devilish flags had been obtained by him after he had slain a certain devilish lord, and they were quite powerful in the eyes of normal body integration stage beings. "I have a few glacial water rhinoceroses that have powerful defensive capabilities and can expel formidable glacial chi. We can use them to replace the current sea beasts," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns proposed. With the example set by Han Li and the others, everyone else also contributed some of their treasures. They were all aware that these things definitely weren't the true life-saving trump cards that everyone had up their sleeves, but these items would definitely bolster the giant ark significantly. After that, the giant ark began to travel toward the southwestern direction, and everyone got to work. Han Li set up the set of devilish flags at several important points on the ark, and the elderly scholar was carving some runes and embedding some formation plates onto the ark's surface. Not long after that, the entire giant ark underwent a complete transformation and was now being drawn by 8 shimmering blue rhinoceros-like sea beasts, each of which was around 50 to 60 feet in length. A month passed by in the blink of an eye, and on this day the placid black seawater around the giant ark suddenly became extremely turbulent. Massive waves came crashing toward the ark from all sides, and the dark clouds in the sky had descended to an altitude of around 500 to 600 feet. Howling winds were blowing through the clouds, and bolts of silver lightning were occasionally crashing down to strike the giant ark. However, the ark was enshrouded under a green light barrier, which managed to keep the bolts of lightning at bay with ease. At the front of the ark stood Han Li and everyone else, and they were discussing something with grim expressions. It's already been a month and we still haven't discovered the island. On top of that, could it be that the perils outlined by that senior of your spirit race are these violent weather conditions? The Long family patriarch asked. Surely you jest, Brother Long. Of course the dangers wouldn't be limited to something like this. The main issue is that our spiritual sense is significantly restricted in this region of the sea, so we can only detect everything in a radius of around 5 kilometers. With this handicap weighing us down, it'll be a lot more difficult to find that island, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with furrowed brows. It's a good thing that Brother Han and Brother Bai both possess spirit eye abilities that allow them to see further into the distance. Otherwise, we'd truly be searching for a needle in a haystack, the Long family patriarch sighed. At this moment, Han Li was peering into the distance on one side of the ark with blue light flashing through his eyes. On the other side of the ark stood Bai Qi, and even though his features were concealed by a layer of white light, one could make out a beam of white light that seemed to be stemming from his forehead, extending into the giant waves in the distance. Don't count on my bright sight spirit eyes too much, Brother Long. In contrast with Brother Bai's innate spirit eye ability, my ability was attained through cultivation, and using it expends a vast amount of magic power, so I can't use it too often, Han Li said with a wry smile. You're far too modest, Brother Han. Even if your spirit eye ability can't be used for an extended period of time, it would still increase our chances of finding our destination significantly if you can assist fellow Taoist Bai, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a faint smile. Han Li didn't offer any response to this and continued to peer into the distance. The Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't possess spirit eye abilities, but instead of returning to their cabins, they stood still on the spot, contemplating some things in silence. Time slowly passed by, and the blue light faded from Han Li's eyes. He then rested on the spot for a long while before activating his spirit eye ability once again. However, on this occasion, the blue light in his eyes only flashed a few times before a bewildered look appeared on his face, and he immediately injected more magic power into his eyes. The blue light in his eyes immediately became extremely bright, to the extent that merely looking into his eyes from afar would strike one with sharp ocular pain. This naturally alerted the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, but neither of them said anything to disrupt him. Instead, they exchanged an elated glance before continuing to scrutinize Han Li. Brother Bai, come over to my side and have a look at the place around 2,500 kilometers away, Han Li said to Bai Qi. 2,500 kilometers? You can see that far into the distance? That'll be quite a stretch for my capabilities, Bai Qi said in a bewildered manner. He then turned toward Han Li's direction, and the beam of white light that was being released from his forehead immediately grew brighter. After a long while, the white light that he was emitting dimmed slightly and he said, There does indeed seem to be something there, but it's too far away for me to make out clearly, so I can't confirm whether it's an island. What exactly did the two of you see, fellow Taoists? The Long family patriarch asked. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was naturally also very interested to hear the response. There's a black shadow in that direction that was enshrouded in lightning, but I'm unable to see the black shadow clearly due to the lightning's interference, Han Li explained. Lightning? Isn't there lightning over here as well? What's the difference? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked as her brows furrowed slightly in a perplexed manner. It'll be easier for you to see for yourselves when we get there rather than for me to explain it, Han Li replied with a peculiar expression. All right, let's head over there right away, the Long family patriarch said as he immediately pointed a finger at the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses up ahead. The giant ark tremored slightly, then sped toward the direction that Han Li was casting his gaze toward. After that, the Long family patriarch informed everyone else of this through voice transmission, and they all emerged from their cabins with excited expressions. Less than half a day later, they finally arrived at the area of the sea that Han Li had been referring to. In the air above the inky black surface of the ocean, a vast expanse of silver lightning was crashing down like a waterfall, forming countless balls of lightning before exploding one by one to form a sea of lightning. The rumbling thunderclaps were deafening, and through the vast expanse of lightning, a huge murky black shadow could just barely be made out. With so much lightning interfering with everyone's vision, no one could see exactly what the black shadow was. However, at such a close range, Han Li and Bai Qi were naturally able to identify it with their spirit eye abilities. Even as far back as 500 kilometers away, both of them were able to confirm that this was indeed a giant island. However, the entire island was surrounded by this sea of lightning, so it would be an unavoidable obstacle that they would have to overcome. So the true danger is this lightning. In that case, it'll be rather troublesome, but we should be able to force our way through it, the Long family patriarch said in a contemplative manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's brows were tightly furrowed, but she didn't say anything. I'm afraid you're wrong there, Brother Long, Han Li suddenly said as he peered carefully into the sea of lightning up ahead. The Long family patriarch's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. Have you discovered something, Brother Han? Han Li merely remained silent and pointed a finger up at the dark clouds above the sea of lightning. Just as everyone else was wondering what he was pointing at, Bai Qi also swept his gaze upward, upon which he immediately exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Everyone else also looked up into the dark clouds, but none of them could see anything. Right at this moment, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and an azure long sword appeared in his grasp before being slashed toward the distant sky. A clear ringing sound erupted, and an azure sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in size appeared before hurtling directly toward the dark clouds up ahead. Han Li had injected an enormous amount of power into the attack, and everyone was stunned by how fearsome it was. The surrounding space in the wake of the azure sword projection warped and twisted, and a massive rift was sliced into the dark clouds up above. Through this rift, everyone else was able to catch a glimpse of a mountainous golden beast hovering high in the air. This was a gargantuan shimmering golden beast with countless dazzling bolts of lightning revolving around its body. The Long family patriarch was only able to make out a hard golden shell and a series of sharp spikes on the shell, but was unable to identify what type of devilish beast this was. A wisp of the giant beast's aura seeped out of the rift, and everyone's expressions changed drastically as they discovered that they were completely unable to ascertain the cultivation base of the golden beast with their spiritual sense. On top of that, there was a hint of pressure imbued within that wisp of aura that was extremely threatening even to late body integration cultivators like the Long family patriarch. The term true spirit instantly sprang into everyone's minds upon sensing this fearsome aura. What was even more peculiar was that despite the massive commotion that Han Li had caused, the giant golden beast remained completely still, as if it were in a deep slumber, and it was a good thing that this was the case. Otherwise, everyone on the giant ark would have fled for their lives already. Even so, everyone's faces had paled significantly, and they were scrutinizing the giant golden beast with intense unblinking eyes, ready to bolt as soon as it made any move. A tense silence settled over the entire giant, and after a long while the silence was finally broken by Bai Qi. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, the beast isn't displaying any signs of life, so it should just be a carcass. Are you sure, Brother Bai? The woman from the Yi family was still quite concerned. I've cultivated an ability that can detect signs of life within all living beings. The fact that this is a beast carcass is the reason why I was unable to sense it earlier, Bai Qi replied. That's good to hear. Having said that, for a carcass to possess such a fearsome residual aura basically confirms that this is indeed a true spirit carcass, the woman from the Yi family said as he looked up at the sea of lightning with glowing eyes. The value of a true spirit carcass was naturally astronomical. Setting aside everything else, if there were any residual true essence in the carcass, then it would be able to benefit body integration stage beings like them immensely. On top of that, true spirit carcasses were the most precious tool refinement materials and pill refinement ingredients, and just a tiny section could easily start a war. Everyone else was also very tempted by the carcass. At this moment, the giant rift created in the clouds by Han Li's sword projection slowly sealed, and the giant golden beast was concealed again. Brother Bai, were you able to identify what type of true spirit carcass that was? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked. Among everyone present, Han Li and Bai Qi were the only ones able to see the complete carcass with their spirit eye abilities. Bai Qi looked up at the dark clouds for a while longer before replying in an unconfident manner. It was a giant golden crab with 4 pincers. A giant golden crab? Does such a true spirit being exist? The woman from the Yi family asked. I've never heard of one. None of the true spirit beings known to our spirit realm match that description. Having said that, this is nothing to be surprised about. True spirit beings exist on many planes, so there are bound to be ones we've never seen before, the Long family patriarch said. That's true. Perhaps this is a true spirit being that we don't know about, but if it's already dead, then isn't this a splendid opportunity for us? Elder Hui said with an excited expression. Indeed, we can't pass up such a splendid opportunity. If we can obtain such a massive true spirit carcass, our journey will be worth it even if we can't find the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. Everyone else nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Just as everyone was growing very excited by this unexpected opportunity, Hanli suddenly asked, "How long do you think this carcass has been here for?" "There's no way to tell, but surely it has to have been here for a very long time already," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied as her brows furrowed slightly. "It was very difficult for us to reach this place, but it's nowhere as difficult for high-grade devilish beings to find this place. If the carcass were that easy to take, do you think the high-grade devilish beings would leave it here for us?" Hanli said in a calm manner. Contemplative looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. "So you're saying that the devilish beings have left this carcass here as they're aware that it's not as easy as it seems to obtain it," the Long family patriarch said. "Hee, that's only one of the reasons," Hanli chuckled in a meaningful manner. "Oh, did you discover something else, Brother Han?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked in a surprised manner. "If I'm not mistaken, this isn't some true spirit carcass, it's a devil crystal puppet instead," Hanli sighed with a wry smile. Everyone was stunned to hear this, and Elder Hui immediately shook his head in disbelief. "That's impossible. How could such a fearsome puppet exist? And what is a devil crystal puppet?" The Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns also exchanged a bewildered glance. In contrast, Bai Qi faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly casting his gaze toward the sea of lightning up above once again. Devil crystal puppets are a type of puppets that is unique to the Elder Devil realm. I obtained the refinement technique for these puppets back in Illusion Night City. I'll show you a devil crystal puppet that I refined to support my claim, Hanli said as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of green light, which was revealed to be a giant green wolf. This was none other than a low-grade devil crystal puppet that Hanli had refined some time ago. Everyone immediately began to carefully inspect the giant wolf puppet, and after a while, a wry smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he said, "I think fellow Taoist Han is right. The patterns on that giant golden crab's body are very similar to the ones on this devil crystal puppet. It seems I was too careless and jumped to a premature conclusion. But if it's a puppet, why was it left here? It's quite clear from its aura alone that it's extremely fearsome. Could it be that this really is a true spirit-level puppet?" Everyone erupted into chatter, but right at this moment, Bai Qi opened his mouth to expel a dark blue copper mirror. The mirror rotated on the spot before hovering around 10 feet in front of him, and a beam of white light shot forth out of his forehead before silently vanishing into the mirror. In the next instant, the surface of the mirror blurred, following which an extremely clear image appeared. The image depicted none other than the giant golden crab that was hidden within the dark clouds. The Long family patriarch's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. "Is this the renowned spirit light reversal technique of your spirit race? I've heard that this technique can depict something that the user has recently seen and heard with perfect accuracy." "Indeed. Take a look for yourselves and see if this giant beast shares any similarities with Brother Han's devil crystal puppet," Bai Qi said as he pointed a finger at the copper mirror. Everyone immediately gathered around to inspect the giant crab in the mirror, and after a while the image in the mirror faded, upon which the Long family patriarch said with a wry smile, "Looks like Brother Han was right, this is indeed just a puppet. In that case there's no need to take a risk to try and obtain it. For such a powerful puppet to have been abandoned here clearly presumably means that it's been damaged beyond repair. Otherwise, the high-grade devilish beings would try to get their hands on it regardless of the risk involved. Looks like we got all excited for nothing. Let's think about how we're going to pass through all this lightning to get onto the island. That's the true objective of our trip," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said. "The violent lightning power here clearly has something to do with that massive devil crystal puppet. I'm concerned that we could trigger some type of restriction in the puppet if we were to try and pass through the sea of lightning. This puppet's aura suggests that it's no less powerful than a true spirit being. If the restrictions set up on it have retained even a small amount of their power, we'd be incurring a lot of risk," Hanli said. "Looks like the perils that the senior of the spirit race was referring to are none other than this sea of lightning and that puppet. If there were a way to bypass all this, then I'm sure the senior would have mentioned it, so it seems we have no choice but to take a risk and force our way through this. With our combined powers, we should be able to force our way through, but we'll most likely have to expend a lot of energy to do so," the Long family patriarch said with a grim expression. "We've already made it all the way here, we can't back down now. Everyone make some preparations, Let's make it through this together, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a determined look in her eyes. Thus, everyone immediately sprang into action on the giant ark, activating formations or releasing treasures. Several layers of light barriers of different colors soon appeared over the giant ark, and around a dozen treasure projections flew out of the light barriers, then swelled drastically in size to envelop the entire ark. Shortly thereafter, a ball of piercing azure light erupted from both the front end and the rear end of the ark, and two azure stone giants appeared. The two puppets were each around 100 feet tall with yellow runes all over their bodies, and they had no facial features aside from a pair of huge deep-set eyes. The two puppets appeared to be slightly damaged, but they were giving off a primordial aura that struck one with a sense of oppression and asphyxiation. These were none other than the Long family patriarch's ancient puppets. These two puppets do indeed appear to be no less powerful than the average body integration stage being. Aren't you concerned that they'll be damaged in the midst of that sea of lightning? The woman from the Yi family asked as she appraised the pair of stone giants. These two puppets are indeed very powerful, but they were damaged even when I first obtained them, so they'll only be able to last one more battle at most before they break. On top of that, it requires close to half a month to refine them before each usage, so they're not as practical and valuable as you imagine, Fairy Yi, the Long family patriarch replied in a slightly forlorn manner. The woman from the Yi family was enlightened upon hearing this. I see, that's quite a pity. Meanwhile, Hanli had activated the devilish flags that he had set up on the ark, and a burst of black chi surged out of the flags in a frenzy, forming a series of thick black chains that intertwined to form a giant net over the entire ark. At the front of the ark, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was raising a silver jade badge high up into the air while chanting something toward the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses. All of a sudden, 8 balls of silver light emerged out of the jade badge before vanishing into the bodies of the devilish beasts in a flash. The seawater ahead of the giant ark churned violently, and suits of shimmering golden armor appeared over the bodies of the 8 rhinoceroses. The suits of armor were a perfect fit, as if they were natural exoskeletons for the rhinoceroses. As soon as the glacial water rhinoceroses donned these suits of armor, they let loose elated roars, and their auras also became significantly more powerful. Beastly armor? Elder Hui exclaimed in amazement upon seeing this. As the name suggested, beastly armor was armor refined for spirit beasts. In contrast with human armor, not only did beastly armor possess powerful defensive properties, they could also significantly enhance a spirit beast's power for a short time. However, this type of beastly armor could only be refined for certain types of special spirit beasts, and only spirit beings were familiar with the refinement techniques, so they were quite a rare sight. This was the first time that Elder Hui had seen this type of armor, and he was naturally very intrigued by it upon seeing just how much it was enhancing the auras of these glacial water rhinoceroses. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch summoned a small red umbrella and tossed it forward, then cast a string of incantation seals toward it. The umbrella then transformed into a ball of red light that was giving off a nauseating odor before rising up into the air. Shortly thereafter, all of the preparations were complete, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns spurred on the glacial water rhinoceroses to tow the giant ark toward the sea of lightning like a speeding arrow. Hanli was standing on one side of the ark, peering into the sea of lightning with a calm expression. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was standing at the front of the ark with Ji Shui situated right beside her, and in the instant before the giant beast entered the sea of lightning, an unknown golden rune suddenly surfaced on one of his palms, which was concealed up his sleeve. At the same time, one of the massive lower limbs of the golden crab within the dark clouds tremored slightly, and an identical golden rune appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. Of course, everyone else was completely oblivious to this. On the island within the sea of lightning, there was a woman in a white dress seated beside a green pond. A pink floral symbol appeared on her glabella, and she opened her eyes as a faint smile appeared on her face. There was a burly black-armored man standing behind her, and he couldn't help but be momentarily entranced by her gorgeous smile. By the time he returned to his senses, the woman had already disappeared. He looks like that guy's finally here, the black-armored man murmured to himself as he quickly strode toward a certain direction with a ferocious look in his eyes. On a giant island that was constantly enshrouded under black chi countless kilometers away from the devilish origin sea, there was a black-robed young man standing in front of a small field at the pinnacle of a massive mountain. He was currently appraising a translucent reddish-purple spirit medicine with an extremely focused look in his eyes. The field was only several tens of feet in size with a short wall constructed from purplish golden crystals around it. The soil within the field consisted of fine translucent grains, which were exuding a strong fragrance. There were some unknown spirit medicines planted in the neighboring few fields as well, and a series of strange plants that were each around 10 feet tall were planted near these fields. Each of these strange plants was as straight as a sword, and there were thin and long sharp crimson fruits growing on the tops of these plants. These were none other than bloodtooth rice, which Hanli had once seen before. However, the one that he had seen was only around half a foot in length and was far inferior in size, fragrance, and suppleness compared to these ones. Bloodtooth rice was extremely precious in the eyes of normal devilish beings, yet they had been planted haphazardly around this place like ordinary spirit medicines. All of the other segmented fields had over 10 types of spirit medicines planted together, but in this small field that the black-robed young man was situated in, there was only a single reddish-purple spirit medicine. This spirit medicine was only around 5 to 6 feet tall, and it didn't bear any flowers or fruits. There were only several thin leaves growing on the plant, and it didn't appear to be remarkable in any way. However, the black-robed young man was appraising this spirit medicine with an unblinking gaze, as if he had been completely enraptured by it. All of a sudden, a ball of black light emerged from his wrist, following which a black rune surfaced on his skin. However, the young man completely ignored this and continued to scrutinize the spirit medicine before him. After a long while, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared over the surface of the spirit medicine, and its leaves turned a silver color at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye. A hint of elation flashed through the young man's eyes upon seeing this, but in the next instant, the spirit medicine abruptly shuddered, then instantly wilted before disintegrating into a burst of gray chi. How did it fail again? Where am I going wrong? Am I not nurturing it for a long enough time? The black-robed young man's face became twisted with fury as he abruptly rose to his feet, then swung an arm through the air, sending a ball of inky black light hurtling toward the field before him. A resounding boom rang out, and the entire mountain tremored violently as the field was completely destroyed by the ball of light, creating a massive black hole in the ground. The edge of the hole was extremely smooth and its bottom was nowhere in sight. After a long while, he finally composed himself, and only then did he glance down at the black rune that had appeared on his wrist. Humph, someone's infiltrating the Bitter Spirit Island again. It's most likely more of those foolish beings from the spirit realm. They'll act as a good punching bag for me, the young man chuckled coldly before sweeping a sleeve through the air, summoning a burst of black light that transformed into a three-headed black WRM that was over 1,000 feet tall. The young man flew onto the three-headed WRM before instructing in a cold voice, "Go to the Bitter Spirit Island." The three-headed WRM let loose a low roar, and black clouds suddenly emerged beneath its 4 feet as it rose up into the air before carrying the young man toward the Sea of Lightning. In an underground palace beneath a boundless mountain range in the Elder Devil realm, there was a transparent crystal coffin, within which lay a golden-robed middle-aged man. A golden rune was shimmering on the side of the middle-aged man's neck, but he was completely still with his eyes shut, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Within the Sea of Lightning, the giant black ark was swaying unsteadily like a small raft, but still progressing onward with the treasures and light barriers that had been set up earlier protecting it from the falling lightning. However, once the ark entered the Sea of Lightning, the lightning that was crashing down from above suddenly became 2 to 3 times as concentrated as before, and each bolt of lightning was imbued with a type of unknown power, causing the giant ark to sink slightly with each strike. Even though the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses were towing the giant ark with all their might, the ark was still significantly slowed down by the interference from the lightning, and it took a long while for the ark to travel just a few kilometers. If it weren't for the pair of azure stone puppets releasing wagon-wheeled-sized balls of azure light upward to dispel some of the lightning, the giant ark would be moving even more slowly. We can't keep going like this. At this rate, when are we ever going to get to the island? Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, this ark belongs to you. Do you have any way to make it faster? The Long family patriarch asked with furrowed brows. I can use a secret technique to ignite the blood essence of these glacial water rhinoceroses and significantly enhance their bodies for a short time, but they'll be ruined as a result, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied in a hesitant manner. All of these glacial water rhinoceroses were at the mid-spatial tempering stage, and she expended a lot of effort to nurture them for an alternative purpose. As such, she was naturally very much unwilling to sacrifice them here. Now's not the time to be worrying about that. Your losses will be easily covered if we can get out of this area quickly and track down the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. The Long family patriarch urged. The woman gritted her teeth and weighed up the situation for a moment before making a decision. "Alright, I'll unleash the secret technique right away. Please protect me in the meantime so I don't get disrupted." The Long family patriarch was ecstatic to hear this. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, we'll make sure that nothing interferes with you." As soon as his voice trailed off, he pointed a finger toward each of the azure stone puppets, and a layer of golden chi appeared over his face. The two stone puppets were originally swinging their fists up toward the air in a frenzy, but they suddenly ceased what they were doing at the Long family patriarch's behest. They then raised their massive heads and dazzling white light appeared in their eyes. In the next instant, two pillars of translucent light erupted out of their eyes, converging above the giant arc to form a gargantuan mercury-like crystalline structure. The crystalline structure revolved on the spot, and countless silver runes surged forth from its surface, transforming into a shimmering silver giant shield. The shield was as thin as paper and as smooth as a mirror, and the sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from it. Countless bolts of silver lightning struck its surface, threatening to tear it apart, but the shield was able to keep all of the lightning at bay, suddenly making the entire arc extremely stable. However, the Long family patriarch's face had noticeably paled and he urged, "Please make haste, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. This is the strongest ability of the two puppets, and they won't be able to keep this up for too long." It was clear that unleashing this ability was very taxing on one's magic power, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns naturally wasn't going to squander such a brilliant opportunity. She immediately gave an affirmative response before raising an arm and rapidly slicing a sharp fingernail over her own skin several times. A few gashes quickly appeared on her fair and delicate skin, forming a miniature blood formation that was only several inches in size. She then began to chant something, and five-colored light immediately began to surge over the formation alongside a peculiar fragrance. Moments later, she let loose a delicate cry, and the blood formation shuddered before a series of crimson-possessed pills emerged from it. "Go!" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns yelled, and 8 beads shot forth toward the glacial water rhinoceroses as balls of crimson light. The rhinoceroses immediately let loose thunderous roars and each opened their large mouths to devour the apil. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns withdrew her arm upon seeing this, and the blood formation instantly disappeared, leaving no trace on her skin whatsoever. She then made a hand seal to summon a golden badge-like treasure before waving it toward the 8 spirit beasts. Dazzling light erupted from the surface of the badge, manifesting into a series of crimson runes, which then transformed into crimson projections identical to the formation that had been on her arm earlier. The crimson projections swelled drastically in size, then transformed into 8 blurry projections that enshrouded the bodies of the glacial water rhinoceroses at her behest. In the next instant, the 8 spirit beasts let loose roars of agony, and their horns suddenly became as red as blood. Thick veins bulged beneath the surface of their skin, and their auras suddenly became extremely violent. Immediately thereafter, 2 thin gashes appeared on the backs of each of the glacial water rhinoceroses, following which pairs of crimson bat wings sprang forth. When fully spread, the wingspans reached in excess of 100 feet. The glacial water rhinoceroses flapped the wings violently, and gusts of crimson wind surged forth beneath them in a frenzy. As a result, their bodies became as sprightly as agile fish, and they shot forth like a series of crimson arrows. With their collective frenzied efforts, the giant arc began to tear through the waves of lightning as if it were flying, and everyone was naturally ecstatic to see this. However, right at this moment, the pillars of light being released by the 2 azure stone puppets faded, and at the same time, the giant translucent shield up above also disappeared. The lightning came crashing down in full force again, and the outermost white light barrier around the giant arc was completely shattered amid a crisp crack. The lightning had become even more ferocious than before, and one of the formations set up on the arc hadn't even been able to last a single wave of lightning strikes. On top of that, the remaining few light barriers were also on the verge of collapse, and everyone's elated expressions were immediately wiped away upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Han Li let loose a long cry, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. A thick burst of black chi then erupted into the air from the projection's body. This was none other than the pure devilish chi stemming from Han Li's provenance true devil arts. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the black chi transformed into around a dozen black W-arms that rose up into the air before fusing as one with the giant black net up above. The slightly tattered black net flashed with black light, and not only was it fully repaired, it had become over twice as thick as before, allowing it to handle far more lightning strikes. The amount of lightning that the other restrictions on the ark had to bear was significantly decreased, and the Long family patriarch was elated as he also immediately made a hand seal. Silver light flashed from the bodies of the two stone puppets at his behest, and they began to swing their fists up toward the sky again. Balls of azure light were unleashed up into the air in a relentless wave to nullify some of the falling lightning. Everyone else also sprang into action, activating the full power of the treasures that they had summoned, and within mere moments the light barriers around the ark had become very stable. However, everyone had failed to notice that even though Ji Shui seemed to be controlling a pair of silver flying daggers to resist the falling lightning, a series of mysterious golden runes had appeared over the entirety of his arms, which were concealed within the sleeves of his robes. The same golden runes also appeared on the back of the mountainous giant golden crab within the dark clouds up above, but in contrast, those runes were a lot more indistinct. Despite this, the golden crab still remained completely stationary, and the aura that it was releasing hadn't changed in the slightest either. Less than half a day later, the giant ark finally emerged from the sea of lightning. At this point, the ark was barely holding itself together, and the 8 glacial water rhinoceroses had returned to their original form, but their bodies had been completely charred black, and their auras were extremely feeble, seemingly on the brink of death. However, no one paid them any heed. Instead, everyone was appraising the sea around the ark with excitement in their eyes. This area of the sea was extremely placid, and the seawater was of a dark blue color. There was not a single cloud to be seen, and the sea breeze was carrying wisps of incredibly pure spiritual chi. Everyone was suddenly struck by the sensation that they had returned to the spirit realm. However, what attracted everyone's attention the most was that there was a giant green island close to 10 kilometers away from the giant ark. Judging from the direction that the sea breeze was coming from, the pure spiritual chi was stemming directly from the island. This is it, this is the island we're searching for. This is the only place in the Elder Devil realm with such pure spiritual chi, and the only place where the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus could exist. The Long family patriarch murmured with barely contained excitement. The spirit beings were also very excited to see the island, but their expressions quickly returned to normal after they exchanged a few peculiar glances. Let's go. Hopefully, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus really are as extraordinary as the legends proclaim, Hanli said. Indeed, our destination is right in front of our eyes. What are we waiting for? The Long family patriarch chortled as he shot forth toward the giant island as a streak of golden light, followed closely by Elder Hui. Let's go as well, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said before stowing away the giant ark, then flipped a hand over to summon a purple flag. She gently waved the flag through the air, and it released a burst of light that swept up all of the spirit beings before carrying them away within a ball of purple light. In this area of the sea where spiritual chi was so abundant, they were naturally able to use whatever movement techniques they pleased. Thus, Han Li and the woman from the Yi family were the only ones left. The woman turned to Han Li with a smile and asked, "We've reached our destination, Brother Han. Do you have any plans?" "What plans could I possibly have? Didn't we agree that we would all use the spirit cleansing pond together and split the clean spirit lotuses evenly among everyone?" Han Li replied in a calm manner. "I'd naturally be willing to follow this arrangement if everyone else abided by it as well, but if some type of mishap were to occur?" The woman asked. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, just as we agreed, we'll stick together as allies if something goes wrong," Han Li replied after a brief pause. The woman from the Yi family was very relieved to hear this, and her smile widened even further as she said, "I knew you were a man of your word, Brother Han. Let's set off as well. This island is quite large, but with their powers, I'm sure it wouldn't take them too long to find the spirit cleansing pond." Han Li nodded in response before rising up into the air and flying toward the giant island as a streak of azure light. The woman from the Yi family made a hand seal, and 5-colored mist was released by her 5-colored feather dress, carrying her up into the air as well. Han Li wasn't flying at full speed. He merely followed along behind everyone else from a distance. He didn't know exactly where the spirit cleansing pond was, but judging from how eager the spirit beings and the Long family patriarch were to fly onto the island, they clearly had some inkling of its location. A short while later, they flew over a plain and several forests before arriving at a lush and scenic mountain range that was giving off a refreshing plant aroma. The Long family patriarch and the spirit beings suddenly stopped, and Han Li immediately accelerated over to them upon seeing this. 5-colored light flashed, and the woman from the Yi family also appeared beside Han Li. At this moment, A clear divide had appeared between the spirit beings and the human cultivators. It was clear that even though they hadn't turned on one another, they had all become quite wary of each other. After all, with such incredible treasures at stake, everyone was afraid that someone else would try to plot against them, especially considering they weren't even from the same race. However, both the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns remained quite calm on the surface, and after a brief discussion they sprang into action. The Long family patriarch swept a sleeve through the air, and a shimmering golden axe suddenly appeared in his grasp amid a flash of golden light. The axe had silver runes all over its surface, and was giving off bursts of astonishing baleful chi. Meanwhile, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns chanted something before opening her mouth to expel a white egg-sized bead that was covered in crimson devilish patterns. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately focused an unblinking gaze on those two. As expected, they had both been hiding something up their sleeves this entire time. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns pointed a finger at the bead, and it immediately shot forth toward the mountain range, then stopped above a certain mountain after just a few flashes while fluctuating incessantly in brightness. "Over there, fellow Taoist Long." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns immediately yelled upon seeing this. The Long family patriarch let loose a loud cry without any hesitation upon hearing this, and a series of golden scales appeared over his body while a pair of golden dragon horns surfaced on his head. He had unleashed his half-dragon form, and his aura had swelled drastically as a result. At the same time, his body had expanded to around 50 to 60 feet tall, and the golden axe in his hand was also enlarging at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, quickly swelling to around 100 feet in length. The Long family patriarch gripped the handle of the giant axe with both hands before bringing it violently down upon the mountain that the bead was hovering over. A burst of golden light erupted from the giant axe, transforming into a massive axe projection that was close to 10,000 feet in size before crashing down onto the mountain in the distance. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a golden sun with a diameter of over 1,000 feet erupted, instantly devouring the entire mountain. Bursts of golden shock waves erupted from the golden sun, reducing the nearby mountains to dust in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a burst of powerful energy fluctuations erupted out of the golden light, then spread to encompass an area with a radius of close to 100 kilometers. The space in the wake of these energy fluctuations rippled like water, and two more even taller lush mountains appeared in the place of the mountains that had just been destroyed. Between these two mountains was a valley that was enshrouded within green spiritual light, and an incredibly thick pillar of white light that was piercing into the heavens was stemming directly from the valley. That's where the spirit cleansing pond is. The Long family patriarch's eyes lit up with fervent ecstasy as he immediately shot forth as a streak of golden light. Elder Hui also followed along with an ecstatic expression. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was extremely excited as well, but her expression darkened slightly at the sight of the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui, and she suddenly made a strange hand seal, which was concealed within her sleeve. All of a sudden Ji Shui's emotionless eyes lit up, and his hands began to tremor slightly. However, in the next instant, Bai Chi's cold voice rang out within Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's ears, and her heart jolted as she immediately withdrew her hand seal. The light in Ji Shui's eyes faded, and he reverted back to his original wooden state. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns then turned toward the side to find that Han Li was currently appraising her with a hint of a smile on his face. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was just about to say something when Bai Chi suddenly asked, "Brother Han, fellow Taoist Long has already set off. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the treasures first if you don't go after him?" Han Li replied with a faint smile, "I'm sure fellow Taoist Long wouldn't do something like that." "Hee, you sure have a lot of trust in Brother Long. Rest assured, even though we've tracked down the spirit cleansing pond, it won't be that easy to access it," Bai Chi chuckled coldly. "I see, then let's go and lend Brother Long our assistance. We're still in the Elder Devil realm after all, so it would be best for all of us to obtain the treasures and leave this place as soon as possible," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. "Of course. If we want to access the spirit cleansing pond, then we'll have to work together," Bai Chi replied without any hesitation. It seemed that he had suddenly taken over from Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns as the leader of the spirit beings. Thus, everyone rose up into the air and flew toward the valley in the distance. After just a few flashes, everyone had flown into the layer of green light that the valley was enshrouded under. To Han Li's surprise, the layer of green light didn't impede them in the slightest, and they were able to easily pass through it. In the next instant, Han Li suddenly found himself in a world full of vibrant colors, and there were countless specks of five-colored light all around him. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion, and several precise specks of light were instantly drawn into his grasp, revealing them to be 5-colored crystalline beads. Bursts of pure spiritual qi began to surge out of the crystalline beads, striking him with an extremely comfortable sensation. This is crystallized spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here is over 10 times as concentrated as it is outside. Han Li murmured to himself in a stunned manner. After that, the entire group descended toward a green pond situated at the center of the valley. There was clearly a greater concentration of specks of 5-colored light hovering above the pond than anywhere else, and the Long family patriarch and elder Hui were currently standing in front of the pond, discussing something with furrowed brows. So this is the spirit cleansing pond? Han Li's heart jolted as he also descended beside the pond. Meanwhile, on a small mountain hundreds of kilometers away from the valley, there was a beauty in a white dress standing atop a huge rock, casting her gaze toward the valley with mysterious silver light flashing within her eyes. Standing behind her was a burly black-armored man. Mistress Bao Hua, those people have already reached the spirit cleansing pond. Are we still not going to strike? The black-armored man asked in a hesitant manner. There's no rush, someone else will stop them soon, the woman replied in a calm voice. Someone else. I ventured into the holy realm on this occasion with the primary goal of recovering my former magic power, but also with a secondary objective to meet that person, the woman said with a smile. The black-armored man was rather perplexed by this, but he didn't dare to ask any further questions. A short while later, the woman suddenly raised an eyebrow before sweeping a hand through the air. A ball of mercury-like substance suddenly appeared in front of her, then transformed into a light barrier with a mirror surface, within which a clear image was being depicted. The image being displayed was of the edge of the Sea of Lightning. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a massive ball of black light that had a diameter of around 1,000 feet appeared. The light then faded to reveal a 3-headed black WRM that was around 700 to 800 feet in length. The devilish WRM's entire body was covered in glossy black scales, and bursts of black flame were surging all over its body, presenting a very fearsome sight to behold. There was a black-robed young man standing atop the giant WRM's middle head. The man had a pair of purple eyes and very pale skin. His brows were as straight and sharp as swords, and even though he was completely expressionless, there seemed to be a hint of killing intent emanating from his body. The young man cast his gaze toward the Sea of Lightning, then harumphed coldly as he made a grabbing motion. Countless black runes surged out of the palm of his hand before forming a black spear that was around 10 feet in length. The entire spear had layer upon layer of devilish patterns engraved upon it, striking the beholder with a sense of disorientation and sensory overload. The young man flicked his wrist in a casual manner, and a vast expanse of black light was released by the tip of the spear before plunging into the Sea of Lightning. An astonishing scene then ensued. All of the lightning in the face of the black light immediately parted, opening up a path that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Not even a single bolt of lightning was able to force its way into the path, as if they had all kept out by some type of almighty power. The black spear then exploded and disintegrated into black runes again at the young man's behest. However, just as he was about to enter the Sea of Lightning atop his black WRM steed, he suddenly detected something and turned to face Bao Hua directly from within the mirror she had summoned. Purple light flashed through his eyes as he roared, "Who dares to spy on me?" At the same time, a burst of invisible energy fluctuations pierced through space before manifesting itself on the mirror, and the mirror immediately exploded into countless specks of silver light amid a dull thump. The black-armored man immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this. That's Patriarch Yuan Yan. Is this the person that you're waiting for, Mistress Bao Hua? That's right. Are you scared? The woman in white asked as a cold smile appeared on her face. The black-armored man immediately began to sweat profusely. Of course not, but you still haven't recovered to your full power yet. Isn't it a bit premature to be meeting Master Yuan Yan at a time like this? With me here you have nothing to fear. Besides, I'm not here to pick a fight with Yuan Yan. However, there's something that I need you to do for me, the woman in white said in a cold voice. The black-armored man's heart eased slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately extended a respectful bow. I'll do anything you ask of me, Mistress Bao Hua. If you can take care of this matter to a satisfactory degree, I'll ensure your safety no matter what happens. Listen up. The woman's lips tremored as she began to transmit her voice toward the black-armored man. The black-armored man listened with rapt focus, and a hint of enlightenment quickly appeared on his face. He finally understood why sacred ancestor Bao Hua had taken him along with her instead of anyone else. If you can do this for me, I'll be sure to reward you handsomely, but for now, I have to ascertain exactly which one of these intruders the result of my divination was pointing toward. The woman swept a hand through the air again as she spoke, and that mirror-like light barrier re-emerged amid a flash of silver light. However, on this occasion the image being depicted in the mirror was the scene within the valley that was enshrouded under green spiritual light. Within the image, Han Li and the others had summoned a series of treasures and were attacking an invisible restriction with all their might. Treasures of different colors flew through the air, and all types of abilities were also being unleashed, but the invisible restriction remained as resolute as a mountain, displaying no signs of wavering at all. This is not going to work. This restriction was clearly set up by a devilish patriarch, so there's no way we'll be able to break it unless we use our trump cards, the Long family patriarch suddenly yelled as he ceased his attacks. Indeed. I have a myriad-year erosion bead that should be somewhat effective against this restriction, but I'll need someone else to simultaneously attack the restriction while I use this bead. Brother Long, that golden axe of yours will be perfect for this, Bai Qi said to the Long family patriarch. That golden sand axe of mine is indeed extremely powerful, but each usage expends a significant amount of my true essence. If I were to use it twice in a short span of time, it could have a lasting negative effect on me. How about this? I have another ability that specifically targets restrictions, so I can use that ability to assist you, the Long family patriarch said as his brows furrowed slightly. That should be fine. Fellow Taoist Han, I'm sure you have some trump cards up your sleeve as well, right? Bai Qi nodded in response before suddenly turning to Han Li. I possess a pair of treasures that are far more powerful than even the average top-grade treasure. I'm sure those can be of assistance, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. That's great. This is an extremely profound restriction, but I'm sure we'll be able to destroy it if we combine all of our powers, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with an elated expression. At this moment, Bai Qi patted a leather pouch that was hanging from his waist, and a gray bead flew out before releasing wisps of gray water vapor. The water vapor was giving off an indescribable rotten odor that was somehow fragrant rather than repulsive. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and Han Li had also sprung into action. The former rubbed his hands together, and a wisp of golden light appeared between his palms before quickly becoming longer and thicker, transforming into a sharp spike in the blink of an eye. As for Han Li, he merely flipped his hands over to summon a pair of miniature mountains, one of which was black while the other was azure. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and the others also began to inject their magic power into their own treasures and abilities with all their might, preparing to unleash a devastating collective attack. Go! Bai Qi yelled as he pointed a finger at the bead he had summoned, upon which the gray water vapor it had released immediately condensed into around a dozen gray threads that shot forth toward the invisible restriction. The Long family patriarch also hurled the golden spike he was holding through the air, and it shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning. As for Han Li, he merely hurled the pair of miniature mountains forward, and they instantly expanded to over 1,000 feet in size each in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, a black light flashed above the pond, and a massive three-headed black WRM appeared. Humph, I knew it would be you pesky spirit realm beings here. The black-robed young man was standing in the air above the black WRM in an expressionless manner, and he raised a hand before thrusting it nonchalantly toward the attacks that everyone had unleashed. A giant black hand that was over 10,000 feet in size appeared in the air above the pond, then descended with unstoppable force to instantly nullify all of the oncoming attacks. At the same time, a burst of enormous power came crashing down upon Han Li and the others. Everyone's bodies instantly went numb, and they were crushed down into the soil beside the pond all the way up to their thighs. Han Li reflexively resisted as his skin instantly took on a crimson-golden hue, and he was able to only sink into the soil up to his ankles. Aside from Han Li, the spirit being by the name of Ji Shui only swayed slightly before steadying himself as if nothing had happened. He then looked up at the black-robed young man, and piercing silver light erupted from his eyes as layers of silver spirit patterns appeared all over his skin, creating an extremely strange sight to behold. As for the Long family patriarch and the others, their bodies had completely stiffened, and they felt as if their legs had been detached from their bodies, which naturally made them very alarmed. The black-robed young man faltered slightly at the sight of Han Li and Ji Shui's resistance, but a cold smile then appeared on his face. Interesting. I didn't think that you'd be able to withstand one of my attacks, but your resistance is futile. He then pointed a finger at the two of them, and two balls of black light shot forth from his fingertips, reaching Han Li and Ji Shui in the blink of an eye. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was able to determine that the black speck of light was a black possessed pill-like object. Even though it appeared to be completely mundane, Han Li naturally didn't dare to allow it to approach him. He immediately took a deep breath before opening his mouth to expel a streak of azure sword chi, which sliced through the black pill in a flash. In the next instant, the two halves of the pill exploded into two bursts of inky black flames that immediately inundated Han Li's entire body. The devilish flames erupted into the sky as a scorching black pillar, and the black-robed young man was clearly very confident in his devilish flames, as evidenced by the fact that he completely lost interest in Han Li after he was swept up by the flames. Compared to Han Li, he was much more interested in Ji Shui, who had been able to remain virtually completely unaffected by his initial attack. Ji Shui was still expressionless as ever as he raised before grabbing toward the oncoming burst of black flames. A dull thump rang out, and the black pill exploded into devilish flames that devoured Ji Shui's body in the instant that it came into contact with his hand. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was very alarmed to see this, and she immediately activated a mysterious treasure within her own body. A burst of astonishing energy fluctuations erupted from the treasure, and her body shuddered as he flew up out of the ground. A series of shimmering golden spiritual patterns then emerged over her skin, instantly spreading over her entire body. These patterns were completely identical to those on Ji Shui's body, except they were golden rather than silver. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and the others were still firmly entrenched in the ground. Whenever they tried to muster up some magic power or unleash a secret technique to escape from this predicament, their bodies would immediately go numb, and they wouldn't even be able to lift a single finger, as if there were gargantuan mountains weighing down upon them. In the instant that the golden patterns appeared over Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's body, Ji Shui seemed to have sensed something, and the silver patterns on his own body flashed violently as he opened his mouth before expelling a burst of silver sound waves toward the oncoming flames. An ear-splitting shriek tore through the entire heavens, and the devilish flames shuddered slightly upon coming into contact with the silver sound waves before disintegrating into specks of black light. Following that sound wave attack, the silver patterns on Ji Shui's body instantly dimmed significantly, and he continued to stand on the spot in a wooden manner. Oh, so this is a faux immortal puppet. Hold on, that's not right, its aura is far inferior to that of a true faux immortal puppet. A hint of surprise appeared on the black-robed young man's face, but that was soon replaced by a cold smile as he extended a finger toward Ji Shui again. Judging from what he had just said, this Ji Shui was nothing more than a mere puppet. A ball of black light shot forth out of his fingertip amid a sharp screech, then transformed into a thin black needle that reached Ji Shui in a flash. In response, the silver patterns on Ji Shui's body suddenly detached themselves from his skin, then transformed into an antiquated silver shield that positioned itself in front of him. In the next instant, a resounding boom rang out, and the shield shuddered violently. A ball of black light erupted before vanishing in a flash, and a small hole that was as thick as a human thumb was left on the shield's surface. Ji Shui remained completely still on the spot, but a burst of gray glacial chi suddenly erupted from his body before transforming into a dozen or so thick gray tentacles. The tentacles swept violently through the surrounding air, and a bone-chilling howl of fury could be heard coming from the tentacles. The black-robed young man's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he merely continued to look on with a cold smile. After the span of a few breaths, the dozen or so tentacles were suddenly vanquished, and the silver shield also vanished in a flash. Ji Shui collapsed to the ground without any warning, and a small hole that was identical to the one on the silver shield had appeared on his glabella. Not only had the devilish needle released by the black-robed young man pierced through the silver shield, it had also run through Ji Shui's head with ease. Strangely enough, there was no blood flowing out of the wound. Instead, it was a type of extremely viscous yin chi that was almost in a liquid form. I see, so this puppet is being fueled by the devilish soul power of heavenly devilish monarchs instead of immortal origin crystals. With such a farcical combination, it's no wonder that this faux immortal puppet is so weak. Were you the one who placed the devilish soul into this puppet? The black-robed young man asked as he turned to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns with a cold expression. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's eyes were filled with incredulity and horror as she witnessed Ji Shui collapsing to the ground, and before she could say anything, she also slumped onto the ground as the golden patterns on her body began to blur. At the same time, her aura began to fluctuate dramatically, and the golden spiritual patterns on her skin began to fade in and out of existence. The black-robed young man faltered slightly, but then immediately burst into laughter as if he had just figured out something. You possess a half-puppet physique. Haha, of course it's impossible for a mere body integration stage being to control a faux immortal puppet. Even though you've refined your own body into a half-puppet body to better control the puppet, the backlash from the immortal patterns will be enough to kill you. Having said that, seeing as you delivered this faux immortal puppet right to my doorstep, I'll put you out of your misery. The black-robed young man swept a hand toward Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns as he spoke, and spatial fluctuation erupted before him as a black dagger that was around half a foot in length emerged. The dagger was giving off extremely fearsome spiritual pressure, and it disappeared as soon as it emerged. In the next instant, black light flashed, and the dagger suddenly reappeared at its original spot. All of a sudden, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns let loose a blood-curdling cry, and her body and soul were sliced into two without any warning, while her protective spiritual light and her defensive treasures were left completely unscathed. The two halves of her body thumped down onto the ground and burst into devilish flames before being incinerated into ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving only a small translucent coral-like tree with red leaves lying on the ground. So your true form is a Thousand Autumn spirit tree. No wonder you were able to refine yourself into a half-puppet body. This spirit tree just so happens to be something that I'm looking for. A hint of surprise appeared on the black-robed young man's face at the sight of Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's true body, but he then immediately chuckled as he made a grabbing motion, drawing the Thousand Autumn spirit tree into his grasp. A pleased look appeared in the black-robed young man's eyes, following which he turned toward the Long family patriarch and the others, who were still immobilized by the giant devilish hand. A cold smile appeared on his face as he pointed a finger at the black dagger, which repeated the process of vanishing before reappearing twice in succession. Two more blood-curdling cries rang out from beside the pond, and Elder Hui and the elderly scholar's bodies were also sliced in half before being incinerated into nothingness. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this. That's a profound heavenly treasure, the Long family patriarch exclaimed in horror. Aside from a legendary treasure of that caliber, there was nothing else that could kill body integration stage beings like them so easily. They had already realized that this black-robed young man was definitely a sacred ancestor, but they didn't think that he would release a profound heavenly treasure from the get-go. The two of them had originally planned to try and negotiate with the black-robed young man, but those intentions had completely evaporated, and they both began to unleash their life-saving trump cards. The Long family patriarch let loose a loud roar as he suddenly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a five-clawed true dragon emerged amid a flash of golden light. Initially, the golden dragon was only around an inch in size, but immediately swelled to over 100 feet, before letting loose a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the woman from the Yi family gritted her teeth before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, which formed a cloud of blood mist that instantly disappeared into her five-colored feather dress. The delightful cry of a phoenix immediately rang out, and countless bursts of five-colored light erupted forth before transforming into an extremely intricate suit of armor that encapsulated her entire body. Even her face was now concealed by a five-colored visor, through which only her eyes were visible. Both the Long family patriarch's golden dragon and the suit of armor being worn by the woman from the Yi family were able to completely disregard the pressure exerted upon them by the giant devilish hand, clearly indicating that they were far more powerful than ordinary treasures and abilities. The golden dragon raised its massive head, and a thick pillar of golden light erupted out of its mouth before striking the giant devilish hand in a flash. After unleashing that attack, the golden dragon dissipated as if it had exhausted all of its power. Meanwhile, five-colored light surged over the suit of armor being worn by the woman from the Yi family, and a giant sword projection that was over 100 feet in length appeared above her head, which also shot forth to strike the giant devilish hand. The massive devilish hand tremored violently in the face of these attacks, and the enormous pressure being released by it abated significantly. Even though its power was only nullified for a split second, the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family were both seasoned body integration stage beings, so they naturally weren't going to miss this opportunity. Bright golden light erupted from the former's body, and he expanded drastically in size, transforming into his half-dragon form again before slamming his golden-scaled arms viciously onto the ground. The earth tremored violently amid a resounding boom, and a burst of shockwaves erupted outward with the Long family patriarch at the epicenter. Using the force of these shockwaves to his advantage, the Long family patriarch was finally able to break out of the giant devilish hand's restriction. He immediately shot up from the ground like a speeding arrow, then appeared several hundred feet away. He didn't immediately try to escape as he knew that would only lead to a faster demise in the face of this sacred ancestor. As such, he took a deep breath before sweeping his sleeves through the air, releasing 7 or 8 treasures of different descriptions that began to revolve around his body. Among them were a small jade seal that was several inches in size and a fist-sized golden bracelet. As soon as these 2 treasures appeared, the nearby world's origin chi instantly became extremely active. This was a pair of profound heavenly treasure replicas. It seemed that the Long family patriarch was bringing out his true trump cards in a bid to save his own life. At the same time, dazzling light swirled over the armor being worn by the woman from the Yi family, and the light surged toward her back in a frenzy before manifesting into a pair of giant wings that were several tens of feet in length. Not only were these wings covered in countless 5-colored feathers, there was a ball of flames at the tip of each of the wings that were constantly changing color. She flapped her wings gently, and the 2 balls of flames exploded to set the entire space around her alight. Dazzling light immediately erupted from her giant wings, and they instantly transformed into a pair of spectacular wings of fire. The woman from the Yi family then let loose a delicate cry as she flapped her fiery wings vigorously, upon which violent spatial fluctuations erupted around her. The nearby space began to warp and collapse, and a white hole with a diameter of around 100 feet appeared around her. In the next instant, her body blurred, and she vanished into the hole in a flash. As opposed to being enraged upon seeing this, the black-robed young man's eye lit up with intrigue instead. Impressive. I was wondering what gave you the courage to venture so deep into our holy realm. I see now that you've inherited some true spirit bloodlines. True dragon and heavenly phoenix, eh? TSK, those 2 are the most renowned ones among all true spirit beings. Looks like I'll be adding your true spirit blood to my collection. As soon as his voice trailed off, the black dagger hovering near him suddenly flashed twice in succession again. The Long family patriarch's expression changed drastically as he frantically shot back in retreat. At the same time, the treasures he had summoned released bursts of dazzling light that enveloped his entire body. A tearing sound suddenly rang out, and the light around him caved in significantly, then tremored violently amid a string of resounding booms as if it had been struck by a burst of invisible power. The treasures within the light flashed erratically a few times before exploding into balls of spiritual light, and only the jade seal and golden bracelet were still just barely holding on. The Long family patriarch's expression changed drastically as he quickly made a hand seal, then opened his mouth to expel 2 bursts of white chi, which vanished into the remaining 2 treasures in a flash. The light emanating from the treasures abruptly swelled, and they were fortified by this injection of power. Meanwhile, a black thread disappeared into the white hole in a flash, following which the hole was sliced apart down the center. Almost at the exact same moment, a delicate cry of alarm rang out over 100 feet away, following which a burst of fearsome energy fluctuations erupted forth. The black thread that had just vanished suddenly flew out of thin air, immediately following which a huge ball of 5-colored flames also emerged. Within the ball of flames was a petite figure with a pair of huge fiery wings. It was none other than the woman from the Yi family. She was currently staring at the black-robed young man with horror in her eyes, and one of her arms had gone missing. Not only had the black thread broken her spatial secret technique, it had almost sliced her body in half as well. If it weren't for her split-second decision to sacrifice her own arm, she would have followed the same fate as Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. The woman from the Yi family quickly cast her gaze toward the Long family patriarch to find that even though his expression appeared to be quite calm, the horror in his eyes was very apparent. The woman from the Yi family was plunged into despair upon seeing this. The black-robed young man was rather surprised to see that his attacks had failed to achieve the desired effect. A derisive sneer then appeared on his face as he raised a hand to grab onto that black dagger. The woman from the Yi family and the Long family patriarch's expressions immediately darkened significantly upon seeing this. It was clear that the next attack unleashed by this sacred ancestor wasn't going to be as nonchalant as the previous one, so there was a very slim chance that they'd be able to survive it. Just as the 2 of them were looking on in dread and horror, the black-robed young man suddenly raised the dagger, and a row of ancient silver text appeared on its surface. The dagger then tremored slightly before a pillar of black light erupted out of its tip before vanishing straight into the heavens in a flash. In the next instant, howling winds were suddenly swept up, and a huge black hole appeared up in the sky. Bursts of inky black devilish chi surged out of the black hole alongside gusts of bone-chilling winds, following which the black chi transformed into over 100 huge black runes. The black-robed young man then immediately pointed a finger upward, and the black runes all descended from the heavens like shooting stars before vanishing into the black dagger. After absorbing the black runes, the silver runes on the surface of the dagger lit up, and the dagger itself swelled to become a giant black sword that was around 10 feet in length in the blink of an eye. The black-robed young man cast a cold gaze toward the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family before uttering the word, slash. The giant sword was swept through the air, and a crescent streak of black light that was over 100 feet in length surged through the air. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family immediately prepared to fight for their lives, but they were both stumped when they saw the direction that the black light was traveling toward. Instead of heading toward them, black light abruptly changed directions and swept toward the ball of black devilish flames which had swept up Han Li earlier. After the devilish flames had engulfed Han Li, it had continued to burn without showing any signs of abating, but the black-robed young man had suddenly decided to attack it for some reason. Do you really think a mere aura concealment technique will fool me? Looks like you're the most powerful one among all of the intruders, so I'll send you on your way first. As soon as his voice trailed off, the black crescent warped, then transformed into a series of thin and long black threads. There were over 10,000 of these threads, then scattered before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around the black devilish flames, and the black threads emerged before intertwining to form a massive black net that shrank at a rapid rate. Seal. Han Li's voice suddenly rang out from within the devilish flames, immediately following which a ball of purple light erupted forth before transforming into a massive seal character that exploded on the spot. A burst of peculiar energy fluctuations swept through the surrounding air, and the devilish flames instantly faltered along with the rapidly shrinking black net. However, everything then instantly returned to normal, but during that split-second delay, an azure and white thread of light had flown through an opening in the black net amid a loud thunderclap. The thread of light then appeared between the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family in a flash, revealing itself to be Han Li with golden lightning revolving around his body and the thunderstorm wings on his back. Han Li was currently holding a small palm-sized cauldron that was several inches tall and flashing with dazzling purple light. That's the purple word cauldron. Doesn't that thing belong to Shuiguang? How did it end up in your hands? You're delusional if you think a mere profound heavenly treasure replica can withstand an attack from my black devil dagger. The black-robed young man was initially rather taken aback by the sight of the purple cauldron, but a cold expression then immediately appeared on his face. As soon as his voice trailed off, countless black threads appeared around Han Li again, then converged toward him from all sides. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he tossed the small purple cauldron upward, then made a hand seal before pointing up at it while uttering the word restrict. An azure pillar of light erupted from his fingertip before injecting itself into the small cauldron as pure spiritual power. Dazzling light immediately erupted from the treasure, and an ancient restrict character flew out before expanding to over 100 times its original size, transforming into a vast purple projection that enshrouded Han Li's entire body. Immediately thereafter, the black thread struck the projection amid a string of resounding booms. Black and purple light intertwined, and the black threads were naturally extremely powerful, but the purple word cauldron was also one of the most powerful profound heavenly treasure replicas in existence. On top of that, it had already been completely refined by Han Li, and now that he was unleashing its full power, the purple projection it had unleashed had taken on a substantial crystalline form. The black threads were an attack unleashed by a true profound heavenly treasure, but it was only a nonchalant attack unleashed by the black-robed young man, so the purple projection was able to keep them at bay. The black-robed young man's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but a cold light had appeared in his eyes. At the same time, black light flashed from his sword-wielding hand. In the next instant, a sharp screeching sound rang out from the giant purple rune projection. The black threads shuddered slightly as their power increased by over twofold, and the seemingly indestructible purple projection was completely destroyed, allowing the black threads to continue to converge toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he switched to another hand seal to try and unleash another one of the purple word cauldron's abilities, but it was already too late. An anguished screech rang out from the small purple cauldron, followed by a crisp crack, and it exploded into a ball of purple light. What remained of the purple rune projection also instantly vanished as a result, leaving Han Li completely vulnerable to the oncoming black threads. Han Li's expression darkened even further as he immediately clenched his fists and let loose an earth-shattering roar. All of a sudden, countless black runes surged out of his body, then manifested into a suit of inky black armor. At the same time, a golden body projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection swept its 6 arms through the air, and a ball of golden light erupted out of each of its hands before converging to form a massive golden vortex. A resounding boom rang out from within the vortex, and countless golden runes erupted forth, transforming into bursts of enormous force that swept up the converging black threads. Meanwhile, golden light surged over the surface of the projection, and it took on a substantial form. A suit of indistinct golden armor appeared over its body, and it immediately positioned itself in front of Han Li. The golden body then opened its 6 expressionless golden eyes before swinging its arms rapidly through the air, instantly unleashing countless golden fist projections that swept forth in all directions. As for Han Li himself, he stomped a foot down onto the space beneath him and propelled himself backward like a speeding arrow. At the same time, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth from his thunderstorm wings, then transforming into balls of golden lightning that hurtled directly toward the black threads. Simultaneously, azure light flashed from within Han Li's sleeves, and 72 small flying swords surged forth in a frenzy. As soon as these small swords appeared, they transformed into 72 streaks of azure sword chi, which converged to form a massive azure sword mountain projection. The sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from the projection, and it crashed into the part of the black net that was behind Han Li. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a scintillating azure sun emerged within the black net, sending violent energy fluctuations surging through the air. All of the balls of golden lightning also vanished into the azure sun in a flash, creating an incandescent ball of light as a string of explosions rang out in the nearby space. A surprised expression appeared on the black-robed young man's face for the very first time upon seeing this. The Long family patriarch's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice toward the woman from the Yi family and Bai Qi, telling them to run away before fleeing as a streak of golden light himself. Of course, he wasn't doing this out of the kindness of his heart. He was simply hoping that there would be a greater chance for himself to make a successful escape if all of them were to flee at once. The woman from the Yi family immediately flapped her fiery wings upon hearing this voice transmission, flying away toward a different direction. In contrast, Bai Qi merely remained still on the spot, displaying no intention to flee the scene. The Long family patriarch was rather bewildered to see this, and he sped up even further, covering a distance over 10,000 feet after just a few flashes. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the green light barrier above the valley and was about to fly out of it. Meanwhile, the woman from the Yi family had also reached the edge of the valley and abruptly disappeared into space, unleashing a spatial ability to teleport herself out of the light barrier. If they could make it out of the valley and flee toward different directions, there was a good chance that at least one of them would be able to survive. Strangely enough, the black-robed young man made no attempt to stop them. Instead, he merely looked on with a derisive sneer on his face. In the instant that the Long family patriarch came into contact with the light barrier, a dull thump rang out, and he was repelled back as if he had struck an impregnable fortress. The Long family patriarch quickly steadied himself, but his heart completely sank in this desperate situation. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he would be able to figure out a way to break through this restriction, but it was clear that this would be impossible in the presence of a sacred ancestor. At the same time, the woman from the Yi family who had just vanished into space, was forced to reappear in front of the light barrier as well. She frantically unleashed a few more types of spatial secret techniques to bypass the light barrier, all to no avail, and all of the color was drained from her face. All of a sudden, a thunderous ape's roar rang out in the air above the pond, and 2 resounding booms rang out as the dazzling light there faded to reveal 2 tornadoes and a massive black figure. The gigantic black figure quickly sprang back and appeared several hundred feet away from its original location, revealing itself to be a black-armored golden ape that was over 100 feet tall, holding an azure mountain and a black mountain in its hands. In that dire situation, Han Li had taken on his giant mountain ape form, and only then was he just barely able to escape from the black threads by relying on his extraordinary strength, extreme mountains, divine devilbane lightning, and providence golden body. Even so, his suit of devilish armor was currently riddled with countless thin cracks that were slowly sealing by themselves. On top of that, Han Li had only managed to escape as he had used a true profound heavenly treasure on several past occasions, thereby making him rather familiar with treasures of this caliber. If the Long family patriarch or the woman from the Yi family had been in his place, even if they possessed his abilities, they would have panicked and been killed nonetheless. Very impressive. Looks like I made the right decision to come here. Not only have I encountered a faux immortal puppet, this is the first time I've seen a human who's been able to cultivate a true spirit bloodline to such an extreme extent. You have more than one true spirit bloodline within your body, right? Show me what other abilities you have. Otherwise, I'll be unleashing close to half of my Black Devil Dagger's power in my next attack, and it'll be very difficult for you to survive that. As for you two, just give up on trying to get away. This island is known as the Bitter Spirit Island, and this valley is the Spirit Trapping Valley. All spirit realm beings who enter this place are destined to be destroyed, the black-robed young man chortled as he brandished his giant black sword. Brother Long Fairy Yi, if we combine our powers, there's a slim chance that we'll be able to make it out of this alive. Otherwise we'll be divided and conquered. Fellow Taoist Bai, I don't know what you're plotting, but do you really think you'll be able to survive this ordeal on your own? The golden ape roared in a thunderous voice. 1. No idea when the cauldron suddenly became a replica. The author sorta just threw this in here completely at random. The Long family patriarch contemplated the situation for only a brief moment before flying toward Han Li with a dark expression. The woman from the Yi family also flapped her wings and vanished into thin air following a brief hesitation. Moments later, spatial fluctuations erupted beside Han Li, and the woman re-emerged. As for Bai Qi, he continued to distance himself from Han Li and the others, completely unswayed by his words. I'll be counting on you, Brother Han. I hope you still have some trump cards up your sleeve. Otherwise, we'll only be delaying our deaths, the woman from the Yi family said with a wry smile. I'm sure the two of you have some trump cards up your sleeves as well, right? Also, have you noticed that this sacred ancestor is relying solely on that Black Devil Dagger to attack and hasn't unleashed any other abilities? Han Li asked in a calm voice. The Long family patriarch's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this. Are you saying? Don't forget that we are currently in the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Elder Devil realm. Any devilish being, even a sacred ancestor, will surely be restricted by the spiritual qi during battle, Han Li harumphed coldly. The Long family patriarch's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this and he analyzed, You're right, Brother Han. He's only able to unleash attacks with that Black Devil Dagger of his after breaking through the spiritual qi cage here to absorb devilish qi from the outside world. If I'm not mistaken, I'm guessing he's unable to directly replenish his magic power here, which means that it's a limited resource for him. The same thing most likely applies to his profound heavenly treasure as well. As long as we don't allow that thing to continue to absorb devilish qi from the outside world, it should be a lot more manageable. The woman from the Yi family also felt this to be quite plausible, and her horror was significantly assuaged. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face upon hearing this. It's truly impressive that you were able to figure out all this in such a short time. Even among body integration stage human beings, the three of you must be extremely prominent figures. I am indeed somewhat restricted on this Bitter Spirit Island and unable to unleash some treasures and abilities, but what do you take a profound heavenly treasure for? How are you going to stop it from absorbing devilish qi from the outside world? Also, that spirit brat over there, I haven't attacked you yet as I can sense the aura of an acquaintance within your body. Why has the spirit monarch sent you here? Surely it's not just to offer that faux immortal puppet to me. The black-robed young man turned toward Bai Qi with a cold expression as he spoke, and Han Li's trio also turned their attention toward Bai Qi upon hearing this. From the very beginning, Bai Qi had been behaving in a very strange manner. Seeing as Han Li and the others had decided to face the black-robed young man together, they naturally had to figure out Bai Qi's true intentions. Bai Qi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he finally replied, The spirit monarch did indeed give us some instructions before we left the spirit realm. On top of that, he's planted a spirit fragment talisman within my body, so why don't you speak to him in person? As soon as Bai Qi's voice trailed off, the white light around him faded to reveal his true appearance as a brocade-robed middle-aged man. His appearance was quite ordinary, but he had a pair of shimmering silver eyes and a faint purple mark on his glabella. On top of that, there were countless silver spiritual patterns embroidered on his brocade robes, indicating that this was clearly not just an ordinary item of clothing. Humph, that old monster from your spirit race has lived even longer than I have. Let me hear what he has to say, the black-robed young man harumphed coldly. A faint smile appeared on Bai Chi's face as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, following which a silver talisman emerged, then transformed into a projection that was around 10 feet tall. Han Li focused his gaze on the projection to find that it depicted a white-robed elderly man with white hair, but a set of youthful facial features, creating a rather peculiar contrast. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family exchanged a bewildered glance upon seeing this, but neither of them did anything. After all, the situation couldn't get any worse, so they were naturally eager to see if some type of change could arise. The projection hovered in front of Bai Chi and inspected its surroundings briefly before settling a calm gaze on the black-robed young man. The projection was clearly imbued with a wisp of someone's soul, and it cupped its fist in a salute toward the young man. "Long time no see, fellow Taoist Yuan Yen. I didn't expect to see one of the three patriarchs here. Weren't fellow Taoist Mie Qing and fellow Taoist Wu Chang responsible for overseeing the island? Where have they gone?" This grand ascension stage spirit being seemed to be familiar with this sacred ancestor Yuan Yen. Even the steadfast Han Li couldn't help but be alarmed upon hearing the term patriarch, and the woman from the Yi family and the Long family patriarch's hearts sank even further. The black-robed young man's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the projection, and he said in a cold voice, "Mie Qing and Wu Chang have some other matters to attend to, so I've been looking after this island for the past 1,000 years. Looks like you still haven't given up on the two treasures on this island, but you should be well aware that sending some body integration stage beings to this place is completely futile. Having said that, if you're here in person, then that would be an entirely different matter. Our spirit race is currently dealing with an invasion from you devilish beings. Otherwise, perhaps I really would have made a trip here in person. It's been many years since we last met. Have you achieved any breakthroughs in your nightmare devilish arts? I'm preoccupied with other matters, so I could only send these juniors into your elder devil realm in my stead. Looking at the situation now, everyone seems to have perished aside from Bai Chi. Aren't you being a little too hasty, fellow Taoist?" The spirit monarch said in a calm manner. "You should be glad I've left one of your juniors alive. If you keep spouting useless nonsense, don't blame me for killing him as well." The black-robed young man said in an impatient manner. "Your temper hasn't changed at all compared to when we last met tens of thousands of years ago. Alright, let me keep this short then. I would like to exchange something for an opportunity for this junior of mine to obtain a clean spirit lotus and enter the spirit cleansing pond. Would you be open to this, fellow Taoist?" "I had originally planned to propose this exchange to Mie Qing and Wu Chang, but I didn't expect you to have replaced them," the spirit monarch projection sighed in a resigned manner. "Haha, do you think I would believe something like this? Even if Mie Qing and Wu Chang were here, they wouldn't engage in any exchange with spirit realm beings. Alright, if that's all you have to say, then I'll send this junior of yours on his way. I'll be taking this wisp of your soul as well." The black-robed young man was completely unconvinced, and he raised the giant sword in his hand again as a cold smile appeared on his face. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family immediately prepared for battle, and a wary look also appeared on Han Li's face. However, the spirit monarch projection then suddenly said something that made the black-robed young man stop cold in his tracks. "So I take it that you're not interested in a realm-fall stone, fellow Taoist?" "What? A realm-fall stone? You possess such a thing? Hold on, what do you know about this?" The black-robed young man exclaimed before a thought suddenly occurred to him, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. I know far more than you imagine, fellow Taoist. I've lived for far longer than the grand ascension stage beings from the other races of the spirit realm, so isn't it only normal that I know some things that are beyond their knowledge? With a realm-fall stone, you'll be able to delay the tribulation of your elder devil realm for at least 10,000 years, but I'm sure you're aware of that already. Have a good think about this before you give me your verdict," the spirit monarch said in a confident manner. The black-robed young man began to ponder the proposal with a contemplative expression while Han Li's trio looked on in bewilderment, trying to decipher what their conversation entailed. "I had speculated since a very long time ago that you're definitely not originally a being from the spirit realm. Seeing as you're aware of such an important secret of our holy realm, it looks like my suspicions have been confirmed. It's just a pity?" The black-robed young man shook his head gently as he spoke. "A pity? Are you not aware of how important a realm-fall stone is to your elder devil realm?" the spirit monarch asked as his brows furrowed slightly with befuddlement. "It's a pity that you encountered me, and you definitely shouldn't have disclosed this to me." A peculiar smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face as he slashed his black sword toward Bai Chi while making a grabbing motion toward the spirit monarch projection with his other hand. Another black crescent was unleashed by the giant sword, and spatial fluctuations erupted as countless black threads instantly appeared around Bai Qi before converging toward him. At the same time, an inky black devilish hand appeared above the spirit monarch projection before swooping down with devastating force. Bai Qi clearly hadn't expected sacred ancestor Yuan Yen to suddenly attack, and his expression changed drastically as he released a layer of protective white light around his own body while expelling a small dark green shield out of his mouth. As soon as the shield emerged, it swelled to around 100 feet in size, and green light flashed over its surface as a giant turtle projection emerged, shielding Bai Qi behind itself. Additionally, a loud bell chime rang out as a huge silver bell flew out of Bai Qi's body. The ball was around 10 feet in size with an extremely bright surface that was riddled with countless silver runes. The bell tolled and layers of silver patterns surged forth from its surface in a frenzy. In this dire situation, Bai Qi had revealed his true form in an attempt to withstand the oncoming attack. However, just because Han Li was able to survive an attack from the Black Devil dagger didn't mean that Bai Qi was capable of doing the same. The black threads converged like lightning, instantly tearing through the silver patterns and giant turtle projection with ease. After that, all of the black threads vanished into thin air, immediately following which countless specks of black light erupted over the surface of the silver bell. Bai Qi didn't even get a chance to cry out before his true body was sliced into countless pieces. As for the Spirit Monarch projection, even though it contained a wisp of a Grand Ascension Stage being's soul, it possessed no magic power whatsoever, so it was also instantly destroyed by the Black Devilish Claw. Han Li and the others were all completely rooted to the spot by this sudden turn of events. The black-robed young man swept a sleeve toward the fragments of Bai Qi's body, and a burst of black light swept forth, drawing several storage bracelets into his grasp in a flash. He quickly assessed the contents of the storage bracelets with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression darkened significantly. As expected, that old bastard didn't give the Realmfall Stone to any of these juniors of his. After arriving at this conclusion, the black-robed young man turned toward Han Li's trio with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Which one of you has the Realmfall Stone? If you hand it over, I can spare your life." Han Li and the others exchanged a bewildered glance upon hearing this. "I'm afraid you're mistaken, senior. Even our fellow Taoists of the spirit race don't have what you're looking for. How could it possibly be in our possession?" Han Li sighed in a resigned manner. Sacred ancestor Yuan Yen had already anticipated this answer, but he was still infuriated nonetheless. "In that case, there's no need for me to keep you three around any longer. You can all disappear." As soon as his voice trailed off, he abruptly raised his giant black sword before slashing it upward. Black runes immediately appeared on the surface of the black sword, and an inky black sword projection swept up into the air. "Stop him. He's trying to break through the restriction to draw devilish qi into this place." The Long family patriarch yelled as he immediately raised a hand, sending 3 small golden tridents hurtling through the air. As soon as the tridents emerged, they transformed into 3 streaks of golden light, which released a burst of enormous force that weighed directly down upon the black sword projection from above. A resounding boom rang out, and the sword projection only faltered for a split second before slicing through the golden light, breaking the 3 tridents into 6 pieces, all of which plummeted down from the heavens. However, during this split-second delay, a crimson bead that was enveloped in 5-colored light had flown through the air before striking the sword projection with tremendous force. The woman from the Yi family had also summoned a disposable treasure that she had been unwilling to use before this. The crimson bead crashed into the sword projection with a dull thump, following which a crimson fiery cloud that was around an acre in size erupted forth, staining the entire sky a bright red. Within the fiery cloud were countless golden and silver threads, and the surrounding temperature instantly began to spike at an alarming rate. Even the pond down below was beginning to bubble and churn. It was as if the entire spirit trapping were about to be set alight. "Nirvana bead!" Han Li exclaimed in a surprised manner. This was a vastly renowned treasure even in the context of the entire spirit realm, and it could only be refined through the use of a secret technique by someone with a true spirit bloodline, thereby imbuing the bead with a wisp of nirvana flames. True spirit blood had to be expended to refine the treasure, and the nirvana flames was a type of fire that only some fire attribute true spirit beings possessed, so it was naturally extremely fearsome. Even though this was the first time Han Li had ever seen such a treasure, he was confident that the average late body integration stage being wouldn't be able to withstand these nirvana flames. This was most likely one of the most powerful trump cards that the woman from the Yi family had retained, but it was yet to be seen whether it would actually be effective against the sword projection unleashed by the Black Devil dagger. At the same time, the two extreme mountains that Hanli was holding were beginning to emit a faint buzzing sound. All of a sudden, arcs of golden lightning sprang out of his giant ape body, and they intertwined to form a massive net around him. The black-robed young man's expression changed slightly at the sight of the nirvana flames, and a layer of translucent black light suddenly appeared over the surface of his giant sword as he injected more magic power into it. A sharp screeching sound rang out from the sword projection up above, and it pierced through the crimson fiery cloud with unstoppable force before rising up toward the green light barrier. The sword projection was slightly thinner than when it had been first released, but it had become even more fearsome following that influx of magic power. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted beneath the green light barrier, and Hanli abruptly appeared with golden lightning surging all over his massive ape body. As soon as he emerged, he let loose a thunderous roar before hurling his two extreme mountains viciously toward the rising sword projection. With his current late body integration stage cultivation base, he possessed extraordinary strength in his giant mountain ape form, and the extreme mountains were sent crashing downward at an astonishing speed. The world's origin chi in the wake of the two mountains churned violently, and countless cracks appeared in the nearby space, as if it were about to be torn apart. The black sword projection clashed with the pair of extreme mountains, and two resounding booms rang out in unison. Two bursts of incredibly tremendous force surged out of the pair of extreme mountains in a frenzy, and the entire sword projection was shattered amid an anguished wail, then disintegrated into specks of black light. Thus, the two extreme mountains were able to continue crashing down toward the black-robed young man without any further impediment. That's a very powerful body refinement technique. It seems to be related to the devilish arts of Elder Devil Realm as well. However, you're a fool if you think it'll work against me, the black-robed young man chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter, he clenched his spare hand into a fist, then unleashed two punches up into the air in succession. Two fist projections erupted forth almost in complete unison, then struck the pair of extreme mountains with unerring accuracy. Two resounding booms rang out, and the pair of extreme mountains were stopped cold in their tracks before suddenly flying back up toward Hanli. Hanli was very alarmed by this, and his giant ape arms instantly expanded drastically in size before he thrust his palms down toward the two extreme mountains from above. As soon as his hands came into contact with the pair of extreme mountains, he let loose a low roar, and his enormous body was forced back around a dozen steps. With each backtracking step he took, space beneath his feet rippled as if he were stepping onto solid ground. A hint of shock flashed through his eyes. Only now did he realize that as one of the three devilish patriarchs, Yuan Yan's powers were far superior to those of the average Grand Ascension stage being. Even his physical body was significantly more powerful than Han Li's. Right at this moment, two streaks of light flashed through the air, and the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family arrived beside Han Li. They were afraid of being divided and conquered by sacred ancestor Yuan Yan, so they immediately joined Han Li before looking down with a grim expression. At this point, it was clear to them that Han Li was the only one who could offer some true resistance, and they could only assist him where possible. After sending the pair of extreme mountains flying with his fists, a derisive sneer appeared on the black-robed young man's face, yet just as he was about to say something, an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded. A barely visible white thread suddenly sprang forth from the fragments of the silver bell that was Bai Chi's true body, then instantly flew over to the faux immortal puppet that was hovering beside sacred ancestor Yuan Yan. Sacred ancestor Yuan Yan faltered slightly upon seeing this before hurriedly reaching out toward the white thread like lightning, but it was already too late. The white thread vanished into the faux immortal puppet's body in a flash, and a furious look appeared on sacred ancestor Yuan Yan's face as he grabbed toward the puppet instead. However, a layer of glacial chi suddenly appeared over the faux immortal puppet's body, and it vanished on the spot before reappearing over 100 feet away. As a result, the black-robed young man was left grabbing onto nothing more than empty air. The faux immortal puppet turned toward the black-robed young man with a pair of cold golden eyes, and said, "How dare you slay my juniors in cold blood? You leave me with no choice but fight you with this faux immortal puppet body." The faux immortal puppet had been possessed by another wisp of the spirit monarch's soul. Han Li's trio was naturally ecstatic to see this. Even though the spirit monarch wasn't an ally of theirs, an enemy of an enemy was close enough to an ally at a time like this. Sacred ancestor Yuan Yan's expression darkened as he slowly withdrew his outstretched hand. So you had concealed another wisp of your soul within your junior's body, but do you really think you have what it takes to fight me with that crude faux immortal puppet as a vessel? I'll only need to use 20% of my power to crush you. Perhaps that would be true elsewhere, but here on this bitter spirit island, you'll only be able to use 30% to 40% of your power at most. This faux immortal puppet may be damaged, but let's see how you're going to deal with it once I use this on it. The spirit monarch said in an enraged voice before flipping a hand over to produce a small shimmering silver vial. The vial had an extremely bumpy surface that had countless tiny runes inscribed upon it. The black-robed young man was initially stunned by the sight of the silver vial, but a cold smile then immediately appeared on his face. That's a spirit sealing vial. I'm impressed that you were able to replicate this item successfully, but what is that thing going to be able to do to me? The vial itself naturally won't be able to do anything to you, but the substance within the vial can dramatically enhance this faux immortal puppet's powers. The faux immortal puppet replied in a cold voice before tossing the vial up into the air. The small vial tipped itself over, and the silver runes on its surface flashed, following which a drop of shimmering green liquid dripped out of the vial. The drop of liquid was releasing astonishing spiritual chi, as if it were entirely manifested from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Han Li immediately sensed a familiar aura from the drop of green liquid, and his pupils contracted drastically with astonishment. This aura. It's significantly diluted, but there's no mistaking it. An astonished look also appeared on the black-robed young man's face in the instant that he caught sight of the drop of green liquid, and he immediately slashed his black sword violently through the air, unleashing 7 or 8 crescent sword projections, all of which instantly converged to form one massive sword projection that hurtled directly toward the faux immortal puppet. At the same time he raised his other arm and flicked a finger through the air like lightning, sending a streak of black light hurtling directly toward the drop of green liquid. At such a close range, the two attacks reached the faux immortal puppet virtually instantaneously, but the puppet seemed to have already anticipated this. It also flicked a finger through the air in retaliation while opening its mouth to devour the drop of green liquid. The puppet's finger was instantly detached and shot forth through the air before striking the oncoming streak of black light with unerring accuracy. The two clashed, and the finger exploded on impact, while the streak of black light was stopped cold in its tracks, revealing it to be a miniature spike that was around an inch in length and giving off faint black light. During this split-second delay, the drop of green liquid had already made its way into the faux immortal puppet's mouth. Right at this moment, the giant sword projection also reached the puppet before releasing countless streaks of black sword chi that immediately inundated the faux immortal puppet. Judging from the fearsome power the black devil dagger had displayed, it seemed that the faux immortal puppet was going to be instantly torn into shreds. However, in the next instant, a cold harumph suddenly rang out as a burst of green light erupted forth. Immediately thereafter, 2 large green hands reached out of the green light without any warning before forcibly parting the streaks of black sword chi. The sword chi struck the pair of hands, but were completely unable to harm them. The streak of black light also struck one of the green hands amid a sharp screeching sound, and a metallic clang rang out as the black spike was repelled, while the green hand continued to remain completely unscathed. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he didn't unleash any further attacks as he looked on with a cold gaze. The black sword chi was quickly destroyed by the pair of green hands, following which a humanoid figure slowly emerged out of the green light. It was none other than the faux immortal puppet. However, its appearance had changed drastically. The silver spiritual patterns on its face had turned a dark green color, and they were writhing over the puppet's skin, creating a very unsettling sight to behold. The puppet slowly withdrew its green hands, then cast its gaze toward the black-robed young man in a completely expressionless manner. You managed to secure a drop of heavenly fortune elixir, yet you used it on a mere faux immortal puppet? Don't you think that's a massive waste? Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan asked with incredulity in his voice. Humph, if that were a drop of true heavenly fortune elixir, then I would have already used it to refine a heavenly fortune pill. That was a drop of faux immortal elixir, which is 10 times more diluted compared to heavenly fortune elixir, so it's perfect for this faux immortal puppet. The faux immortal puppet harumphed coldly in response. I see. If it's 10 times more diluted, then it'll be nowhere near efficacious enough to refine a heavenly fortune pill. Even so, it still contains a hint of immortal spiritual chi, which can replace immortal crystals to activate some of the faux immortal puppet's true power. Having said that, how many attacks do you think the puppet will be able to unleash with such a paltry amount of immortal spiritual chi? Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen scoffed in a derisive manner. I don't need to worry about that. I don't think you'll even be able to withstand a single attack from this faux immortal puppet in your current state. The faux immortal puppet harumphed coldly before stomping a foot down violently and propelling itself through the air as a faint green shadow. A vicious look appeared in Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's eyes at the sight of the oncoming faux immortal puppet, and he let loose a loud roar as a giant devilish projection that was over 1,000 feet tall, suddenly appeared behind him. The devilish projection resembled an enormous black toad, and not only did it have a huge head at the center of its neck, there were 4 other far smaller heads on either side of the central head. This was a legendary 9-headed devilish toad. As soon as the 9-headed devilish toad projection appeared, its central head opened its massive mouth to expel a streak of golden light. The streak of light struck the oncoming faux immortal puppet, only to be sent flying backward even faster than the speed at which it had been released. The vicious look in the black-robed young man's eyes became even more pronounced upon seeing this, and he suddenly made a hand seal, upon which the streak of golden light began to dance erratically through the air, leaving countless golden afterimages in its wake. A giant golden net that encompassed close to half the pond down below quickly took shape, then instantly closed itself around the faux immortal puppet. In the next instant, the faux immortal puppet was struck by one golden projection after another within the giant net, bouncing around like a toy that had no control over its own fate. Every time it came into contact with the golden net, it would instantly be repelled, and it seemed to be completely powerless. A cold smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face upon seeing this, and he switched to a different hand seal, upon which all golden projections within the net abruptly disappeared with the exception of a single one. That single remaining golden projection flew a few laps around the faux immortal puppet like lightning before shooting back toward the black-robed young man. The faux immortal puppet was dragged over to less than 10 feet away from the black-robed young man, and it was completely immobilized, bound by a shimmering golden rope-like object. Only then did it become clear to everyone that the rope-like object was none other than the giant devilish toad's tongue. Not only was this tongue golden in color, there were a series of patterns on the suction cups that ran along the surface of the tongue, forming a series of golden runes. These runes were shimmering with a faint golden light, making the tongue appear as if it were a treasure. Insolent fool! What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? If that's all you have, then you can die now. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen chortled as the giant golden tongue abruptly tightened, causing a string of cracks and pops to ring out from the faux immortal puppet's body. It seemed that he was planning to use the golden tongue of his devilish projection to crush this faux immortal puppet into pieces. The faux immortal puppet's body was definitely no less powerful than that of a Grand Ascension stage being, but it was on the verge of being crushed by the constricting golden tongue. However, as opposed to being horrified or alarmed by this situation, a derisive sneer suddenly appeared on its face. All of a sudden, the world's origin chi on the entire island began to tremor violently, and countless fist-sized balls of 5-colored light appeared in the air above the pond before surging into the faux immortal puppet's body in a frenzy. The dark green spiritual patterns on the surface of the faux immortal puppet's body immediately began to thicken and writhe violently like countless dark green snakes. A vicious look appeared in the faux immortal puppet's eyes, and it suddenly uttered the word, "Explode." In the next instant, an extremely violent aura erupted out of the thick dark green spiritual patterns. A series of twisted cracks instantly appeared over the faux immortal puppet's body, from within which scintillating light erupted forth. A resounding boom rang out, and a 5-colored sun appeared in mid-air, instantly inundating the faux immortal puppet. A hint of fear appeared in the black-robed young man's eyes for the very first time upon seeing this, and he hurriedly shot back, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The giant devilish toad projection behind him also released the faux immortal puppet and withdrew its golden tongue at an incredible speed. The tongue then swept violently through the air, creating countless tongue projections that formed a massive net to protect the black-robed young man. The 5-colored sun shrank slightly, then expanded before completely exploding. It self-detonated. Run. The Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family were scared witless upon seeing this. With the power that the faux immortal puppet had just displayed, there was no way they would be able to survive its self-detonation from such a close range. They certainly couldn't count on the spirit monarch soul fragment to hold back during its self-detonation. Perhaps it harbored the intention of killing everyone here. After all, he had just discussed an extremely secretive matter with Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen in the form of that proposed exchange, so he most likely wouldn't want anyone who knew of this information to remain alive. Han Li was also stunned by this drastic turn of events, and he immediately hurled his pair of extreme mountains forward. The two mountains swelled to over 1,000 feet in size, each amid a flash of spiritual light, and black light also swelled from his suit of devilish armor as it released countless black runes, which formed a light barrier to shield him from all sides. Immediately thereafter, his provenance golden body also appeared behind him, and as soon as it emerged, it thrust its 6 hands up into the air in unison. 6 balls of golden light shot forth, then converged to form a rapidly rotating golden vortex with a diameter of around 300 feet. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound rang out from Han Li's sleeve, and tens of thousands of golden beetles surged forth, rapidly forming a dense beetle shield ahead of him. Meanwhile, the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family were also unleashing their final trump cards in a desperate bid to save their own lives. The Long family patriarch let loose a loud dragon's roar and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that was over 100 feet in length. The dragon's entire body was covered in shimmering golden scales, and it opened its cavernous mouth to expel a golden bead. The bead was only around the size of an egg, and there were cloud-like patterns of light spread all over its surface. The bead rotated on the spot, following which a giant golden flower emerged from within it. As for the 5-clawed golden dragon itself, all of its scales began to stand up on end, then detached themselves from the dragon's body and shot forth through the air. The scales then swelled drastically in size amid a flash of golden light, conjuring up countless palm-sized golden shields that created a watertight barrier around the dragon. The golden dragon then let loose a long roar and curled up into a giant golden ball. Meanwhile, 5-colored light surged over the body of the woman from the Yi family, and she transformed into a 5-colored phoenix that was several tens of feet in length. The phoenix flapped its wings and let loose a long cry, upon which spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted all around it. A series of white spatial rifts appeared in the surrounding area, emitting bursts of powerful suction force. After transforming into the 5-colored phoenix, the woman from the Yi family was unleashing her spatial abilities to their maximal extent, instantly creating hundreds of spatial rifts. At the same time, dazzling spiritual light erupted from the comb on the phoenix's head, and 13 layers of 5-colored light barriers were instantly conjured up around it, expending almost all of the magic power within its body. At this moment, countless 5-colored threads erupted out of the scintillating 5-colored sun before hurtling forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the green light barrier above the valley was riddled with holes, and the wreckage spread through the entire island. The power unleashed by the faux immortal puppet's self-detonation continued to wreak havoc in a persistent manner, striking one with a sense of suffocating despair, as if this ordeal would never end. After a long while, the 5-colored threads in the air finally began to thin out, then gradually faded into non-existence. Everything in the valley became visible again, and it was now completely unrecognizable. A thick layer of soil and stones had gone missing from the ground below, and all of the water in the pond that was filled with extremely pure spiritual qi had disappeared. The underside of the pond was revealed to be a vast expanse of flat green stone, upon which was inscribed a massive black formation that was shimmering with faint black light. At this point, the faux immortal puppet had already completely disappeared. In its place was a white pavilion-sized spatial rift that was giving off extremely powerful spatial fluctuations and was gradually sealing. Several hundred feet away from the spatial rift hovered the black-robed young man, whose face had turned rather pale. The giant sword he was holding was shielding most of his body, while the exposed portion of his body had completely disappeared. However, no blood was flowing out of the wound, and there were countless crimson threads writhing and intertwining rapidly to heal the wound. The aura that was being released by sacred ancestor Yuan Yen had weakened significantly, and it was quite clear that the faux immortal puppet had directed the majority of the power of its self-detonation toward him. If it weren't for the fact that he was able to use the Black Devil dagger as a shield, there was a very good chance that he would have perished from the explosion. Of course, this was only because his powers were severely restricted here. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen was staring intently at the rapidly shrinking spatial rift with a look of thunderous fury etched on his face. It had been countless years since he had sustained this much damage in a battle, and the most frustrating thing was that the culprit wasn't even in the Elder Devil realm, so there was no avenue through which he could vent his fury. All of a sudden, he swept his giant sword viciously through the air, unleashing an inky black sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The sword projection struck the spatial rift amid a resounding boom, completely erasing it from existence. However, that was clearly not enough to assuage the fury in his heart, and he cast an enraged gaze toward Han Li and the others, upon which he was completely rooted to the spot. There was currently only a single lonesome figure situated in that direction with his arm raised in front of himself as a shield. There were two small mountains hovering on either side of him, but their surfaces were riddled with cracks, and the spiritual light shimmering from them had also dimmed significantly. As for the insect shield formed by over 10,000 mature gold-devouring beetles, only a small section of it remained, consisting of around 3,000 gold-devouring beetles. The mature gold-devouring beetles naturally hadn't been destroyed, they had merely been knocked flying or stunned unconscious by the fearsome explosion. As for the Provenance golden body, it was nowhere to be seen, most likely having been destroyed during the explosion. The lone figure was naturally none other than Han Li, and not only had he reverted back to his human form, his suit of black devilish armor was riddled with countless thin cracks. However, Han Li himself appeared to be completely unscathed. As for the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family, they had already been completely wiped out of existence by the force of the explosion. The two of them had unleashed extremely powerful trump cards to defend themselves with all their might, but they still hadn't managed to escape this tragic fate, and that was sufficient testament to just how fearsome that explosion had been. It was precisely because of this that the black-robed young man was so stunned that Han Li had managed to remain completely unscathed. He forcibly repressed the fury in his heart and scrutinized Han Li intently, as if he were trying to figure out how Han Li had survived that ordeal. However, Han Li was paying no heed to the black-robed young man whatsoever, nor was he inspecting his two damaged extreme mountains or what remained of the insect shield. Instead, he was staring at his own arm with a bewildered look on his face. All of a sudden, his suit of black devilish armor exploded into a burst of devilish chi that dissipated into space amid a dull thump. He then cast his gaze toward the spots where the Long family patriarch and the woman from the Yi family had been not long ago before heaving a long forlorn sigh. The three-headed devilish toad projection that the black-robed young man had summoned had also disappeared, and it was unclear whether it had been destroyed during the explosion or withdrawn just in the nick of time. The black-robed young man glanced at his own rapidly healing wounds, then cast a cold gaze toward Han Li. I didn't think that a mere body integration stage being would be able to survive that explosion. Looks like I underestimated you. However, all of your companions are dead, and you're going to be no exception. I'll be taking your life in person. If I'm not mistaken, you've expended far more energy than I have to survive that explosion. On top of that, you have to regenerate from your injuries, so you most likely possess less than a third of your original magic power, Han Li replied in a calm manner. So what? Do you really think you'll be able to survive on your own against my black devil dagger? On top of that, the restriction above this valley has already been destroyed, so I'm able to absorb much more devilish chi from the outside world. The black-robed young man chuckled coldly as he suddenly slashed his giant black sword upward. An inky black sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length immediately swept upward with unstoppable force, and Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this as he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the Provenance golden body appeared behind him again. Immediately thereafter, he switched to a different hand seal as if he were about to do something, but right at this moment, a delightful female voice rang out nearby. You're still just as conceited as ever, fellow Yuan Yen? I'm currently also on this island, are you planning to kill me as well? As soon as the voice trailed off, a pink flower petal appeared in the air above the black sword projection, then transformed into a giant pink flower that was around an acre in size. A rich floral aroma wafted through the air, and countless pink runes surged out of the huge flower. The massive sword projection was then drawn into the giant flower, which flashed erratically a few times before shrinking down to only several tens of feet in size. The flower's petals tremored slightly, and spatial fluctuations erupted at the center of the flower, following which a pair of humanoid figures emerged. This was a stunning regal beauty in a white dress and a hideous burly black-armored man. They were none other than Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua and Hei. Bao Hua. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen exclaimed as his calm facade immediately cracked, and a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. Looks like you haven't forgotten me. It's been many years since we last met, yet your cultivation base hasn't progressed in the slightest. I presume you're still trying to nurture that spirit medicine, Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua said in a calm voice. Han Li's expression changed slightly at the sight of the Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to stop what he was doing and observe the unfolding situation. Ever since he had entered the Elder Devil realm, he had constantly felt like he and his companions were being watched. However, he was unable to detect anything with his spirit eyes and spiritual sense, and no one else had sensed anything, so he could only set the matter aside. Now that Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua had suddenly appeared, everything made sense. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen stared intently at Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua, and after a long while he finally said with a dark expression, "When did you come here? I must commend you for your courage in venturing into our holy realm." "Why wouldn't I dare to enter our holy realm? Do you think I'd be afraid that you and Lu Ji would join forces against me? I was already on the island before you arrived, and I was treated to quite a good show," Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua replied in a calm voice as she tucked a few strands of stray hair behind her ear. "So you colluded with these spirit realm beings and came here with them?" Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen concluded. "I wouldn't say colluded, I simply followed them here. However, even I didn't think that they would have a faux immortal puppet and 2 wisps of the spirit monarch soul. It appears I made the right decision to come here. I'm now in a prime position to capitalize on your injuries," Bao Hua said in an indifferent manner. "Humph, do you think I would have been wounded by that explosion if it weren't for the fact that we're on the Bitter Spirit Island? There's no need to try and bluff me, Bao Hua. I personally planted that nightmare blood curse on you all those years ago. Even if with your true devil physique, there's no way you could have returned to your full power. At the very most, you only possess 20% to 30% of your former powers. Besides, even if you're at the height of your powers, you still wouldn't be able to kill me," the black-robed young man harumphed coldly. "You're right. Not only did I fall prey to Lu Ji's sinister ploy, I was afflicted by your nightmare blood curse as well, and I had to sacrifice most of my magic power to repress my injuries, but do you really think I would have appeared here without anything up my sleeve?" Bao Hua asked in a calm voice. "Even if you have some kind of trump card that can potentially kill me, don't forget that the nightmare arts I'm cultivating allows me to attain 7 drops of soul blood. Even if this main soul were to be destroyed, one of the other drops of soul blood would automatically transform into my main soul, so your efforts will still be futile," Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen said as a vicious look appeared in his eyes. However, despite what he was saying, it was clear that he was extremely wary of Bao Hua. "It would indeed be impossible for me to kill all of your drops of soul blood, but losing your main soul would be a significant setback for you. What chance do you think you'll have of successfully transcending your next tribulation?" Bao Hua asked with a faint smile. "If I'm unable to transcend my next tribulation because of you, I'll make sure to bring you down with me. If worst comes to worst, I'll just descend into the spirit realm with my true body and hunt you down to all corners of the realm." The black-robed young man roared as his composure began to crack. "Descend into the spirit realm with your true body? You sure make it sound simple. Aren't you afraid that those old monsters of the spirit realm would join forces to destroy you? If it were that easy to descend into the spirit realm with our true bodies, I would have done so long ago," Bao Hua said with a derisive look in her eyes. "I'm afraid you're mistaken there, Bao Hua. Just because you were unable to accomplish this back when you were one of the 3 patriarchs doesn't mean that the current patriarchs are bound by the same restrictions," Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen chuckled coldly in response. Bao Hu's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Oh, so the 3 of you really have been up to something during all these years. In any case, that doesn't matter to me. I didn't enter our holy realm on this occasion for you anyway. At the root of the matter, Lu Ji is the only one that I have a vendetta against. You're just an accomplice at most. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing, so prior to killing Lu Ji, I have no intention of facing you." Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but he still maintained a cold expression as he asked, "Are you being serious? At my peak, my powers were superior to yours, but in my current state, killing you would expend too heavy a price, and it would be extremely detrimental to my recovery. I can swear a vow right here that I won't challenge you until I fully recover my magic power," Bao Hua replied. "If that's the case, then why did you come here? Don't tell me you came here just to see me in this pitiful state," Sacred Ancestor asked in a perplexed manner. "If you didn't have that black devil dagger, then perhaps I would consider changing my plans, but for now I'm here for him," Bao Hua said as he pointed a finger toward Han Li. Han Li was listening intently to the conversation between the 2 devilish patriarchs, and his expression immediately changed drastically upon seeing Bao Hua point at him. The golden body behind him instantly appeared in front of him, and Han Li also raised a hand before spreading his fingers. The Provenance golden body shuddered as its chest suddenly began to cave in, and a fist-sized hole was punched into its body amid a flash of white light. An invisible attack had pierced right through it and was hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li immediately let loose a low roar as dark green light suddenly erupted from his arm, and he met the oncoming attack with his outstretched hand. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a burst of violent energy fluctuations erupted in front of Han Li before surging forth in all directions. At the same time, gusts of fierce green winds were swept up in the surrounding area, and Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. She had used 80% of her current power in that attack, which was infinitely approaching the power of a Grand Ascension stage attack, yet Han Li had managed to withstand it head-on, and that was quite a surprise to her. In her eyes, Han Li did indeed possess some powerful treasures and abilities, but he should have already exhausted all of those resources to withstand the explosion of the foe immortal puppet, so she had thought that her attack would be able to kill him with ease. However, as a former member of the three devilish patriarchs, this naturally wasn't the extent of her abilities. All of a sudden, she flipped a hand over, and a translucent pink flower slowly emerged over her palm. She then cast her gaze toward Han Li and prepared to toss the flower toward him, but in the next instant she suddenly froze on the spot as her expression changed drastically. At this point, the gusts of fierce green winds had dissipated, thereby revealing Han Li with his hand still outstretched. However, in that outstretched hand was a sword projection that was expanding and shrinking erratically. Chapter 2101. Holy Nirvana Physique and Profound Heavenly Sword. The green sword projection appeared to be very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was formed entirely by green runes that were each around an inch in size. Furthermore, all of these runes had thin golden and silver patterns running along their surfaces, and the space near the sword projection was warping and blurring slightly. At the same time, a vast amount of the world's origin chi was being funneled into the green runes in a frenzy, and the indistinct sword projection was becoming clearer at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Impossible. That's a profound heavenly treasure. The black-robed young man exclaimed with an incredulous expression. Judging from its aura, it's indeed a profound heavenly treasure, and it seems to be even more powerful than your black devil dagger. During my time in the spirit realm, I heard that a new third-rank treasure had appeared on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the profound heavenly spirit/sword, but no one had been able to find it. Looks like this is it. It seems that both of us have underestimated the human race, Bao Hua said as a serious look appeared on her face for the first time. Wait a minute, if the human race really has obtained a profound heavenly treasure, how could they possibly have given it to a body integration cultivator? Besides, without a Grand Ascension stage cultivation base as a bare minimum, there's no way anyone can even activate the profound heavenly treasure, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen said as he shook his head emphatically. Then how about you explain to me how he managed to withstand my sympathetic flower finger? Bao Hua asked with a cold smile. Perhaps he's only bluffing by drawing upon some of the profound heavenly treasure's aura, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen said in an unconfident manner. That seems to be somewhat plausible. How about you test out that theory, fellow Taoist Yuan Yen? Bao Hua asked with a smile. You're the one who's targeting him. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to verify the situation, then do it yourself. The black-robed young man refused without any hesitation. It sounds like you've given up on killing this man. You're not going to change your mind later on, are you? Bao Hua harumphed coldly. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Bao Hua, I won't interfere with this matter any further, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen replied in a decisive manner. Fine, I'll take your word for it. Now then, let me see if he's really able to activate that profound heavenly treasure or not. As soon as Bao Hua's voice trailed off, she rubbed her hands together, and the pink flower that she was holding vanished in a flash, only to be replaced by a thin pink branch. The branch was only around 2 feet in length, but it was completely translucent and had pink runes inscribed all over its surface. She held onto the branch with one hand before sweeping it toward Han Li from afar, and countless pink flower petals immediately emerged within a radius of several kilometers, then suddenly vanished into nothingness. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and immediately thereafter, pink light flashed in the air around him, following which countless flower petals re-emerged, then transformed into small translucent swords that shot forth toward him from all sides. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, but there was no fear in his eyes. He took a deep breath before suddenly chanting an incantation, and the green sword projection in his hand withdrew into his palm in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a burst of indescribably enormous sword intent erupted from Han Li's body, and a gigantic green sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length erupted out of his arm. Han Li's entire body was instantly enveloped within the green sword projection, and the oncoming pink swords crashed into sword projection amid a rapid string of dull thumps, only to instantly melt away while the sword projection remained completely unscathed. Bao Hua wasn't surprised in the slightest to see this, and she gently waved her translucent branch through the air twice more. The number of pink swords in the air above the pond immediately began to multiply at a rapid rate before raining down upon the green sword projection in a torrential downpour. The green sword projection was imbued with incredible power, but the small pink swords were also far more powerful than the average flying sword. As the sustained assault continued, even the green sword projection was beginning to tremor slightly. A faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face upon seeing this. She was confident that if Han Li could only use a small portion of the profound heavenly treasure's power, then there was no way that he would be able to withstand this wave of ferocious attacks. After all, she had injected her essential power into the attack, so it was no less fearsome than an attack from a profound heavenly treasure. Han Li looked on at the unfolding scene before his eyes from within the green sword projection, then cast his gaze toward his own arm, and a wry smile appeared on his face. In the next instant, a determined look surfaced in his eyes, and he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a golden nascent soul emerged. The nascent soul's facial features were identical to Han Li's, and it had several tens of miniature azure swords flying around it. The nascent soul made a hand seal, and a series of cries and roars rang out as 5 balls of golden light flew out of its body, transforming into 5 projections, which consisted of a giant ape, a rainbow phoenix, a silver bird, a 5-colored peacock and a golden dragon. The nascent soul swept a hand through the air without any hesitation, and the 5 true spirit projections vanished into its body in a flash. A burst of piercing golden light erupted from the nascent soul's body amid a resounding boom, and after the golden light faded, a burly humanoid figure with 3 heads and 6 arms had taken the place of Han Li and the nascent soul. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and there was a layer of golden scales over its skin. There was also an azure horn on his head and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. The humanoid figure turned toward Bao Hu with a cold expression, revealing its facial features to be identical to those of Han Li. However, its eyes were completely emotionless and its appearance was very unsettling to behold. The black-robed young man looked into the humanoid figure's eyes for only a brief moment, but his eyes were immediately struck by a sharp burst of pain. He hurriedly focused his gaze on the humanoid figure, and an astonished look immediately appeared on his face. This is the holy Nirvana physique. How is he related to sacred ancestor Nyepan? Isn't he the only one who's attained this physique? A hint of bewilderment had also appeared in sacred ancestor Bao Hua's eyes. It is indeed the holy Nirvana physique, but he hasn't completely mastered it yet and can only just barely summon it. The question is whether he'll be able to undergo the second stage transformation. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly let loose a low roar, then abruptly raised his arm, upon which a small dark green sword that was only several inches in length emerged amid a flash of green light. The sword had countless golden and silver projections revolving around it, and Bao Hua's heart immediately sank upon seeing this. It really is a profound heavenly treasure. With his holy Nirvana physique, it won't be impossible for him to wield the profound heavenly treasure. Han Li took an ambiguous glance down at the small green sword that had emerged from his arm, then turned toward Bao Hua in an expressionless manner. Do you still want to continue? If we were outside of this island, I would be no match for you even with this profound heavenly treasure, but if you insist on a battle here, it'll most likely conclude in a mutually detrimental outcome. Are you really determined to go through with this? This seems to be the first time that I've ever seen you, so surely you have no reason to challenge me to a battle to the death. With the holy Nirvana physique and that profound heavenly treasure, you are indeed an opponent that's worthy of my respect. Looks like I still underestimated you after all. Alright, our battle can conclude here, but you have to give me a certain item. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua, as a breathtaking smile suddenly appeared on her face. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, "What item are you referring to, senior?" Bao Hua paused momentarily before transmitting her voice to Han Li, clearly wanting to keep sacred ancestor Yuan Yen out of this conversation. "I don't know exactly what it is, but it's most likely a spirit medicine." The black-robed young man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he merely crossed his arms with a cold smile and made no attempt to intervene. Han Li was rather taken aback by this request, but his expression remained unchanged as he also transmitted his voice in response. With your powers, what kind of spirit medicine would be beyond your grasp? Why are you looking for a spirit medicine from me? You don't need to know the reasons behind my actions. All you need to know is that you possess the spirit medicine that I'm searching for, and that's why I followed you all the way here, Bao Hua replied. In that case, why didn't you attack me and my companions earlier? Surely we pose no threat to you in your eyes? Han Li asked in a puzzled manner. That's because I was previously unable to confirm whether you were the one that possessed that spirit medicine. Now that everyone else is dead, it can only be you, Bao Hua replied with a faint smile. Chapter 2102, Heaven Voice Lightning Core, what kind of reasoning is this? Setting that aside for now, even if I do possess the spirit medicine that you're looking for, you have to at least describe its general uses to me. I have a lot of spirit medicines in my possession. How am I supposed to know which one you want? Han Li asked. Bao Hua paused momentarily before replying, I don't know what its general uses are either. However, I'm certain that this spirit medicine is something you obtained before entering our holy realm, and it's extremely rare. Perhaps it's not even something from the spirit realm. Something that's not from the spirit realm? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and the spirit medicines he had obtained from the vast glacial realm immediately sprang into his mind. The minute change in Han Li's expression naturally didn't escape Bao Hua's notice, and her smile became even more pronounced. As I suspected, you really are in possession of a spirit medicine of this description. If you hand it over to me, I can allow you to leave this place safely and ensure that fellow Taoist Yuan Yen doesn't trouble you any further. On top of that, I think I have someone here who will be of interest to you. Hey, bring out that little girl. Yes, mistress, the burly black-armored man behind her immediately replied with a bow before laying a hand onto a yellow leather pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of black light emerged from the opening of the pouch, revealing an unconscious young woman who appeared to be in her teens. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically at the sight of the young woman. It was none other than Zhu Guar. This little girl seems to be somehow related to you, so I'm sure you wouldn't abandon her. You give me the spirit medicine I want and I'll give her back to you, Bao Hua said in a calm voice. Seeing as she's fallen into your hands, I presume fellow Taoist Lin has already perished, Han Li sighed. Are you referring to the body integration cultivator who was with her? He possessed a true spirit bloodline, but it was of no use to me, so I naturally wasn't going to keep him around, Bao Hua replied in a truthful manner. Humph, if I were to fight with all my power, you two would have a lot of trouble on your hands. Having said that, there's no need for me to take such a huge risk over a mere spirit medicine. I'll bring out a few types of spirit medicine. Take a look and see if any of them is the one you're looking for, Han Li harumphed coldly. You've made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Han. Hey, hand the little girl over to him. I'm sure Brother Han wouldn't do anything rash, Bao Hua instructed with a smile. He immediately tossed Zhu Guar toward Han Li upon hearing this, and Han Li swept a sleeve to release a burst of green light, which carried Zhu Guar back to him. He then swept his spiritual sense over her body to find that she was only unconscious due to a simple restriction that had been placed on her. After ascertaining that nothing else had been done to her, he stowed her away into a special treasure amid a flash of azure light. After that, he began to consider which spirit medicines he was going to show Bao Hua. Ever since he had obtained those spirit medicines from the vast glacial realm, he had been constantly gathering relevant information to try and figure out their uses. However, he was only able to find out this information for a small proportion of these spirit medicines, while the majority of them continued to stump him. These spirit medicines were from the true immortal realm, so they were naturally extremely valuable, but seeing as he didn't know how to use them anyway, he was more than happy to use one of them to avoid a battle against such a powerful enemy. However, most of the ordinary spirit medicines he had secured from the vast glacial realm wouldn't be of any interest to Bao Hua, so she was most likely looking for one of the rarer types of spirit medicines he had obtained. Having said that, it would naturally be a good thing if he could fool her with one of the other types of spirit medicine. With that in mind, Han Li made a hand seal, and the small green sword in his hand vanished in a flash. He then flipped his hand over, and a white jade box appeared amid a flash of white light. The box had several restriction talismans plastered to its surface, and he tossed it toward Bao Hua. Bao Hua made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the jade box was drawn into her grasp. She gently laid a finger onto the lid of the box, and the restriction talismans were immediately removed while the lid flew off on its own, revealing a green spirit medicine that was releasing a fragrant aroma and glowing with gentle white light. Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua's expression changed slightly at the sight of the spirit medicine, but she quickly shook her head, and the lid of the box was replaced before the restriction talismans also returned to its surface. The jade box was then sent flying back to Han Li, who caught it in an unsurprised manner. At the same time, a green jade vial had appeared in her other hand, and he tossed it toward Bao Hua as well. Bao Hua caught the jade vial before removing the lid and inspecting its contents with her spiritual sense, upon which her brows furrowed slightly, and the vial was also tossed back to Han Li. Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua Yuan Yin wasn't aware of the content of Han Li and Bao Hua's conversation, but he had naturally figured out what was happening at this point. Despite this, he merely looked on with pursed lips, completely unconvinced that a body integration cultivator would truly be able to offer spirit medicine that would be of any interest to devilish patriarchs like him and Bao Hua. Thus, Han Li brought out 8 spirit medicines in succession, all of which were rejected by Bao Hua. At this point, her expression had darkened slightly, and after returning another spirit medicine to Han Li, she said in a cold voice, "I can't say that the spirit medicines you've shown me are completely useless, but how could medicines of this caliber possibly be of any use to me? If you're not going to show me anything of a higher caliber, then there's no need to continue this any further." A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but he then heaved a faint sigh before flipping a hand over to reveal another white jade box. In contrast with the containers that he had previously brought out, this one was clearly constructed from a far superior material, and there was faint glacial qi emanating from its surface. On this occasion, Han Li didn't toss the box toward Bao Hua. Instead, he removed the restriction talismans and the lid of the box to show Bao Hua the spirit medicine within it from afar. As opposed to being enraged by this, a faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she knew that Han Li was finally showing her the good stuff. As soon as the lid of the jade box was removed, a burst of glacial qi erupted out of it, and a chunk of translucent 5-colored ice slowly emerged. Within the chunk of ice was a red branch, attached to which were a pair of thumb-sized walnut-like spirit fruits, one of which was golden while the other was silver. Heaven Voice Lightning Core. Bao Hua exclaimed as a surprised expression replaced the smile on her face. Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this. Heaven Voice Lightning Core? Isn't that something that only exists in upper realms? How could a human cultivator like him possibly possess such a thing? Bring it to me so I can take a look at it. My apologies, Senior Yuan Yin, but I'm afraid I can't oblige to that request. Senior Bao Hua, is this the spirit medicine you're looking for? Han Li asked after refusing Yuan Yin in a stoic manner. He had read about Heaven Voice Lightning Core in a certain tome before, but never did he think that it would be this particular spirit medicine, and a hint of excitement welled up in his heart upon making this discovery. This was a good opportunity for him to bring out the spirit medicines that he couldn't identify himself so that the 2 devilish patriarchs could tell him what they were. If he were to find out what these spirit medicines were, they would naturally become a lot more useful to him. An enraged look appeared on the black-robed young man's face after being dismissed by Han Li, but he forcibly repressed his own fury in the end. At the same time, he seemed to have become rather distracted, as if he were thinking about something else. I've never seen this spirit medicine before, but judging from its appearance, I'm almost certain that this is a Heaven Voice Lightning Core. It's an extremely valuable spirit medicine to certain people using special cultivation arts, but unfortunately, it's not what I'm looking for, Bao Hua said as he stared intently at the spirit medicine within the chunk of ice. I see. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the spirit medicine descended back into the jade box before the box vanished in a flash. After that, he produced a green jade box, then opened it to reveal another chunk of 5-colored ice. Within this chunk of ice was a pristine white flower that was around the size of a large bowl. Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of this white flower. Even with her vast wealth of knowledge and experience, she was unable to identify the flower. She could only sense that it was also an extraordinary item. At the same time, a peculiar look appeared on Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yan's face. He felt like he had heard of a similar spirit flower before, but was unable to recall exactly what it was. Han Li could tell from Bao Hua's reaction that this wasn't what she was looking for, so he stowed the spirit medicine away before producing another jade box. Thus, he brought out several spirit medicines in succession, but aside from the first Heaven Voice Lightning Core, even the pair of devilish patriarchs were unable to identify the rest of them, and that was rather disappointing to Han Li. However, as he brought out a silver spirit herb that was also encased in a chunk of 5-colored ice, Bao Hua and Yuan Yen suddenly let loose cries of surprise in unison. Chapter 2103, Reemergence of the Silver Seed Pod, Devil Refining Herb. Bao Hua and Yuan Yen exclaimed in unison at the sight of this new spirit medicine, and the latter immediately sprang forward, instantly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, a burst of black light flashed before Han Li, and sacred ancestor Yuan Yen reappeared amid a gust of fierce winds before reaching out toward the spirit medicine like lightning. His face was currently slightly twisted, and he was staring intently at the silver spirit herb with bloodshot eyes, as if he had become completely fixated on it. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, upon which the chunk of 5-colored glacial ice vanished in a flash. Immediately thereafter, he let loose an enraged roar as he launched a golden-scaled fist through the air. A resounding boom akin to an explosive thunderclap rang out, and golden and black light intertwined as powerful shockwaves erupted in all directions. The entire sky tremored violently, and countless thin white rifts appeared in the nearby space before quickly fading again. At the epicenter of the explosion, 2 humanoid figures flew back in opposite directions, and only after shooting back several hundred feet did they both manage to steady themselves. It seemed that Han Li and sacred ancestor Yuan Yen had been evenly matched during that clash. Han Li turned toward the black-robed young man with a frosty expression, and yelled, "Are you planning to take my spirit medicine by force? If so, I'd be more than happy to take you on." As soon as his voice trailed off, a golden devilish head appeared on one of his shoulders amid a flash of golden light, and a golden-scaled devilish arm also emerged on either side of his body. Having attained 2 heads and 4 arms, Han Li clenched his 4 fists at once, and a terrifying aura that was several times more powerful than what he had previously possessed erupted from his body. Second Nirvana Transformation. So you really have cultivated the holy Nirvana physique to a higher level. Bao Hua murmured to herself as a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. As for sacred ancestor Yuan Yen, a wary look had appeared on his face at the sight of the new form that Han Li had adopted. However, the devil refining herb was clearly extremely important to him, and he took a deep breath before announcing, "That devil refining herb has no use to you. If you're willing to hand it over to me, I'll immediately leave this place, and I won't interfere with this matter any longer." Devil refining herb? That's the first time I've heard this name. Would you be able to introduce it to me? Han Li asked in a cold voice. Just like the Heaven Voice Lightning Core, the devil refining herb is a spirit medicine that should only exist in the upper realm. As for its effect, just as fellow Taoist Yuan Yen said, it's only useful to devilish beings like us. However, due to certain reasons, this herb is far more important to fellow Taoist Yuan Yen than it is to me. It's a vital factor behind whether fellow Taoist Yuan Yen will be able to take that final step in the future. He's been attempting to nurture a devil refining herb for many years using several other types of similar spirit medicines, but he's still yet to. That's enough, Bao Hua. A furious look appeared on the black-robed young man's face as he cut off Bao Hua before she could elaborate any further. Bao Hua merely glanced at him with a faint smile before falling silent. "I see." A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face. "Seeing as Bao Hua has already revealed everything to you, I'll admit it. This devil refining herb is something that I'm determined to obtain. If you're unwilling to give it to me, I'm going to keep you here for the rest of eternity even if I have to sacrifice my main soul to do so," the black-robed young man said with a fierce expression. "Seeing as it has no use to me, I'm certainly willing to hand it over, but don't you think it's far too naive of you to expect me to hand it over free of charge?" Han Li asked in an indifferent manner. The black-robed young man was ecstatic to hear this. "I'm willing to give you anything in exchange for that herb. I may be a devilish patriarch, but I have many treasures that are definitely extremely sought after by human cultivators like you." After witnessing Han Li's second Nirvana transformation, he wasn't confident in his ability to capture Han Li by force, so he was switching to a more gentle approach. We'll discuss this later. I still haven't completed my exchange with Senior Bao Hua yet," Han Li chuckled in an ambiguous manner. Sacred ancestor Yuan Yen hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. "All right, I'll wait for you to take care of this matter first. Senior Bao Hua, I'm afraid I do not have many more spirit medicines to show you. If I don't possess the spirit medicine you're searching for, then there's nothing I can do," Han Li said as he turned toward Bao Hua. "Bring out what you have. We'll take things one step at a time," Bao Hua replied in a calm manner. Han Li didn't waste any more time with words and swept a sleeve through the air to release a blue jade vial amid a flash of blue light. He tossed the vial forward, then rapidly flicked his fingers toward it in succession, sending a string of incantation seals vanishing into the vial in a flash. The jade vial tremored, and a burst of rich water attribute spiritual chi erupted out of its opening, following which a white spirit spring emerged. The spring was quite small, but at its center sat a fist-sized silver lotus seed pod, and a silver lotus root that was around as thick as an infant's arm. The seed pod was attached to the lotus root by a thin shimmering silver stem that had an extremely smooth surface, and it gave off a pristine sense of surrealism. After releasing the contents of the vial, Han Li cast his gaze toward Bao Hua to find that her composed expression had been completely replaced by one of elation. Even though she hadn't said anything, her reaction told the entire story. He then cast his gaze toward the sacred ancestor Yuan Yen to find that the latter was appraising the silver seed pod and lotus root with a perplexed expression, clearly unfamiliar with what they were. Thus Han Li turned back to Bao Hua and said, "Looks like this is what you're searching for. Would you be able to enlighten me by telling me its name?" Bao Hua finally shifted her gaze away from the silver lotus seed pod before turning to Han Li. "What's the point in asking questions if you don't even know its name? As I suspected, you really do have the spirit medicine that I want. Having said that, it doesn't appear that you're going to just hand it over to me. These spirit medicines are most likely all from the true immortal realm, and even though I don't know what they are, I'm sure you won't be able to find any replicas in the spirit realm and elder devil realm. If you were in my place, would you be willing to hand one over so easily? Besides, I only said that I would show you the spirit medicines I have. I never promised to give one to you," Han Li replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua wasn't surprised in the slightest to hear this, and she said with a confident smile, "All right, what conditions do you have? I possess some treasures and cultivation arts that I've obtained from some old geezers from the spirit realm. I also possess some true spirit bloods and pills that are extremely useful to body integration cultivators. Unfortunately, the cultivation arts we're using are different, so the experiences and insights I derived from my breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage wouldn't be of much use to you, but I would certainly be willing to give them to you." "There are true spirit bloods in your possession?" Han Li wasn't interested in the other items that she had listed, but this one immediately caught his attention. "That's right. I've encountered some true spirits in the past, and I've managed to obtain some true spirit bloods from them. I can see that you're only able to forcibly unleash your holy nirvana physique by drawing upon the power of several types of true spirit bloodlines, so I'm sure true spirit bloods will be extremely useful to you," Bao Hua said with a smile. "I do indeed need true spirit bloods, but not all types of true spirit blood will be useful to me. Please tell me what types of true spirit blood you have in your possession," Han Li said in a calm manner. "Sure, I possess the true spirit bloods of the black phoenix, the six-winged bone dove." Thus, Bao Hua began to rattle off a list of true spirits. Han Li listened intently to her list before shaking his head without any hesitation. "I'm afraid none of those will be useful to me. Do you have any other types of true spirit blood?" Bao Hua's smile stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and she shook her head in response. "I have some heavenly phoenix true blood, but you already possess that, so I assume it won't be of any interest to you. As for everything else, I've already used them up. How about you take a look at the pills in my collection instead?" "There's no need for that. I ventured into the elder devil realm solely for the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. As long as you allow me to access those two things, I'll hand over this spirit medicine to you." Chapter 2104, Spirit Void Pill. "You want to enter the spirit cleansing pond and consume the clean spirit lotus?" Bao Hua said as her expression darkened slightly. "That's right. I've taken such a massive risk to come here in search of a sliver of an opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. Now that I've made it this far, I'm naturally not going to give up here," Han Li replied in a determined manner. "Even if you enter the spirit cleansing pond and obtain a clean spirit lotus or two, do you think your wish will be granted? Let me tell you this, you and your companions aren't the only ones to have made it this far," Bao Hua said in a meaningful manner. Han Li wasn't surprised at all to hear this. "I'm naturally aware of that. If it weren't for our predecessors from the spirit realm who came here before us, how would we have known that the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus can be found here?" "Your predecessors from the spirit realm? You're severely underestimating just how alluring these two things are. Countless powerful beings from your spirit realm and other realms have ventured into our holy realm for a chance to enter the spirit cleansing pond. Some of them have extremely powerful backers that even patriarchs like us wouldn't dare to turn down, while others possess incredible abilities. For those people, we can only grant them passage after securing some compensation from them. However, less than 10% of those beings have managed to reach a higher cultivation with the help of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, Bao Hua explained in an unhurried manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he then immediately harumphed coldly in response. Less than 10%? Even so, that's enough for me to take a gamble. Alright, but what if I were to tell you that those who didn't manage to succeed completely lost their chance to progress to a higher level after emerging from the spirit cleansing pond? Bao Hua continued as a hint of a smile appeared on her face. What do you mean? Han Li was truly surprised to hear this. According to my knowledge, even those who have failed to progress using the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus have obtained some benefits from them, but after that, none of them have managed to reach the grand ascension stage. Otherwise, do you think the defenses would be this lax in a place as important as the Bitter Spirit Island? Without this caveat, we would have destroyed this island at all costs. After all, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus have no use to devilish beings like us at all, but they're immensely beneficial to powerful beings of other realms. Now then, would you still like to enter the spirit cleansing pond, fellow Taoist Han? Bao Hua asked with a faint smile. A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face, but a thought then immediately occurred to him, and he cast his gaze towards sacred ancestor Yuan Yen, in response to which the sacred ancestor chuckled. There's no need for us to lie about something like this to you, Han brat. The spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus can help some people break through their grand ascension stage bottlenecks, so they naturally present some severe negative side effects as well. Perfection does not exist in this world. You'll have to weigh up your options and make a decision for yourself. Is there no way to eradicate these side effects? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. Of course there are, but I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. None of those methods are within your grasp. In fact, they're completely out of even my reach, Bao Hua replied as a derisive look appeared in her eyes. There are ways to eradicate the side effects of the spirit cleansing pond? Spirit cleansing pond. Yuan Yen was stunned to hear this. There's no need to be so shocked, Yuan Yen. You've only been a patriarch for a short time, whereas Nye Pan and I have been at the grand ascension stage for countless years. There are far more secrets that you're still unaware of, Bao Hua replied in a cold manner. The black-robed young man was naturally furious upon hearing this, but he could only forcibly repress his own rage. In that case, why don't you disclose those methods to me? Perhaps I would be able to achieve one of them, Han Li said. Sure, seeing as you're still unwilling to give up, I can disclose those methods to you. However, before that, you have to give me some of the spring water that's nurturing the spirit medicine for verification, Bao Hua replied with a smile. That's not an issue, Han Li agreed without any hesitation, then gently flicked a finger toward the spring, upon which an egg-sized ball of spring water was sent flying directly towards sacred ancestor Bao Hua. An elated look appeared on her face as she made a grabbing motion toward the ball of water, and it was drawn toward her before hovering around an inch above her palm. She then began to appraise the spring water with an unblinking gaze before injecting a wisp of her spiritual sense into it. After a while, she opened her mouth, and the ball of spring water flowed into her mouth as a streak of white light. A layer of white qi appeared over her face, and she slowly closed her eyes as if she were savoring it. Both Han Li and sacred ancestor Yuan Yen looked on in silence. A short while later, Bao Hua reopened her eyes, and the elation on her face had become even more pronounced. After tasting the spring water, I'm almost certain that this is the spirit medicine that I'm looking for. As for the methods that can be used to eradicate the side effects of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, I've enclosed them into this jade slip. Bao Hua raised a hand as she spoke, and a blue jade slip flew out of her sleeve as a ball of blue light. Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the jade slip to draw it into his own grasp, then immediately injected his spiritual sense into it. Within the jade slip were several pages of extremely lifelike images accompanied by passages of explanatory text. Immerse yourself in exquisite dermic flames for 49 days, then consume 3 profound heaven-mend pills. Han Li's expression immediately became rather strained as he read the first line of text on the first page. Both of those things were vastly renowned spirit items even in the true immortal realm. They were extremely sought after even by countless true immortals, let alone beings of the spirit realm. In fact, in the eyes of some true immortals, Those two things were even more precious than the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. There was no way he would be able to secure those two things. Thankfully, there were some other methods listed in the jade slip, so Hanli moved on to another page. Grind an all-encompassing integration flower into powder before combining it with the demon core of a 7-footed crow and some other spirit medicines to refine an elixir. Then apply the elixir to your own body for over 100 years. The recipe is as follows. Han Li's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. The 7-footed crow was quite a renowned true spirit being. It couldn't compare with a true dragon or heavenly phoenix, but it was certainly not something that he could hunt down. As for the all-encompassing integration flower, that was something that he hadn't even heard of. However, as he swept his spiritual sense toward the next image, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The image depicted a small golden bird, at the center of which was a shimmering golden pill that had countless patterns all over its surface. Han Li stared intently at the image for a long while before finally reading the explanatory passage below it. The spirit void pill can be consumed by body integration stage beings to drastically improve their cultivation base and significantly increase their chances of breaking through the grand ascension stage bottleneck. Consume a spirit void pill after entering the spirit cleansing pond and consuming the clean spirit lotus, and there will be a 50% of circumventing the attached side effects. A sense of ecstasy welled up in Han Li's heart upon seeing this. The spirit void pill displayed in the image was none other than that golden pill that he had obtained from the vast glacial realm. 1. With his incredible memory, he was naturally able to immediately identify the pill in the image to be a spirit void pill. Several body integration stage beings on the Thunder Continent had almost turned on one another for this pill. At the time, he had secured one of these pills through sleight of hand, but he hadn't managed to figure out exactly what its uses were. However, this passage of explanatory text had answered that question for him. Considering the fact that it could increase the chances of making a successful breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, it was no wonder that those foreign body integration stage beings were so eager to obtain this pill. After reading through this passage, Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, following which a contemplative look appeared on his face. He quickly began to weigh up the available options in his mind, and a hint of surprise appeared in Bao Hua's eyes at the sight of Han Li's expression. After a long while, Han Li turned to Bao Hua in a calm manner and said, "I would still like to enter the spirit cleansing pond. After I emerge from it, I'll hand over the spirit medicine regardless of my success or failure." Before Bao Hua had a chance to reply, he turned toward Yuan Yen and continued, "Senior Yuan Yen, if you're willing to grant me passage to enter the spirit cleansing pond, I'll hand over the devil refining herb after I emerge as well. If you're unwilling to agree to these conditions, then I'll destroy the two spirit medicines, and we can have a battle to see if you two really are capable of keeping me on this island for the rest of eternity." 1. Chapter 1721. Chapter 2105. The Tribulation of the Elder Devil Realm. Yuan Yan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Han Li's threat, and he said in a cold voice, "Perhaps you'd be able to keep up with us using your holy nirvana physique on this island, but are you just going to stay here forever? I'll just have to wait for you outside the Bitter Spirit Island and kill you as soon as you try to leave." Han Li seemed to have anticipated this response, and he calmly replied, "I'm naturally no match for you two outside of this Bitter Spirit Island, but with the abundant spiritual chi here, I can easily cultivate on this island for 10,000 years. That's not a very long time for cultivators like us. You sure are optimistic. Are you not afraid that I'll gather my subordinates after I leave this island to set up a super formation outside and completely wipe this island out of existence?" The black-robed young man threatened. "That would indeed place me in an extremely perilous situation, but are you going to just give up on the devil refining herb? I can assure you that if you were to do that, I will destroy all of the spirit medicines in my collection before you manage to destroy this island." Han Li replied in a completely unfazed manner. The fury in Yuan Yan's eyes became even more pronounced upon hearing this, and he was just about to issue another threat when Bao Hua suddenly interjected, "Stop wasting time with these useless threats, Yuan Yan. I'm not going to give up on that spirit medicine, and nor will you be willing to give up on that devil refining herb. Seeing as he's decided to take a gamble, what's the harm in granting him passage? Are we really concerned that another Grand Ascension stage being will appear in the spirit realm? With so many Grand Ascension stage beings in the spirit realm, it won't make any difference." Bao Hua's words seemed to have enlightened Yuan Yan, and he gritted his teeth before nodding in response. "That's true. We're currently at a critical juncture in the grand plan of our holy realm, but a new grand ascension stage being won't make much of a difference. Besides, he's still quite far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, so even if we allow him to enter the spirit cleansing pond, there's no way he'll be able to make a breakthrough right away. Fine, I agree to your conditions. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he smiled as he said, "You've definitely made a wise decision, seniors. These 2 spirit medicines have no use to me, so I'll be sure to hand them over once I emerge from the spirit cleansing pond. However, before that, I would like both of you to swear a vow on your inner demons that you'll allow me to leave the Elder Devil realm after the exchange, and that you won't plot against me through any alternative avenues. Know your place, you human brat. You're just a body integration cultivator. How dare you ask me to swear a vow on my inner demons?" Yuan Yin immediately flared up with rage again upon hearing this. In contrast, Bao Hua was a lot calmer as she replied, "I wouldn't mind swearing a vow, but you have to hand over half of the spirit medicines now, then give us the rest before you leave." "I'm afraid I can't agree to that. How do I know if half of the spirit medicines won't already be enough for your intended purposes? If I were to blindly do as you request of me, I could be walking to my own death." Han Li refused without any hesitation. "If you're unwilling to assume some risk, Yuan Yin and I won't be willing to swear any vows either. Otherwise, we'll be bound by our vows and you'll hold all of the advantages. Having said that, we can assure you that we won't attack you after the exchange," Bao Hua replied with a smile. Yuan Yan's fury also abated upon hearing this, and he chimed in agreement, "I can also promise you that I won't attack you if you hand over the devil refining herb to me." After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li replied, "I can't force you to swear any vows, so we'll all have to compromise. I'll enter the spirit cleansing pond first, then hand over the spirit medicines after I emerge. If the 2 of you are unwilling to let me leave after that, then I'll have to try and leave by force." After that, golden light flashed from his body, and his second golden head and 2 additional devilish arms vanished at the same time. Even though he had undone his second nirvana transformation, he was still quite wary of the 2 devilish patriarchs, and he flew back over 100 feet before looking down at the giant formation beneath the pond. Bao Hua also cast her gaze down toward the formation and said, "The spirit cleansing pond is located in a mysterious space below the island, and that formation is the only entrance to access that space. Just stand at the center of the formation and you'll be teleported there. The space where the spirit cleansing pond is situated is the place with the greatest abundance of spiritual chi in our entire holy realm, and for spirit realm beings like you, cultivating for a day in there will virtually be the equivalent of cultivating for a year in the outside world. However, I must warn you that the space is extremely resistant to all living beings who enter it, and the greater one's cultivation base, the severer this resistance becomes. At your current cultivation base, you'll only be able to stay in there for 3 days at most. If you go beyond that, then you may never be able to return. That space is even more resistant to us devilish beings, so we won't even be able to enter it at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be opposed to accompanying you," Yuan Yen said with a sinister smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Does that mean neither of you have ever entered that space? We've guarded this place for countless years, but no being from our holy race has ever been able to enter that space," Bao Hua replied in a truthful manner. "I see." Han Li nodded in response, then cupped his fist in a salute toward the 2 devilish patriarchs before descending toward the giant formation down below. With his cautious nature, he naturally wasn't going to fully believe what Bao Hua had told him. After descending to an altitude of just over 100 feet, he suddenly stopped and hovered in midair to examine the profound runes inscribed on the formation down below. Bao Hua and Yuan Yen exchanged a glance as they looked on from above, but none of them disrupted Han Li. Around 10 minutes later, Han Li continued in his descent. As soon as he landed at the center of the formation, a buzzing sound rang out from all sides. Pillars of 5-colored light erupted into the heavens from all parts of the formation, and bursts of spatial fluctuations surged throughout its entirety. A layer of 5-colored light instantly appeared over Han Li's body, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Immediately thereafter, the pillars of light faded, and the entire formation fell silent again. Bao Hua and Yuan Yao's expressions remained completely unchanged as they witnessed this process. It was clearly not their first time seeing this. Yuan Yen looked down at the formation for a while longer before suddenly asking, "Bao Hua, do you really intend to let him go? Not only does he possess a profound heavenly treasure, he can already put up a fight against us even though he's only at the body integration stage. If he were to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, he would definitely become a formidable enemy of our holy realm. That's something that you patriarchs should be thinking about. In any case, I'm not going to do anything to him. Once I obtain my spirit medicine, I'm going to leave the holy realm right away. Also, it's naturally impossible for that human brat to defeat us even with the holy nirvana physique and that profound heavenly treasure, but if he were determined to escape, it wouldn't be an easy task to stop him even outside of the Bitter Spirit Island. On top of that, judging from the calmness he's displayed, there's a good chance that he has some other life-saving trump cards up his sleeve, so I'd advise you not to take the risk, Bao Hua replied in an indifferent manner. You weren't like this in the past. Back when you were one of the 3 patriarchs, you were the one who had dedicated the most time and energy toward ensuring the prosperity of our race, yet now you're not even asking about the tribulation that our holy realm is going to face, the black-robed young man said with an accusatory tone in his voice. Bao Hua's expression darkened slightly as she replied in a cold voice, I did indeed dedicate a lot of energy and attention toward preparing for the tribulation in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lu Ji to successfully usurp me. However, in my current state, I'm naturally not going to worry about this matter anymore. Having said that, it seems that you've adopted the plan that I had already abandoned. You're planning to forcibly conquer some territory in the spirit realm, then gradually move all of our brethren there, isn't that right? Yuan Yin was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. Indeed. We've prepared several plans to address the tribulation, and we had originally planned to use the most reliable one, but after Lu Ji took your place, the situation took a drastic turn, forcing us to abandon that plan and adopt the more drastic course of action of conquering some territory in the spirit realm. From the looks of it, your plan isn't progressing all that smoothly. You've managed to conquer some territory in the spirit realm, but you're unable to eradicate the existing races there, and a stalemate seems to have ensued, Bao Hua said with a cold smile. That's not a cause for concern. This stalemate only exists as the Grand Ascension stage beings of those races have joined forces, and they've also recruited some assistance from other races. Once we complete the preparations and are able to descend into the spirit realm with our true bodies, their resistance will be crushed with ease, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yin replied in a proud manner. Is that so? I'd advise you not to underestimate them. The human and demon races aren't particularly prominent in the spirit realm, but all of their past Grand Ascension stage beings have been remarkable characters. That's evidenced by the fact that they've been able to withstand all of the past invasions from our holy race. Furthermore, that old monster of the spirit race is definitely no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being. I've always suspected that the past spirit monarchs have actually all been manifested by the same person, and there's even a chance that he's somehow related to the true immortal realm. Otherwise, there's no way that a Grand Ascension stage being from such a minor race would be able to obtain a faux immortal puppet, Bao Hua analyzed in a calm voice. We've considered all of this before deciding on our final plan. Regardless of what trump cards those races have up their sleeves, there's no way they'll be able to resist the entirety of our race. If we weren't concerned about attracting the attention of the superpowers in the spirit realm, we would have already unleashed our entire race and completely destroyed the opposition. Even if they have someone among their ranks who's somehow related to the true immortal realm, it doesn't matter. Our sacred race also has backers from the upper realm. Besides, the laws of the upper realm state that unless an entire realm were at risk of being completely destroyed, they won't interfere with the lower realms, so there's nothing for us to worry about, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yin replied in a nonchalant manner. Seeing as you're so confident, just pretend as if I never said anything. However, prior to coming here, I paid the original sealed site a visit, and even though I only took a look at it from afar, I could tell that the rift in the seal has expanded to several times its original size back when I was one of the 3 patriarchs. On top of that, the beings emerging from the rift have also become far more powerful. During the 2 battles that I witnessed, 1 devilish lord and over 10 spatial tempering stage devilish beings perished alongside thousands of normal guards, and this was even while they were being assisted by hundreds of puppets and countless devilish beasts. However, what drew my attention the most was that fellow Taoist Pan was absent from those 2 battles. Instead, the army was being led by a clone of Lu Ji's, Bao Hua said. Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. You didn't do anything to Lu Ji's clone, did you? Of course not. I may no longer be one of the 3 patriarchs, but I'm still a member of our sacred race. I wouldn't do something so reckless at the original sealed site for my own personal vendetta. It seems that you weren't lying when you were talking about how dire the situation has become, Bao Hua replied in an indifferent manner. Humph, do you think I would lie to you about something like this? The black-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. I'm curious, aren't you afraid that that thing will suddenly awaken and use its body to attack the seal? Even with the seal in place, Lu Ji's clone would act as nothing more than a snack for that thing, Bao Hua asked with a cold smile. A wry smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face upon hearing this, and he replied, It's a bit too late to be asking that question now. That thing's body already awakened for the second time 6,000 years ago, and the power it displayed was far more fearsome than even back when it had awakened for the first time. It awakened again 6,000 years ago? That's far earlier than we predicted, Bao Hua exclaimed as a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. At the time, Lu Ji and I immediately rushed to the scene upon receiving news of its awakening, but by the time we got there, fellow Taoist Nye Pan had already unleashed his third nirvana transformation to force that thing into retreating. However, Nye Pan was also severely wounded during that battle, and he was forced to withdraw all of his clones and enter a semi-hibernative state. I sent one of my clones into the sealed realm following that battle, and discovered that that thing had also exhausted all of its power and gone into hibernation as well. Nye Pan had replicated what you had done all those years ago to give our holy realm some respite, which is why Lu Ji's clone has been enough to guard the seal during this time. After all of the other beings attacking the seal are merely that thing's descendants, and even the most powerful ones among them are only comparable to average devilish lords. However, the seal has loosened even further as a result of that ordeal, so it'll most likely be able to awaken even earlier next time, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen signed with a resigned expression. Nye Pan's third nirvana transformation allows him to attain powers comparable to those of a true spirit for a short time, yet he was still severely wounded by that thing? Bao Hua was quite stunned to hear this. There's nothing surprising about that. Do you think that's the extent of that thing's true power? As the seal continues to loosen, that thing will gradually recover its powers, and the next time it awakens, it'll most likely be as powerful as a true immortal from the upper realm. When that time comes, there's no way we'll be able to stop it from breaking the seal. Once it leads all of its descendants into our holy realm, there will be no place for our sacred race. Not only do those things possess incredible reproductive abilities, they can directly devour all spiritual qi and devilish qi to further fuel their reproduction. Countless realms have already been destroyed by them. Otherwise, the true immortal realm wouldn't have sent an envoy down during ancient times to seal them away. Unfortunately, after such a long time has passed, the seal is beginning to come undone. We need to create a new territory for our sacred race in the spirit realm before the seal is completely torn open. In order to avoid turmoil and unrest, no one else is aware of this aside from us and the sacred ancestors. However, I don't think we'll be able to keep this a secret for much longer, the black-robed young man said in a grim manner. I'm already quite surprised that you've managed to keep this a secret for so long. I'm sure there are some dissenting voices in our holy realm, right? Bao Hua said. Humph, of course there are. The most outspoken ones are those bastards from the Beast Lord Palace, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen harumphed coldly in response. Oh, that's rather strange. Nye Pan may be hibernating right now, but you and Lu Ji aren't exactly pushovers either. Why haven't you stamped them out already? Bao Hua asked with a perplexed expression. Lu Ji and I would naturally be able to stamp out the resistance if we're only talking about some normal sacred ancestors, but Tian Qi and He Yen are among the sacred ancestors supporting the Beast Lord Palace. They once competed with you for the position of patriarch, so I'm sure you're well aware of how troublesome they are to deal with, the black-robed young man replied in a grim manner. Bao Hua's expression also darkened upon hearing those two names, and Yuan Yin didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, Hanli was situated in a space with a radius of around 50 kilometers, hovering in the air above a pond that had a diameter of around 1,000 feet. There were massive trees that were several thousand feet tall growing throughout this entire space. All of these trees were extremely lush and emitted threads of light of all colors. There were also countless unidentifiable shrubs, flowers, and other plants growing on the ground below, and they were also releasing faint five-colored light. On top of that, there were countless thumb-sized balls of five-colored light drifting through the air, making Hanli feel as if he were in an immortal paradise. The pond below Hanli was completely tranquil, and the water within it was of a faint silver color. On top of that, it seemed to be extremely dense and viscous with a consistency much like that of mercury. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he looked down at the pond, but internally, he was extremely stunned as he could sense that the water in the pond consisted purely of compressed and liquefied spiritual power. Additionally, there were several mysterious types of energy contained in the water that he was unable to identify, and they were most likely what granted the spirit cleansing pond the ability to completely transform those who bathed in it. Thus, the spirit cleansing pond had been found with ease, but where were the clean spirit lotuses? Han Li quickly swept his gaze over the entire surface of the pond, but there was nothing floating on the surface of the water. Could they be at the bottom of the pond? Han Li murmured to himself as he peered deep into the water. He had already swept his spiritual sense through the entire pond, but it had been cut off by some type of unknown energy after reaching a depth of around 10 feet. After a brief pause, blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, but even with his spirit eyes, he was only able to see just over 100 feet into the pond before his vision was completely obstructed by a vast expanse of white light. His brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which landed in front of him. This was an extremely lifelike azure wolf puppet that was around 10 feet tall, but it clearly wasn't of a very high caliber. Han Li pointed a finger toward his own glabella, and a ball of white chi emerged before forming a faint white face with a set of blurry facial features that mirrored those of Han Li. The face vanished into the giant wolf puppet's body in a flash, following which Han Li immediately swept a sleeve down toward the pond below. The giant wolf immediately sprang forth as his behest, descending toward the pond as a streak of azure light. Following a series of barely visible ripples, the water in the pond returned to its original tranquil state. After that, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and began to wait patiently in mid-air. Chapter 2107. Clean Spirit Lotus. After injecting that wisp of spiritual sense into the puppet, he was able to clearly see everything within the pond through his spiritual connection with it, and the water in the pond turned out to be even more viscous than he had predicted. After diving to a depth of around 30 feet, a burst of repelling force suddenly erupted from the bottom of the lake, and an enormous compressional force also converged from all sides, making it extremely difficult for the puppet to descend any further. After diving down by roughly 10 more feet, the repelling and compressional force became several times more powerful, and the puppet was stopped cold in its tracks. At the same time, a string of loud cracks and pops rang out from the puppet's body, indicating that it was about to be crushed to a pulp at any moment. Han Li swept the fragment of his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, but detected nothing aside from the water in the pond. His brows furrowed slightly as he stood in the air above the pond, and the giant wolf puppet gradually began to swim through the pond at the same depth at his behest. It was moving extremely slowly, but the pond was over just 1,000 feet in size, so the puppet managed to scour through it after only around 15 minutes, but it still didn't discover anything. Han Li paused momentarily before waving a hand toward the pond, and the giant wolf puppet emerged. At the same time, a ball of white light flew out of it before vanishing into his body in a flash. Han Li gave the puppet a brief inspection, then stowed it away after determining that there was nothing amiss about it. Of course, he wasn't about to give up just like that. As soon as the giant wolf puppet was stowed away, he raised a hand to release a black spirit beast bracelet. Golden light flashed from the bracelet, and over 100 huge beetles flew out of it. These were none other than his mature gold-devouring beetles. Han Li then immediately made a hand seal, and a burst of white light emerged from his glabella before splitting up into over 100 translucent white threads, each of which plunged into a golden beetle with unerring accuracy. All of the beetles surged forth at once, plunging into the pond as balls of golden light before quickly diving into its depths. The gold-devouring beetles possessed virtually indestructible bodies and incredible strength, so they would definitely be able to descend further than the giant wolf puppet had. Mere moments later, the gold-devouring beetles had descended to a depth of around 80 feet, and only then were they beginning to slow down slightly. However, the bottom of the pond was still nowhere in sight. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon detecting this, and he began to consider using his purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. However, right as the gold-devouring beetles descended arduously to a depth of around 100 feet, an elated look finally appeared on his face. A patch of white sand had finally become visible at this depth, and Han Li immediately instructed his gold-devouring beetles to split up and search through the area. Soon they discovered 7 lotus flowers in 2 secluded corners of the pond. Each flower was around a foot tall, and their stems were as translucent as crystals. There were also countless translucent threads that could be seen throughout the stem and the entirety of the flowers. Among the 7 flowers, 3 of them were only fist-sized flower buds, while another 3 had less than half of their petals unfurled, and there was only 1 flower that was actually in full bloom. The lotus flowers that were yet to fully blossom were all of a mundane yellow color, while the single flower that was in full bloom was of a fleshy red color with patterns that resembled blood vessels and meridians running along its surface, creating a very intriguing sight to behold. Not only was Han Li not disappointed by this, he was ecstatic. There was very little information about the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus circulating in the spirit realm, but seeing as he had taken such a huge risk to venture into the elder devil realm, he had naturally done everything in his power to gather as much information as possible. According to the information he had accrued, the clean spirit lotus was something that could only be born in the spirit cleansing pond, and before it fully blossomed, it wouldn't be much more useful than an ordinary spirit medicine. However, when it did develop into full bloom, it would be able to maintain that state for 1,000 years. If no one picked it during that time, then it would slowly transform into pure spiritual chi that fused into the spirit cleansing pond. After that, it would take several thousand years for one to blossom again. As such, prior to entering the spirit cleansing pond, no one could guarantee that they would definitely be able to encounter a clean spirit lotus that was in full bloom. Furthermore, due to the large number of people in their group, even if they were to encounter 1 or 2 fully blossomed lotus flowers, each person would only receive 2 or 3 flower petals at most. However, now that everyone else was dead, he would be able to take this entire lotus flower for himself. Han Li forcibly repressed the elation in his own heart as he instructed his gold-devouring beetles to search through the rest of the spirit-cleansing pond, but they didn't find any other spirit medicines aside from these clean spirit lotuses. This was no surprise considering that the fearsome pressure of the pond would make it impossible for normal spirit medicines to survive. Furthermore, the spiritual power in the pond was far too pure compared to that of the outside world, so if other spirit medicine seeds were to fall into the pond, they would immediately self-detonate. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, the gold-devouring beetles that he had sent into the pond suddenly became very excited. Han Li hurriedly cast these errant thoughts aside and immediately began to inspect the beetles with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression changed drastically. He quickly instructed one of the gold-devouring beetles to emerge from the pond, and it obliged in a rather reluctant manner. As soon as the beetle flew out of the water, Han Li began to carefully inspect it. On the surface, it didn't appear to be any different from the other beetles, but its aura seemed to have undergone a certain change. It wasn't purely weaker or more powerful, it was more like a fundamental change. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly, and a thought suddenly occurred to him as blue light flashed within his eyes. In the next instant, a stunned look appeared on his face. With his spirit eyes, he was able to detect that some white patterns that were undetectable to the naked eye had appeared on the beetle's golden shell. The patterns were virtually invisible, but he was certain that his gold-devouring beetles didn't previously have this feature on their bodies. With that in mind, Han Li quickly waved a hand toward the spirit beast bracelet that was hovering in mid-air, and another gold-devouring beetle instantly emerged before landing obediently onto his palm. He raised the gold-devouring beetle to eye level, then carefully scrutinized it to find that it was just as he had suspected. There were no white patterns on the shell of this gold-devouring beetle. It was clear that this change had only occurred after the gold-devouring beetles had entered the spirit-cleansing pond. Could it be that this spirit-cleansing pond had an effect on gold-devouring beetles as well? Han Li immediately summoned another mature gold-devouring beetle to return to him from the pond, and upon close examination he discovered that this one also had white patterns on its shell. As such, there was no longer any doubt in this mind. It seemed that the spirit-cleansing pond was capable of triggering a mutation within these mature gold-devouring beetles. The only caveat was that he didn't know what this mutation would entail. Instead of being elated by this discovery and releasing all of his gold-devouring beetles, his brows furrowed slightly, and he summoned all of the remaining gold-devouring beetles in the pond back to him before stowing them away into the spirit beast bracelet. He knew that the gold-devouring beetles had only managed to mutate so quickly as they had absorbed some of the mysterious energy within the pond. However, this energy was the key to transforming his body, so before he had a chance to absorb it, he certainly wasn't willing to allow the gold-devouring beetles to strip away more of this energy. Otherwise, if he were to fail in transforming his own body due to insufficient energy, he would be left sorely regretting his decision, even if his gold-devouring beetles were to become significantly more powerful after undergoing their mutations. After all, the most important thing for him was to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Everything else was secondary in comparison. Of course, after he underwent his transformation, he would release his gold-devouring beetles and allow them to absorb the energy within the pond to their heart's content. Having made those decisions, Han Li immediately stowed the spirit beast bracelet away, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a small golden beast amid a flash of golden light. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast. It's very unlikely that someone else will enter this place, but as a safety precaution, keep a lookout after I enter the pond. If someone really does try to barge into this place, make sure to keep them at bay to the best of your abilities, Han Li instructed. I'll be sure to do my best, master, the leopard Kirin beast replied in the tender voice of a little girl before abruptly vanishing into thin air. After that, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and a faint green humanoid figure emerged. This was a humanoid figure with the exact same appearance as Han Li, and it was none other than the immortal Zoisha spirit body. Immediately thereafter, Han Li laid a hand onto his own head, and a black nascent soul emerged amid a cloud of black chi. As soon as the second nascent soul appeared, it flew toward the spirit body and vanished into it in a flash at Han Li's behest. The spirit body then opened its eyes and gave Han Li a faint smile before flying toward the lush forest nearby as a streak of green light. After that, Han Li produced a stack of formation plates and formation flags before tossing them all around the pond, instantly creating 3 profound temporary formations that surrounded the entire place. Han Li was making sure to spare no effort in setting up safety precautions against any potential plot that the 2 devilish patriarchs outside could be hatching against him. Even though there was no way the leopard Kirin beast, spirit body, and these formations could stop a pair of devilish patriarchs, as long as they were able to buy him some time, he wouldn't be caught completely off guard. As soon as Han Li's body came into contact with the silver water in the pond, an azure light barrier emerged around him to part the water with ease. Thus, Han Li slowly descended, and in the end he was completely submerged in the pond. As he continued to descend, the pressure in the pond began to increase rapidly, causing the azure light barrier to bend and warp slightly. However, with Han Li's powers, he naturally paid no heed to this, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the section of the bottom of the pond where the fully bloomed clean spirit lotus was situated. He inspected the lotus flower within his light barrier momentarily, then flipped a hand over to produce a translucent jade box from his storage bracelet. He then took a deep breath before swiping a finger toward the flower, and an azure thread shot forth out of his fingertip like lightning. The azure thread quickly flew around the stem of the flower, and the flower itself was instantly detached before being propelled upward by the repelling force in the pond. Han Li was already prepared for this, and he thrusted the jade box in his hand toward the lotus flower, upon which the lid of the box was removed, releasing a burst of golden light that swept the flower into the box in a flash. The lid was then replaced and the clean spirit lotus was obtained. Han Li had already learned about the flower's consumption method, and he knew that it had to be consumed while he was undergoing his transformation in the spirit cleansing pond. Thus, the jade box was stowed away, following which he made a hand seal, and countless golden arcs of lightning erupted out of his body amid a rumbling thunderclap. The golden lightning instantly reduced his robes to nothingness, leaving him completely naked. The proportions of his body were quite ordinary, but his skin was of a pristine white color and was giving off a faint sheen. Han Li then waved a hand toward the azure light barrier around him, and it immediately vanished amid a dull thump, allowing the silver pond water to instantly envelop his body. In the instant that the water came into contact with his skin, bursts of turbulent spiritual power immediately flowed into his meridians through his pores, and it was surging into his body with such ferocity that he was given quite a fright. He immediately calmed himself down, then began circulating his provenance true devil arts through his meridians with all his might. With each revolution that was completed, most of the spiritual power that had surged into his meridians would be converted into magic power. Even though this method of cultivation base enhancement was slower than absorbing the energy within those 2 mysterious beads, it was still extremely rapid nonetheless. If he could keep this up for 3 days, then his cultivation base really would receive a massive boost. However, he was aware that this rapid rate of magic power development was only a secondary benefit of bathing in the spirit cleansing pond. The primary benefit that it could bring to him was its ability to completely reconstruct his body. That would be the key to whether he would be able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage in the future. At this moment he could already feel spiritual power surging rapidly throughout his body, and a numb sensation had begun to develop in his meridians. His bare skin, which was being exposed to the water in the pond, had also become very painful, as if he were slowly shedding his skin as part of an evolutionary process. Han Li immediately sat down with his legs crossed at the bottom of the pond, then slowly closed his eyes. Time gradually passed by, and after close to half a day had elapsed, a series of gashes had appeared on Han Li's skin, but strangely enough, not even a single drop of blood was being shed. Furthermore, the mysterious energy within the water was infiltrating his blood, flesh, and bones, all of which were undergoing a transformation that was undetectable to the naked eye. For the average person, this process would be so painful that they would rather die than endure it, but Han Li's physical constitution and willpower were both far superior to those of a normal person, so this was well within his tolerance range. After a short while, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes before flicking his wrist, and the jade box that contained the clean spirit lotus immediately appeared before him. The lid of the box flew off on its own, and the lotus flower emerged. Han Li opened his mouth to release a burst of azure light, which swept up a palm-sized flower petal before drawing it into his mouth. He then closed his mouth, and the flower petal immediately melted into a sweet and fragrant liquid that flowed down his throat with ease. A scorching sensation erupted within his dantian, then coursed through all of his meridians like a series of fiery snakes. Han Li's brows furrowed reflexively, and an unnatural flush appeared on his face before spreading to his entire body within the span of just a few breaths. In the next instant, his body temperature abruptly rose to 1,000 times of what it previously was, and a burst of scorching lava-like energy erupted from his body while also surging into his mind. He was caught completely off guard and his consciousness immediately faded. The medicinal effect of just a single flower petal had knocked him out cold. The burst of scorching energy continued to wreak havoc within Han Li's body, and his body temperature was still rising at an astonishing rate. From a distance, it appeared as if Han Li's entire body had been set alight. After a while, even nearby pond water was beginning to bubble and churn. After an indeterminate amount of time had elapsed, Han Li finally awakened in a state of agony. At this point, his body temperature had already returned to normal, but he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath as he inspected his own body. He had grown over a foot taller than he had been before, and his torn skin had been completely shed, revealing a layer of new silver skin that was writhing as it slowly took shape. Excruciating pain was spearing through every single inch of his body, but as he inspected his own internal condition with his spiritual sense, he was ecstatic to find that his bones had become noticeably thicker, and they were beginning to transition toward a purplish-golden color. Han Li quickly contacted the second nascent soul outside the pond, upon which he discovered that he had only been unconscious for less than 4 hours. This came as quite a relief to him, and he immediately consumed another flower petal. 2 days and 2 nights later, the tranquil mirror-like surface of the silver pond suddenly began to churn violently, following which a vortex with a diameter of around 10 feet emerged at the center of the pond. The vortex began to release faint silver light, as well as countless purplish-golden runes. At the same time, the ground around the pond began to tremor slightly, and countless balls of 5-colored light emerged from the plants and soil before quickly converging to form a 5-colored cloud that was around an acre in size. Furthermore, the cloud was only continuing to expand, and it was also becoming brighter and brighter. A burst of loud rumbling rang out from within the vortex, as if there were a terrifying monster wreaking havoc within the pond. All of a sudden, a bolt of 5-colored lightning crashed down from the massive cloud amid an explosive thunderclap before striking the vortex with unerring accuracy. The entire pond was shaken amid an earth-shattering boom, and a purplish-golden pillar of light erupted out of the vortex, scattering the bolt of 5-colored lightning before piercing through the center of the 5-colored cloud. The massive dazzling cloud rapidly shrank, and began to lose its luster, then scattered into countless balls of light again amid a dull thump. The purplish-golden pillar of light quickly subsided, and peace and quiet returned to the pond. The silver vortex at the center of the pond had also disappeared, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. A long while later, the water at the center of the pond began to churn again, and a humanoid figure emerged before landing beside the pond. It was none other than Han Li, who had already undergone a complete transformation. His facial features hadn't changed at all, but his skin was as translucent as jade and giving off a barely detectable silver sheen. He had grown over 2 feet taller, and his limbs had also elongated. His entire body seemed to have become broader and sturdier, striking one with a sense of immovability. Han Li did some stretches before abruptly clenching his hands into tight fists, and a string of cracks and pops immediately rang out from his joints. He then unleashed a casual punch toward a huge rock beside the pond, and he injected no magic power into the punch, so it was imbued with nothing more than his newfound strength. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the space around his fist, and the air instantly funneled toward it, causing the space within a radius of over 100 feet to warp and blur violently. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a crater with a diameter of around 100 feet suddenly appeared beside the pond. The huge rock had been reduced to dust in the process, and there was no longer any trace of it that could be found. Hanli was ecstatic to see this. It wouldn't be noteworthy at all if he had accomplished this with an attack that was imbued with his magic power, but it was truly astonishing that he was able to do this with just his physical strength alone. After that, Hanli flicked a finger toward the silver water in the spirit-cleansing pond, and a streak of dazzling azure light immediately shot forth out of his fingertip before striking the surface of the pond in a flash. In the next instant, a resounding boom rang out, and a massive wave that was around 50 to 60 feet tall erupted out of the pond. 1. IGT, please author-san, I don't need to visualize it. Chapter 2109. Devour. After the giant wave crashed back down, the entire pond was parted down the center, revealing the white sandy bottom of the pond. All that had been achieved by just a casual flick of a finger. In the next instant, the water on either side of the pond converged toward the center to conceal the bottom of the pond again. My magic power has increased significantly, but even more importantly, both my spiritual sense and nascent soul have become a third more powerful than they originally were. As for the other benefits I derived, I'll have to slowly explore them in the future, Hanli murmured to himself with an elated smile, then suddenly let loose a long cry. Spatial fluctuations immediately erupted around him, and a golden figure and a green ball of light quickly appeared before him. These were naturally none other than the leopard Kirin beast and spirit body. I've already completed my transformation. You two can go bathe in there as well, Hanli instructed. The leopard Kirin beast was ecstatic to hear this, and it hurriedly thanked Hanli before plunging into the pond along with the spirit body. After that, Hanli released the 9-curl spirit ginseng and his purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and also released them into the pond. Finally, he raised a hand to release the spirit beast bracelet that was filled with mature gold-devouring beetles. Tens of thousands of beetles surged out of the bracelet at Hanli's behest, but instead of flying toward the spirit-cleansing pond, they split up into over 10 swarms and flew toward the massive trees and plants in the surrounding area instead. Large sections of plants were rapidly devoured by the swarms of beetles, and even some of the spirit stones that were lying on the surface of the ground had been devoured. It was as if a gigantic scraper had worked its way over the entire ground. The lush landscape nearby was instantly reduced to a barren wasteland, and these bleak scenes were rapidly spreading outward at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. He had already scoured through this space with his spiritual sense earlier and discovered that there were no precious spirit medicines here. There were either no precious spirit medicines in this space to begin with, or they had already been taken by the powerful beings who had been here before him. Even so, the incredible abundance of spiritual qi in this space made even the most ordinary trees and plants far older and more precious than some of the rare spirit medicines in the spirit realm. He possessed that mysterious small vial, so these plants didn't interest him, but it would be a waste to leave these sources of enormous spiritual qi behind, so it was an easy decision for him to instruct his gold-devouring beetles to devour them in order to enhance their powers. With his current spiritual sense, he would be able to control all of the gold-devouring beetles in his possession for a substantial period of time. Furthermore, this entire space was only less than 100 kilometers in size, and with the devouring prowess of the gold-devouring beetles, it wouldn't take them long to devour everything here. During this period of time, Hanli flipped a hand over to produce a small purplish-golden vial, which had a restriction talisman adhered to it. He gently exhaled toward the small vial, and the talisman was instantly removed. After that, Hanli removed the lid of the vial before tipping it upside down, and a clear cry immediately rang out from within it. Golden light flashed, and a fist-sized golden fiery bird emerged before flying away into the sky. Hanli was already prepared for this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand, releasing a burst of invisible force to trap the fiery bird. The bird flapped its wings with all its might, but it was forcibly snuffed out by the burst of enormous force, reducing it to a thumb-sized golden pill that hovered in midair. The surface of the golden pill was riddled with intricate pill patterns, and it was none other than the spirit void pill. Hanli drew the pill back into his grasp as a streak of golden light, then began to appraise it with a contemplative expression. The jade slip that he had received from Bao Hua didn't mention when it would be best to consume the pill after undergoing his transformation, but generally speaking, it would naturally be best to consume pills of this nature as soon as possible to achieve the best effect. He may not be able to refine all of the power imbued within a pill of this caliber in a short time, but the benefits of consuming it now far outweighed the disadvantages. With that in mind, Hanli immediately tossed the pill into his own mouth before swallowing it without any hesitation. The power of the pill instantly flowed through his meridians as surges of warmth. Even though its effect wasn't as direct and aggressive as that of the flower petals, it struck Hanli with a very warm and comfortable sensation. This was very encouraging to him, and it further cemented his confidence in the fact that the Spirit Void pill was indeed extremely beneficial to him in his current situation. Thus, he immediately sat down with his legs crossed beside the pond to refine the power of the pill. Shortly thereafter, the swarms of gold-devouring beetles returned before combining to form a massive golden cloud above the pond. Hanli opened his eyes and looked around to find that the entire space had been reduced to what appeared to be a bleak and barren desert. However, with the enormous abundance of spiritual chi here, the greenery would all return in several hundred years. Having said that, it would most likely take tens of thousands of years before the plants here could replenish their spiritual power to its former level. After devouring so much spiritual power, the golden shells of the gold-devouring beetles seemed to have become brighter than before. Furthermore, even more benefits would undoubtedly arise as they continued to refine all of the spiritual power they had devoured. Instead of withdrawing the swarm of beetles right away, he estimated how much longer his spiritual sense would be able to last, as well as how much more time he would be able to spend in this space. After ascertaining these two parameters, he instructed the swarm of beetles to plunge down into the pond. After that, Hanli didn't continue to refine the Spirit Void pill. Instead, he cast his gaze toward the pond with a contemplative expression. Moments later, he suddenly raised a hand to summon a yellow gourd amid a flash of yellow light. Hanli gently waved the gourd toward the silver pond, and the former instantly swelled drastically to over 10 feet tall. He then tossed the gourd through the air while making a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward it. A burst of black and white chi immediately erupted out of the gourd before sweeping toward the pond. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of silver water was swept up before being drawn into the giant gourd with unerring accuracy. He had suddenly been struck by the idea to store some of the water in the pond and take it with him. As for whether anyone had done the same thing before him, that was something that was only known to the heavens. Hanli stood on the spot with his hands clasped behind his back, appraising the water flowing into the gourd in an expressionless manner. After a while, he suddenly swept a sleeve toward the giant gourd, releasing an azure incantation seal that vanished into the gourd in a flash. The gourd shuddered, and the black and white chi that it was releasing abruptly vanished, following which the gourd itself quickly shrank down to its original size. Hanli drew the gourd back in his grasp, and his expression immediately darkened as he inspected its contents with his spiritual sense. He tipped the gourd over, and clear water that was completely devoid of spiritual chi flowed out of it. A wry smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. It seemed that there was something special about the spirit-cleansing pond that allowed the water within it to retain its spiritual chi. Even though he was slightly disappointed by this, he had anticipated this to be the outcome. Thus, he began to slowly pace around the pond, trying to derive something through inspection. There were some naturally forming patterns on the sides of the pond that resembled some type of runes or some kind of mysterious ancient text. Of course, at the same time, he was keeping tabs on how long he had stayed in this space, and he was planning to leave as soon as the 3-day mark arrived. He didn't know if the 3-day time limit that Bao Hua had told him about was reliable, but he certainly didn't want to test it out. Time slowly passed by, and the auras of all of the beings that Hanli had released into the pond were steadily growing more powerful, clearly indicating that they were benefiting immensely from this experience. Due to the time constraints, they wouldn't be able to undergo a complete transformation as Hanli had, but this was still an exceptional opportunity for them. Close to half a day later, Hanli withdrew his gaze from the pond, and murmured to himself in a slightly forlorn manner, "It's time to leave. What a pity, if I could stay in here for around a month, perhaps I'd be able to figure out some things." After that, he let loose a long cry, and the pond was stirred up into a frenzy as several figures emerged, followed by the swarm of tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, which converged to form a golden cloud in the blink of an eye. Hanli waved a hand toward them, and the leopard Kirin beast, Chewer, and the spirit body all flew back into his sleeve. However, as he cast his gaze toward the golden cloud of beetles and the pond down below, he suddenly raised an eyebrow before instructing the beetles to plunge into the pond again. The purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were also among them, and Hanli looked on with an expressionless look in his eyes, which was then quickly replaced by one of astonishment. The surface of the pond was rapidly lowering at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and its depth was reduced by around 10 feet in the blink of an eye. On this occasion, instead of just bathing in the spirit-cleansing pond, the beetles were drinking the water from the pond as well. Seeing as the water from the pond couldn't be taken away, Hanli decided to try and get his gold-devouring beetles to drink it. Of course, he only dared to make this decision as mature gold-devouring beetles could devour virtually all things and were close to indestructible. He wouldn't have dared to take the same risk with the leopard Kirin beast or spirit body, as who knew what kind of consequences could arise from directly consuming the water in the pond. It certainly wouldn't be a surprise to see normal living beings self-detonate from attempting something like this. Thus, Hanli stood beside the pond, looking as its surface was lowered further and further. Once the pond reached a depth of around 60 feet, something peculiar happened. The gold-devouring beetles were still gulping down water with reckless abandon, but the surface of the pond didn't drop any lower. Through the use of his spiritual sense, Hanli could sense that all of the gold-devouring beetles were indeed still devouring water, so this was naturally very surprising to him. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked up into the sky, then thought about what little time he had left before making a decision and plunging into the pond as a streak of azure light. Due to the massive drop in the depth of the pond, the pressure within it had abated significantly, allowing him to easily reach the bottom of the pond. He cast his gaze downward and almost immediately caught sight of several indistinct stone slabs, which had emerged from the layer of fine white sand at the bottom of the pond. These stone slabs had patterns on their surfaces that were similar to those on the sides of the pond, and they weren't very uniform, indicating that these were naturally formed patterns. With the way that the stone slabs were arranged, the patterns on their surfaces just so happened to form a slightly damaged formation. The formation was only around 10 feet in size, and there was a fist-sized hole in its center, from within which silver liquid that was identical to the water in the pond was pouring out. Hanli was ecstatic upon seeing this, as he knew that this was the source of the seemingly endless supply of water in the pond. There seemed to be some type of treasure within the hole that was pumping out spirit liquid incessantly, and Hanli immediately made a grabbing motion to summon an azure longsword before slashing it down toward the hole. A resounding boom rang out as a dense 5-colored light barrier appeared over the formation, and the azure longsword was repelled. Hanli's expression darkened slightly as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, but that was easily repelled as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli made a hand seal, and hundreds of the gold-devouring beetles in the pond immediately swooped down toward the small formation. Moments later, the 5-colored light barrier resurfaced, and the beetles instantly began to devour it in a frenzy. With the fearsome devouring might of the gold-devouring beetles, the restriction would be completely eradicated in mere moments. However, just as a smile had appeared on Hanli's face, it abruptly stiffened. He discovered that the beetles were unable to leave so much as a single trace on the 5-colored light barrier. It was too resolute for them to devour. Hanli was stunned to see this, and after contemplating the situation for a brief moment, he raised a hand to scatter the mature gold-devouring beetles, then instructed the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to take their place. On this occasion, the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were able to inflict deep gashes onto the light barrier, and Hanli heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If the light barrier had been impervious even to the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, then he really would be at a complete loss. However, another issue quickly arose. Hanli discovered that even though gashes were quickly being inflicted onto the light barrier, they would instantly seal amid faint flashes of light. Not only was the 5-colored light barrier extremely resolute, it also possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Hanli was truly stunned to see this. If he had some time, he would be able to set up a few formations to slowly weaken this restriction, but there was simply no time left. He either had to give up on this plan entirely or make one final roll of the dice and turn to his profound heavenly spirit/sword. There was no way that the 5-colored light barrier would be able to withstand the power of his profound heavenly spirit/sword, and if there really were a treasure within the hole that was creating the liquid in the pond, its value would be downright unimaginable. Having said that, after he left this space, he would have to face the two devilish patriarchs again. If he were to expend a huge amount of power to use the profound heavenly spirit/sword, it would place him in a very perilous situation. After considering the situation for a long while, Hanli finally arrived at a decision. So be it, no matter what treasure there is within the hole, it's not going to be able to compare with a profound heavenly treasure. I already have an opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage now, and once I make the breakthrough, I'll be able to truly control the profound heavenly spirit/sword, so there's no need for me to take such a risk. What a pity, if I had discovered this formation a day earlier, perhaps I would have some practical chances. Thus, Hanli swept his sleeves through the air, and all of the gold-devouring beetles quickly flew into his sleeve. Immediately thereafter, he rose up out of the pond as a streak of azure light before flying toward a certain direction. Without the gold-devouring beetles drinking the water from the pond, its surface began to slowly rise again. A series of 5-colored clouds appeared up above, and arcs of lightning began to emerge amid rumbling thunderclaps. At this point, Hanli had already flown onto an altar situated at one corner of this space, and at the center of the altar was a silver formation. This was the formation Hanli had used to enter this space, so he naturally had to use it to leave as well. However, instead of immediately entering the formation, Hanli looked up into the sky instead. He could sense that the power of heaven and earth was repressing him in a ferocious manner, and if he had left any later than this, perhaps he really would have been trapped in here just as Bao Hua had warned. After heaving a faint sigh, Hanli strode into the silver formation before raising a hand to release an azure incantation seal, which vanished into the formation in a flash. A burst of buzzing rang out from the formation, and white spiritual light erupted to envelop Hanli's entire body. Immediately thereafter, the spatial power within the formation began to fluctuate violently, yet just as he was about to be teleported away, a ball of green light suddenly erupted out of his robes from his chest. His eye widened with shock as he reached out like lightning and grabbed onto the object. However, before he had a chance to do anything else, he had been teleported away by the formation. Meanwhile, the water in the spirit cleansing pond had just returned to its original depth, and scintillating light was radiating from the stone slabs at the bottom of the lake to conceal the formation. Within this bright light, a small yellow vial that was several inches tall was slowly floating out of the hole. The surface of the vial was riddled with dark green patterns, and silver liquid was flowing out of its opening. After the flow of pond water ceased, a pair of black possessed eyes appeared on its surface, and they looked around before a humanized expression of disappointment appeared within them. After that, the pair of eyes vanished, and the small vial sank back into the hole, while the 5-colored light being released by the stone slabs also disintegrated into nothingness. As for the hole at the center of the stone slabs, that had also vanished, as did the 5-colored clouds up above after Hanli teleported out of this space. Thus, everything had returned to normal. Hanli appeared in the air above a certain corner of the Bitter Spirit Island, and after inspecting his surroundings to ensure that there was no one around him, he raised his hand to reveal that there was a small palm-sized black leather pouch sitting in his grasp. The pouch had several golden and silver talismans plastered to its surface, and Hanli removed the talismans before tipping a small green vial out of the pouch. It was none other than the mysterious small vial he had used to accelerate the growth of all of his spirit plants. He began to carefully inspect the vial, and he discovered that the dark green patterns on its surface were flashing with faint green light. However, the light was quickly fading, and after the span of just a few breaths, the green light completely vanished. Hanli's brows furrowed tightly as a hint of bewilderment appeared in his eyes, but in the next instant, he suddenly raised his head before casting his gaze toward a certain direction. He placed the vial back into the leather pouch with a flick of his wrist, and the talismans also adhered themselves back onto the pouch again. He then made a grabbing motion and the leather pouch instantly vanished. Chapter 21:11. Escape. After that, Hanli clasped his hands behind his back and waited in silence. After the span of just a few breaths, specks of light flashed in the distant sky. Spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet away, and a ball of pink light and a cloud of black chi had appeared in unison. A giant floral tree projection emerged amid the pink light, and Bao Hua and Hei were revealed. Meanwhile, the ball of black chi transformed into the black-robed young man that was sacred ancestor Yuan Yen. As soon as they appeared, they began to carefully appraise Hanli. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar look flashed through Bao Hua's eyes and she smiled as she said, You were quickly closing in on the 3-day deadline, so I was concerned that something had happened to you, but it seems that my concerns were unwarranted. I can see that you've benefited immensely from the spirit cleansing pond. I think you're far more concerned about the spirit medicine in my possession than you are about me, Hanli replied with a calm smile. Is there a difference? If you had been trapped in the spirit cleansing pond, then the spirit medicine would be completely out of my grasp, Bao Hua replied in a nonchalant manner. Cut the chit-chat. You've emerged from the spirit cleansing pond, so it's time to hand over the spirit medicine. Otherwise, I'll have to take it from you by force. The black-robed young man threatened with a menacing look in his eyes. Rest assured, I don't intend to revoke my promise. Hanli smiled as he flipped a hand over to produce a pair of jade boxes, which he tossed toward the pair of devilish patriarchs without any hesitation. Both Bao Hua and Yuan Yen immediately reached out to draw their respective jade box into their grasp, and the latter immediately removed the lid from his jade box with unbridled excitement on his face. His expression of excitement was then instantly replaced by one of ecstasy as he caught sight of the spirit medicine in the box. I've been trying to grow a devil refining herb for tens of thousands of years to no avail. Who would have thought that I would obtain one under these circumstances? Hold on, what have you left on this spirit medicine? All of a sudden Yuan Yan's elated laughter came to an abrupt halt as a furious look appeared on his face. Bao Hua had also just inspected her spirit medicine with her spiritual sense, and the smile on her face had also vanished as she asked in a bone-chilling voice, "What is the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Han? Do you think your little tricks will be able to escape our notice?" Both of the devilish patriarchs immediately began to appraise Han Li with animosity in their eyes. Han Li remained completely unfazed by this, and he said in an unhurried manner, "Before we discuss anything else, let me ask you this. Are the spirit medicines in the boxes authentic?" The spirit medicines are indeed authentic, but don't tell me you haven't tampered with them," Yuan Yin said in a cold voice. "I believe you owe us an explanation, fellow Taoist Han. Otherwise, we won't let you leave this island." Bao Hua also chimed in with a dark expression. "The spirit medicines are authentic and I've handed them over to you, so I've fulfilled my initial promise," Han Li continued in a calm manner. "So what? Do you think you'll be able to talk your way out of this by playing these word games?" Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen stepped forward with a furious expression, and a burst of astonishing baleful qi erupted from his body, causing the entire sky to tremor violently. The two devilish lords were on the verge of escalating this into a physical altercation. "I have no intention of playing any word games. I haven't left any complex restrictions on the two spirit medicines. I've only left 2 temporary wisps of spiritual sense with them. It won't be long before these wisps of spiritual sense dissipate on their own, and they won't harm the spirit medicines in any way," Han Li replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua inspected her spirit medicine once again to find that Han Li was telling the truth, and her expression eased slightly as she asked, "What do you intend to accomplish by doing this?" "I can't afford to gamble with my own life and simply believe that you'll let me leave after I hand over the spirit medicines to you. Hence, I had to resort to this plan. If I can leave this place safely, the spirit medicines will naturally remain completely unharmed. However, if you show any signs of breaking your end of the promise, the wisps of spiritual sense will immediately self-detonate. Only the heavens can decide whether the spirit medicines will remain unscathed then," Han Li replied. "You dare to threaten me?" Yuan Yan's fury was fueled even further upon hearing this. "I wouldn't dare to do that. I'm only looking out for my own best interests. Once I emerge from the sea of lightning, the wisps of spiritual sense will immediately dissipate. Rest assured, I wouldn't detonate them to harm the spirit medicines despite you, as doing so would only earn me 2 powerful sworn enemies without reaping me any benefits," Han Li replied calmly. You think a mere wisp of your spiritual sense can destroy these spirit medicines? These are extraordinarily rare spirit medicines that even flying swords would struggle to damage," Bao Hu harumphed coldly. "That may be the case, but I'm betting that neither of you would dare to take this risk. Besides, do you think the wisps of spiritual sense I've left with these spirit medicines are just normal spiritual sense?" Han Li countered with a meaningful smile. Bao Hua and Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. To Han Li's surprise, the furious Yuan Yan suddenly reverted back to a calm expression, and said in a cold voice, "Well done, it's been close to 100,000 years since I've had my hands and feet bound like this. Piss off, but if you dare to harm this devil refining herb even in the slightest, I'll show you what it feels like to wish you've never been born." Han Li was quite amazed by Yuan Yan's acting skills, but his expression remained unchanged as he turned toward Bao Hua for her verdict. I also agree to this. Just like you said, I wouldn't dare to risk having this spirit medicine damaged, but if this wisp of spiritual sense still hasn't dissipated after you've left the Sea of Lightning, then don't blame me for coming after you, Bao Hua said in an expressionless manner. All right, then I'll be taking my leave now, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a farewell salute, then immediately flew away as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he had vanished into the distance, leaving the trio of devilish beings behind. Mistress Bao Hua, should I follow him? Hei asked in a careful manner. There's no need for that. That man's spiritual sense is almost comparable to that of myself and fellow Taoist Yuan Yin, so there's no way you'll be able to fool him with your concealment techniques, Bao Hua replied with a shake of her head. When did you become such a coward? The black-robed young man said as he rolled his eyes in a disdainful manner. Why don't you go ahead and follow him then? You'll have my undying admiration, Bao Hua replied in a cold voice. Humph, my most trusted subordinate isn't by my side. Otherwise, there's no way I'd let him leave so easily, the black-robed young man spat through gritted teeth. You're talking about that Ing Cha, right? So you're saying you'd dare to take the risk if she were here? Bao Hua asked as a derisive look flashed through her eyes. You're right, I wouldn't dare to take the risk anyway with the devil refining herb at stake, the black-robed young man conceded with a wry smile. The same goes for me as well. He's determined that there's no way we'd dare to gamble with these spirit medicines, which is why he's so confident in his plan, Bao Hua replied. The black-robed young man nodded in response before a skeptical look appeared on his face. I have no issues with allowing him to get away, but there aren't any issues with the spiritual sense he's left on these spirit medicines, right? Have you discovered something amiss? Bao Hua asked. No. If I had, I wouldn't have let him leave, Yuan Yen replied after a brief hesitation. I haven't discovered anything either. Seeing as neither of us have detected anything, I'm sure there's nothing special about these wisps of spiritual sense. Let's just wait until he leaves the Sea of Lightning, Bao Hua sighed. However, Yuan Yen still seemed to be unwilling to give up, and he suddenly asked, with your powers, how confident are you in your ability to remove the wisp of spiritual sense? I still haven't fully recovered my magic power, but if it's only a normal wisp of spiritual sense, then there's a roughly 60% chance that I'll be able to eradicate it before it self-detonates, Bao Hua replied. It's over 80% for me, but I still wouldn't dare to take the risk, Yuan Yen sighed in a resigned manner. Bao Hua smiled in response, yet just as she was about to say something else, an elderly voice rang out in both of their ears in unison. Humph, seeing as neither of you dare to take the risk, then let me do the honors in your place. I'll be taking all of his other spirit medicines. That voice belongs to Nye Pan. Bao Hua and Yuan exclaimed in unison upon hearing this. 1. While this probably wasn't the technique used here, the chapter still reminded me of it. Chapter 21:12. Encountering the faux immortal elixir again. In the next instant, the elderly voice abruptly cut off. I should have known that he would come here to take a look, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Yen said with a dark expression. Isn't Nye Pan currently hibernating to recover from his injuries? In that case, that must have been one of his 3 clones. I wonder how long he's been here for, Bao Hua mused. He most likely only recently arrived. Otherwise, there's no way he would have been able to remain hidden from us. I'm just concerned that that human brat will think that we sent someone after him, and he'll detonate the spiritual sense on the spirit medicines in retaliation, Yuan Yen said as his brows furrowed slightly. As long as we don't pursue him in person, I'm sure he wouldn't do something so foolish, but it'll be hard to say if he finds himself in life-threatening peril. After all, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to do something insane when he's on the brink of death, Bao Hua replied. There's no way a clone of Nye Pan's would be able to pose a real threat to his life. Even if he can't defeat the clone in battle, he'll definitely be able to get away, Yuan Yen said as his expression eased slightly. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Don't forget that among the 3 devilish patriarchs, Nye Pan is the one who bears the heaviest grudge against the spirit realm. Many years ago, his Tao companion was killed by a grand ascension stage being in the spirit realm during a past sacred sacrifice, Bao Hua said with a shake of her head. I'm naturally aware of that, but his true body is currently in hibernation. Unless all 3 of his clones were to combine their powers, he won't be able to do anything to that human brat, Yuan Yen replied in a nonchalant manner. It looks like you still don't know about that thing. Nye Pan sure is good at keeping secrets, Bao Hua said as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. What are you referring to? Yuan Yin asked as his expression darkened slightly. Many years ago, Nye Pan and I had once joined forces to kill a grand ascension stage being from another realm, and we obtained many treasures from him. Among those treasures were 2 drops of diluted heavenly fortune elixir, but they're far more efficacious than the drop that the spirit monarch possessed, and they're only around 3 times more diluted than heavenly fortune elixir. We split the 2 drops among us and I've already used up my drop, but up until I left our holy realm, Nye Pan still had his drop, so he's most likely retained it up to this point, Bao Hua explained. So this is faux immortal elixir that's only 3 times more diluted than heavenly fortune elixir? Yuan Yin was stunned to hear this. That's right. With a drop of faux immortal elixir of that level of purity, I'm sure you know what Nye Pan's going to do to kill that Han brat, Bao Hua said in an indifferent manner. You're saying Nye Pan is going to awaken that thing? That's certainly not impossible. Even though he hasn't witnessed that human brat in battle, the fact that he was able to enter the spirit cleansing pond despite our presence is a sufficient indication of his powers, Yuan Yin said as his expression darkened slightly. You and I are both aware that aside from the reason we gave in to that Han brat, the main reason we haven't destroyed the Bitter Spirit Island is because we're wary of that thing. There are only several types of legendary treasures that can be used to awaken that faux immortal puppet, and Heavenly Fortune Elixir just so happens to be one of the most effective ones. A drop of faux immortal elixir that's a third as efficacious will be enough to buy 2 attacks from it, Bao Hua said. 2 attacks. That thing's not restricted by the world's origin chi in this area. If that human brat doesn't use his profound heavenly treasure to protect himself, just a single attack will be more than enough to kill him. The black-robed young man exclaimed. You seem very concerned about him, Bao Hua remarked with a smile. You make it sound like you're not concerned. What if he detonates our spirit medicines before he dies? Yuan Yin snapped. If that thing really does get awakened, do you think that Han Brat will have time to think about detonating his spiritual sense? He'll be far too busy thinking about how to save his own life. As long as we don't appear near him, our spirit medicines won't even enter his mind, and if he manages to survive using his profound heavenly treasure, he'll have no reason to destroy our spirit medicines, so all we have to do is wait here, Bao Hua said in a confident manner. The black-robed young man thought about this for a moment before nodding in response. That does make sense. Han Li was flying rapidly through the sea of lightning with his 72 small azure swords flying around him, arcs of golden lightning coursing over his body, and his 2 extreme mountains shielding him like a pair of giant umbrellas from above. Even though he didn't have his companions by his side, he was exiting the sea of lightning almost twice as fast as he had entered it, and this was naturally a result of everyone concealing their true powers while entering the sea of lightning. Furthermore, after undergoing that complete transformation in the spirit cleansing pond, his physical body alone was powerful enough to withstand this sea of lightning for some time. After a while, a hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face. The edge of the sea of lightning wasn't far away, and he took a deep breath as he accelerated to fly out of the sea of lightning, but right at this moment, the rumbling thunderclaps around him suddenly ceased, and the countless bolts of lightning crashing down from above abruptly parted in a miraculous scene. All of a sudden, no more bolts of lightning were raining down from above, but a terrifying aura was emanating from the dark clouds up above alongside a vast expanse of scintillating silver lightning. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped before looking up at the silver light with a wary expression. Blue light was flashing within his eyes, and after the span of just a few breaths, the silver lightning up above faded, and a mountainous creature appeared. The creature was of a shimmering golden color and had arcs of lightning coursing all over its body. It was none other than that golden crab. There was currently a golden-robed middle-aged man standing atop one of the golden crab's giant pincers. The middle-aged also had golden skin and a pair of deep-set green eyes that gave off a sinister appearance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the middle-aged man, only to discover that he was unable to detect his exact cultivation base, and that made him even warier about the situation. It was either the case that the middle-aged man possessed a cultivation base that was far superior to his, or he was using a special secret technique or treasure to hide his cultivation base. Either way, this was definitely bad news for Han Li. However, he could sense that Bao Hua and Yuan Yin were still situated on the Bitter Spirit Island, so he wasn't overly fearful and merely appraised the middle-aged man in silence. "You're a spirit realm being?" the golden-robed man asked in a cold voice. "I am. May I ask who you are?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "All spirit realm beings deserve to die, and you're no exception," the golden-robed man said as a vicious light flashed through his eyes. What do you mean by that? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. However, the golden-robed man had no intention of explaining anything to Han Li. Instead, he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a small golden vial before tipping it upside down. In the next instant, a drop of green liquid flowed out of it before vanishing into the golden crab's giant pincer. Heavenly Fortune Elixir. Han Li exclaimed as his pupils abruptly contracted. So you know of this elixir as well? The golden-robed man said in a slightly taken aback manner. Right at this moment, the arcs of lightning coursing over the giant golden crab's body suddenly faded, and at the same time, countless shimmering golden runes instantly appeared over its body. It also opened its gigantic eyes, revealing them to be a shimmering golden color as well. You offered me something quite good this time, Yapan. I can lend you my assistance for the offering that you've made, the giant golden crab said in a rumbling voice, and it seemed to be extremely intelligent. Han Li was stunned to see this, yet before he could properly assess the situation, the golden-robed man stabbed a finger at him and said, "Kill this spirit realm brat." "Alright, but for the elixir that you offered me, I'll only attack twice regardless of whether I successfully kill him or not. Would you still like to go through with this?" The golden crab asked as it settled its gaze on Han Li, who was immediately struck by a bone-chilling sensation. Go right ahead. With your powers, 2 attacks are enough to kill even the average Grand Ascension stage being. The middle-aged chortled in response. Alright then. The golden crab raised one of its giant pincers, which transformed into a pair of gigantic golden scissors that was over 1,000 feet in length before sweeping toward Han Li. Golden light flashed on either side of Han Li's body, and the golden scissors appeared without any warning before its blades were viciously closed. Chapter 21:13. Might of the Sacred Crab. Han Li knew that the golden crab would definitely be extremely powerful, but he didn't think that its attack would be so fast and fearsome. The golden scissors had reached him without giving off any spatial fluctuations, so it would be impossible for him to evade. With the fearsome power that the golden scissors had displayed, no defensive treasure would stand a chance against it. In this dire situation, Han Li immediately let loose a loud cry as he raised the arm in which the profound heavenly spirit/sword was sealed, and dark green runes surged over his skin as his arm transformed into the sword before being slashed through the air, unleashing a huge green sword projection. At the same time, Han Li flipped his other hand over, and his skin instantly turned a purplish-golden color. He spread his fingers open, and a burst of 5-colored glacial flames surged forth, forming a 5-colored ice shield before him. Simultaneously, gray light erupted from his body as the divine essence-fused light also formed a light barrier around him. After that, he quickly opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames that shot forth toward the oncoming attack. A resounding boom rang out, followed by a loud crack. The golden light on one side was able to break through the azure sword projection, but it was repelled by the arm that was covered in green spiritual symbols while the arm itself remained completely unscathed. However, the golden light on the other side was able to slice through the 5-colored ice shield and gray light barrier with ease. It was slowed down slightly by the silver fireball, but then reached Han Li in a flash and tore through the protective spiritual light around him as if it didn't even exist. The 2 halves of Han Li's body plummeted down from the heavens, and the golden light swept forth to shred them into scraps of blood and flesh that rained down from above. The golden-robed man immediately burst into raucous laughter. "Haha, I had thought that you'd be able to put up a decent fight, but you're nothing special. To think that Bao Hua and Yuan Yen were forced to comply to you, they sure have become useless during my absence." Right at this moment, the golden crab said something that immediately cut off the golden-robed man's laughter. The first attack was unable to kill the target, now unleashing the second attack. As soon as the voice trailed off, the giant golden crab raised 2 of its huge pincers upward in unison. Layers of golden runes then surged out of his body in a frenzy before forming a giant ball of runes that had a diameter of over 1,000 feet. The mass of the ball was astonishing, and it was glowing with scintillating golden light. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet away, and an azure-robed humanoid figure appeared. It was none other than Han Li, and his face paled as he cast his gaze toward the golden ball of runes. The golden-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately realizing what had happened. "So you possess a treasure that was able to die in your stead. You're a lucky rascal, but this next attack will end your life anyway." Han Li completely disregarded the golden-robed man's gloating and continued to appraise the golden ball of runes with a dark expression. Even though he had managed to withstand half of the first attack with his profound heavenly spirit/sword, the other half of the attack was able to tear through his defenses with ease. If he hadn't used his blood essence to activate that tribulation transcendence substitution puppet refined from the weeping spirit bloodwood, he would have at least been severely wounded, if not killed on the spot by that attack. 1. This golden ball of runes that the golden crab had conjured up was clearly more powerful than its first attack, so Hanli had no choice but to unleash his most powerful life-saving techniques. He let loose a low roar as he made a hand seal, and his body expanded drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, and at the same time, his Providence True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. He then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden nascent soul that was around half a foot tall appeared. The nascent soul wore a grim expression as it chanted an incantation, following which several true spirit projections emerged amid a burst of scintillating light. All of the projections, including the Providence True Devil projection, rose up into the air before converging toward the nascent soul. Brilliant golden light erupted amid a resounding boom, and the giant ape instantly began to shrink, transforming into a tall and broad humanoid figure that was around the same height as the average grown man. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and the entirety of its skin was covered in a layer of golden scales. There was a single azure horn on its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. It was still Hanli, but in this form he gave off a very unsettling appearance, and there was bright bluish golden light flashing incessantly within his eyes. In the next instant, another golden head appeared on his shoulder amid a flash of golden light, and this was accompanied by a pair of shimmering golden arms that sprouted from beneath his ribs. He had undergone the second Nirvana transformation to adopt an extremely fearsome-looking devil form. Holy Nirvana physique, the golden-robed man exclaimed with incredulity upon seeing this. By the time he had arrived at the Bitter Spirit Island, Hanli had already entered the spirit cleansing pond, so he had no idea that Hanli had also cultivated the Holy Nirvana physique. On top of that, he was even capable of undergoing the second Nirvana transformation, and that was naturally quite astonishing to the Nyepan clone. However, the giant golden crab paid no heed to either of them and unleashed its attack. It abruptly brought two of its giant pincers together to clamp down onto the giant ball of runes, then hurled it toward Hanli with devastating might. Hanli's two heads chuckled coldly in unison as he raised his dark green arm, and in the next instant countless dark green runes surged out of his arm before forming a dark green sword projection. The sword projection was only around 3 feet in length, and Hanli grabbed onto it before slashing it toward the golden ball of runes without any hesitation. Due to the cultivation base and time constraints, Hanli was still unable to unleash the profound heavenly spirit/sword's true power, but this sword projection was still far more powerful than the average divine spirit treasure. The entire sky within a radius of several tens of kilometers immediately dimmed, and countless five-colored balls of light that were formed by the world's origin chi appeared in the surrounding area before surging toward the sword projection in a frenzy. The streak of sword chi unleashed by the sword projection was initially only just over 100 feet in length, but with this influx of the world's origin chi, it swelled to over 1,000 feet in length as arcs of golden lightning appeared over its surface. In the instant the giant ball of runes came into contact with the massive streak of sword chi, over 1,000 huge rune projections appeared over its surface, each of which was shimmering with golden light and rapidly rotating while flashing incessantly. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and green and golden light exploded between Hanli and the golden crab, sending powerful shockwaves sweeping outward in all directions. One half of the sky was colored green by the sword chi, while the other half was glowing with golden radiance. The clash between the two only lasted the span of several breaths before the golden rune projections on the golden half of the sky converged to form around a dozen mountainous golden rune projections, which crashed toward the green half of the sky with devastating force. With each clash that took place, one of the giant rune projections would vanish, but these projections were imbued with the power of laws, and after 8 clashes the green half of the sky completely crumbled. Hanli's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he withdrew the dark green sword projection in his hand before lashing out with all 4 of his arms at once. 4 pavilion-sized golden palm projections instantly appeared before thrusting them forward in unison, and the shattered fragments of the vast expanse of green light fused back together again to just barely keep the golden light at bay. However, the green light was only able to hold itself together for a brief moment before the rest of the giant rune projections arrived, and the 4 golden palm projections were also instantly destroyed. Thankfully, this split-second delay was enough for Hanli to transform into a 4-winged giant bird that vanished on the spot as a thread of golden and silver light in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, a vast expanse of golden light swept through the spot where Hanli had been standing before, then quickly continued onward into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of space had been filled with scintillating golden light, but this only lasted for a short time before the giant golden crab opened its mouth to draw back all of the golden light, upon which the sky returned to normal. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man was hovering in the air above the golden crab while quickly scanning his gaze through the surrounding area. 1. Chapter 1805. He obtained the Weeping Spirit blood wood from the auction at the Myriad Treasure Convention. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. It was none other than Hanli, who had already undone his holy nirvana physique. At this moment, his face was completely devoid of color, and his azure robes were charred black and hanging off his body in tatters. The dark green patterns on the arm in which the profound heavenly spirit/sword was sealed had completely vanished, but the faint green sword mark on his skin was still far more visible than it normally was. On top of that, his aura was significantly diminished, clearly indicating that he had to expend a lot of energy to withstand that last attack. A vicious look immediately returned to the golden-robed man's face, and he clenched his fists before abruptly vanishing on the spot. As for the giant golden crab, it didn't immediately go back into hibernation after unleashing that second attack, but it merely hovered in midair in a completely still manner, displaying no intention to attack again. Hanli had only just managed to steady himself, but he still managed to detect what the golden-robed man was doing, and he immediately transformed into a 5-colored phoenix that was around 10 feet in length. The phoenix flapped its wings and 5-colored light surged out of its body in a frenzy as it disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, 2 massive black devilish hands emerged around the space where the phoenix had just been a moment ago, and the hands clapped together violently, causing the entire space within an area of around an acre to tremor and twist violently. Immediately thereafter, a fiend celestial-like figure that was over 300 feet tall appeared nearby amid a burst of surging black chi. It was none other than the golden-robed man, who had undergone devilification. Not only had his body swelled to several tens of times its original size, black scales had appeared all over his skin, and a single azure horn had appeared on his head. His appearance and aura were both very similar to when Hanli had unleashed his first nirvana transformation. The golden-robed man seemed to be rather surprised that Hanli had managed to evade his attack, but he immediately harumphed coldly as he said, "I didn't think that you'd still have enough power to flee into space. Even though you had to rely on this phoenix transformation, I still must commend you for this." As soon as his voice trailed off, Hanli appeared amid a flash of 5-colored light above the golden crab, then reverted back to his human form. However, following that transformation, his aura had weakened slightly yet again. A peculiar look appeared in his eyes as he appraised the golden-robed man, then said in a calm voice, "From the sounds of it, you must be a powerful being who stands at the very pinnacle of the Elder Devil realm. Among the devilish patriarchs, I've yet to encounter Lu Ji and Nye Pan. I've heard that Lu Ji is a woman, while Nye Pan is the only one who has attained full mastery of the holy nirvana physique. As such, your identity is quite obvious. However, you're only slightly more powerful than a late body integration stage, so I assume you're only a clone." I didn't think that someone aside from me would be able to cultivate the holy nirvana physique to the second nirvana transformation, especially at only the body integration stage. However, you've already been severely wounded after withstanding 2 attacks from the sacred crab, so there's no way you'll be able to escape from me. Surrender and I'll grant you a painless death, the golden-robed man harumphed coldly. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of black light erupted from his body, which began to expand again at an incredible rate. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to over 1,000 feet tall, and the devilish chi erupting from his body was surging directly into the heavens. Hanli's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion, upon which a black bracelet appeared in his grasp. It was none other than the spirit beast bracelet that was filled with gold-devouring beetles. Hanli's spiritual sense was currently still as powerful as ever, so he would be able to control his gold-devouring beetles and purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, he still had the golden body, spirit body, and leopard Kirin beast up his sleeve, so he would still stand a good chance against this sacred ancestor Nyepan clone even after he had unleashed his holy nirvana physique. As such, Hanli was still quite calm. However, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he paused momentarily before asking, "Sacred ancestor Nyepan was able to get you to attack twice by offering that faux immortal elixir to you. Would I be able to offer you something in exchange for your assistance as well?" "Of course. Regardless of who it is, as long as you can offer me something I need, I'll be willing to help you," the golden crab immediately replied. Hanli was ecstatic to hear this. Even though he was still very skeptical about whether the green liquid produced by the mysterious small vial was heavenly fortune elixir, it certainly couldn't hurt to try it in this situation. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the golden robe man suddenly burst into raucous laughter again. "Haha, keep dreaming, brat. How could you possibly have anything that the sacred crab requires? I'll end your life to spare you the disappointment of rejection." Immediately thereafter, the golden-robed man swept a massive sleeve toward Hanli, and black light flashed within his sleeve, following which a burst of thick black light that was in the form of a sharp spike appeared over 100 feet away from Hanli without any warning. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly, and as opposed to taking evasive measures, he summoned his golden body amid a flash of golden light, and it lashed out toward the oncoming spike with its 6 arms in unison. A resounding boom rang out as a ball of piercing golden light exploded in front of the golden body, sending powerful shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The golden body's 6 arms tremored before shattering all at once, but the burst of black light had also been repelled. Blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes, and he was able to identify the projectile as a small section of an inky black fingernail that was around a foot in length. As soon as the fingernail was repelled, it immediately began to hurtle toward Hanli again. Golden light flashed, and the golden body's 6 arms instantly regenerated before it unleashed a series of golden fist projections. The fist projections formed a golden barrier that kept the black fingernail at bay, not allowing it to approach Hanli. The golden-robed man was rather surprised to see this, but his expression then instantly darkened as he swept his sleeve through the air again to unleash more fingernails. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanli raised a hand as he yelled, "This is my offering." Immediately thereafter, he reached into his own chest before withdrawing his hand like lightning. A drop of green liquid had appeared on his fingertip, and he immediately flicked it downward as a ball of green light. The golden crab focused its gaze on the drop of green liquid and immediately opened its mouth to release a burst of golden light, which instantly drew the drop of liquid into its mouth. As soon as the giant crab tasted the drop of liquid, its eyes abruptly widened. At this point, the other black fingernails had also reached Hanli, and they were hurtling toward him like a series of flying swords. However, Hanli had immediately released his spirit body after flicking that drop of green liquid downward, and the spirit body had joined forces with the golden body to keep the fingernails at bay, but they were clearly being forced onto the back foot. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man flipped a hand over to produce a giant white bone flag with countless skulls embedded into its surface. Hanli didn't know what type of devilish treasure the flag was, but he certainly didn't want to test it out. He didn't know if the mysterious green liquid could satisfy the golden crab's requirements, but he immediately yelled, "Help me kill this clone." In the next instant, the giant golden crab gave a reply that allowed Hanli to heave a massive sigh of relief. "The offering you have given me can be exchanged for 3 attacks from me. This is the first attack." The golden crab brought 2 of its giant pincers together in an unhurried manner as it spoke. The golden-robed man was stunned to hear this, and he immediately began to panic at the sight of what the golden crab was doing. He had witnessed the golden crab's power on several occasions, and he knew that it was definitely far too fearsome for a mere clone of his to oppose. As such, his expression changed drastically as he tossed his giant flag forward, then stomped a foot down onto the midair before rushing back as a gust of black wind. Almost as soon as he did this, 4 massive streaks of golden light appeared on either side of the bone flag, then sliced it into several pieces amid a loud crack. "This is the second attack." The giant crab's voice was still as indifferent as ever as it opened its mouth to expel a pillar of golden light. The pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and its speed was virtually indescribable in Hanli's eyes. It reached the golden-robed figure in a flash, then passed through his body before he could even begin to react. Chapter 21:15. Dawis. The golden-robed man gave an anguished howl as a massive hole appeared in his abdomen, but such a wound still wasn't enough to kill him. His face was twisted with agony, but he immediately made a hand seal before pressing his hand toward the wound. Before his hand had even come into contact with his own body, a burst of black chi had begun to emerge from his palm, clearly indicating that he was planning to administer self-treatment. However, in the next instant, countless specks of golden light suddenly appeared within the wound, and the golden-robed man let loose a thunderous roar of despair upon seeing this, but it was already too late. The specks of light instantly transformed into golden threads, then shot forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless holes had been punched into the golden-robed man's body, following which he crumbled away into countless scraps of flesh and blood that rained down from the heavens. The golden crab's powers were truly unfathomable. It had slain the Nyepan clone with ease even without using the third attack. Even the clone's nascent soul hadn't managed to escape the ravaging golden threads. Han Li released his spiritual sense as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he heaved a long sigh of relief after ascertaining that no fragments of the clone's soul had escaped. He then cast his gaze down toward the giant golden crab as a hesitant look appeared on his face. "I've already unleashed 2 attacks and I still owe you 1 attack. If you need it now, you can come back to me at a later date. However, I can only remain here, so you'll have to lure your enemy to this place before I can attack them," the golden crab said in an indifferent voice as the golden light radiating from its body dimmed slightly. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, "Why are you unable to leave this place?" "Without sufficient immortal spiritual power, I won't be able to move much before I run out of energy," the golden crab explained. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "What are you referring to when you say immortal spiritual power?" "I'm referring to the energy of heaven and earth imbued within your offerings. I only agree to lend my assistance to those who can offer me things that contain this type of power. I'm a puppet, so every single move I make expends immortal spiritual power. As such, I keep half of the immortal spiritual power within the offerings I receive as compensation," the golden crab replied. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he asked, "I see. Are you a faux immortal puppet? I can see that you've attained intelligence, so it would only be right of me to refer to you as a fellow Taoist. May I ask how long that drop of heavenly fortune liquid that I gave you will be able to fuel you?" "I am a faux immortal puppet that was refined in the upper realm, and I came to this realm due to an accident. My former master perished during that accident, and after many years, I was able to attain a hint of autonomous spiritual nature. The elixir that you gave me isn't true heavenly fortune elixir, but it's half as efficacious as the real thing, and it's the purest elixir that I've been offered since arriving in this realm. That drop of faux immortal elixir can support me for 2 months. Of course, that's under the assumption that I don't have to face anyone in battle during that time. Otherwise, it'll only be able to support me for a few attacks," the golden crab replied. "I see, so you're stuck here purely due to insufficient energy," Han Li said in a contemplative manner. "You can say that. I chose to remain here as this place has the greatest abundance of spiritual chi in this entire realm, so I can hibernate here without expending any energy. Once I accumulate enough immortal spiritual power, perhaps I'll be able to return to the upper realm," the golden crab said. "When you say upper realm, you're referring to the true immortal realm, right?" Han Li asked. "That's right. You lower realm beings refer to it as the true immortal realm, but those from the true immortal realm refer to it as the upper realm," the golden crab replied. "Looks like your former master had to have been a true immortal to possess a puppet as powerful as you. Would you be willing to follow me for some time if I can provide you with enough energy?" Han Li suddenly asked. The golden crab was silent for a long while upon hearing this before replying, "I wouldn't be opposed to that if you can offer me a drop of faux immortal liquid of that level of purity every month. However, you'll have to offer me additional compensation if you want me to assist you in battle. On top of that, I'll leave once I accumulate enough energy, and you're not allowed to try and stop me." "How much time would it take you to accumulate enough immortal spiritual power?" Han Li asked after a brief hesitation. "My immortal spiritual power conversion component has been severely damaged, so I'll only be able to convert 1 drop of that faux immortal liquid at most per month. If you can offer me 1 drop of elixir per month, I should accumulate enough after just over 1,000 years, the golden crab replied. 1,000 years, eh? Hehe, alright, I'll give you 1 drop of that faux immortal liquid per month, so come with me, Han Li said with a smile. Alright, but if you're unable to provide an offering for any month, I'll view that as a transgression and kill you on the spot, the golden crab said in a forthright manner. Han Li hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth and nodded in response. You have yourself a deal. In that case, we can sign the temporary agreement right away, the golden crab replied as golden runes appeared all over its body again. Immediately thereafter, it opened its mouth to expel a dark green stone slab that was around 4 feet in size, which hovered directly over to Hanli. Hanli was rather wary of the stone slab, but it merely hovered on the spot without doing anything else, and only then did Hanli cast his gaze toward it. In doing so, he discovered that there was beveled silver text flashing on the stone slab, and after carefully reading through it, he discovered this to be in agreement with the terms that the golden crab had just stipulated. If you have no issues with this agreement, then just expel some blood essence onto it to seal the deal, the golden crab prompted. Hanli was quite relieved to hear this and immediately agreed. If the golden crab had asked for a fragment of his spiritual sense or something like that, he'd have to reconsider in fear of being plotted against by some unknown restriction, but blood essence was no issue at all. Thus, Hanli expelled a mouthful of blood essence, and as soon as it came into contact with the stone slab, it transformed into several unknown crimson runes that vanished into the stone slab in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the stone slab flew back as a ball of green light and into the golden crab's mouth again. Now that the temporary agreement has been signed, I can come with you. When are we setting off? You really are a straightforward man, fellow Taoist. We can leave right now, but before that, would you be able to adopt a form that attracts less attention? Hanli asked with a smile. Sure, the golden crab replied in a nonchalant manner, following which its body began to rapidly shrink amid a flash of golden light. Once the light faded, the golden crab was revealed to have transformed into a young clean-shaven man wearing a set of green Taoist robes. The young man appeared to be 27 to 28 years of age with a pair of golden eyes and dark green eyebrows. He turned toward Hanli in a completely expression manner and said, You may refer to me as Taoist Xie. 1. A hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes as he reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the young man, only to have it instantly repelled. His heart jolted slightly as he cupped his fist in a salute and said, It's an honor to have you with me, Senior Xie. My surname is Han, and I'm from the spirit realm. This is not a good place to talk, let's set off right away. Taoist Xie naturally had no objections to this, and thus the two of them flew into the distance as a pair of streaks of light, one azure and one golden. Meanwhile, Bao Hua Hei and Yuan Yen were still hovering in the air above the Bitter Spirit Island. All of a sudden, the two devilish patriarchs' expressions changed in unison, and they each flipped a hand over to produce a jade box. The wisp of spiritual sense really was removed, the black-robed young man exclaimed in an elated manner, then swept a sleeve through the air, upon which that three-headed black WRM appeared beneath him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. He flew onto the black WRM's central head in a flash, and it let loose a low roar before sweeping toward a certain direction as a gust of black devilish wind. In the wake of Yuan Yan's departure, his cold voice trailed along behind him. Seeing as that Han brat kept his promise, I won't go after him, but I'm going to immediately issue the immortal vanquishing order, so it's going to be extremely difficult for him to go anywhere in our holy realm. Whether he'll be able to return to the spirit realm or not will depend on his fortune. Bao Hua's expression remained completely unchanged upon hearing this, and she stowed away the jade box in her hand again before casting her gaze toward the sea of lightning in the direction where the golden crab was situated. Her brows furrowed slightly with puzzlement as she murmured to herself, How strange, I can sense that the faux immortal puppet has been activated, but he still managed to get away. Could it be that he had some other life-saving trump cards up his sleeve? 1. Xie is the pinyin pronunciation for the Chinese character for crab. Chapter 21:16, Change of plans. Should I go and take a look, Mistress Bao Hua? He asked. Bao Hua hesitated momentarily upon hearing this before shaking her head in response. There's no need for that, it doesn't really matter to me what situation he's currently in. Seeing as I've obtained the spirit medicine I'm searching for, I'm going to leave the devilish origin sea right away, then find a safe place to refine the medicine into a pill in order to recover my former powers. Alright, then let's leave this place right away. Both Master Yuan Yen and Master Nye Pan have already seen you here, so it would be dangerous to stay here any longer. Having said that, once you recover your former powers, you won't have to fear anyone, Hei said with an excited expression. If this mistress of his could return to the height of her powers, his status as her most trusted subordinate would also be elevated significantly. Have you had a chance to do what I asked of you? Bao Hua asked. Rest assured, mistress. I've already planted a bloodline mark on that three-headed W-arm. I won't be able to sense its exact location through that mark, but I'll immediately be able to sense it if it comes within 500 kilometers of me, Hei immediately replied. Well done. That three-headed W-arm possesses the evil dragon bloodline just like you, and it's Yuan Yan's bonded devilish beast, so there's no way they'll be separated under normal circumstances. If Yuan Yan tries to unleash a sneak attack on me in the future, there's no way I won't be able to detect him, Bao Hua praised with a faint smile. Hee, it's all thanks to the secret technique that you bestowed upon me, mistress. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to fool Master Yuan Yan, Hei chuckled in response. This secret technique can only be used on beings with the same bloodline, and Yuan Yan's spiritual sense is restricted on the Bitter Spirit Island, so it's no surprise that he didn't notice anything. Alright, let's depart from this place now. Bao Hua made a hand seal as she spoke, and a pink floral tree projection appeared behind her before rapidly expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, both of them were completely inundated by pink light. Immediately thereafter, the giant floral tree projection disintegrated into specks of pink light, and Bao Hua and Hei were nowhere to be seen. Thus, peace and quiet returned to the Bitter Spirit Island. 7 days later, a pair of high-grade devilish beings arrived on the Bitter Spirit Island. One of them was a man who appeared to be in his 30s wearing a suit of azure devilish armor, giving off a very imposing appearance. He was accompanied by an elderly woman with wrinkly skin that was covered in liver spots, and she was holding a cane with a crane-head-shaped handle. The two of them hovered in the air above the valley, inspecting their surroundings as if they were searching for something. A short while later, the elderly woman harumphed coldly as she pointed her cane downward, and a patch of ground down below suddenly collapsed to reveal a giant crater that was several tens of feet in diameter. So Bao Hua really did come here. I can sense her residual aura. We can't let her get away this time, the elderly woman said in a very unpleasant grating voice. You still haven't been able to set aside that grudge for all these years. No wonder your cultivation base hasn't improved in the slightest, the burly azure-armored man sighed. The elderly woman immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. You make it sound so easy. If it weren't for that wretch, how would I have been struck in this old wrinkly body with no chance of ever reaching the grand ascension stage? Have you forgotten about all those clones of yours that she destroyed? Contrary to the man's imposing appearance, he had a very calm demeanor and he said, What's the point in mentioning something like this? You're only spoiling your own mental state. Cut the crap. If you really had forgotten what she had done to you, why did you immediately rush over here after receiving news from Yuan Yan? The elderly woman asked with resentment and skepticism in her eyes. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I've already cultivated my weeping blood devilish arts to the point of indifference, so I no longer feel any strong emotions. I decided to accompany you on this occasion as I'm interested in a treasure in Bao Hua's possession. Only after obtaining that treasure will I have a chance to transcend my next tribulation, the azure-armored man replied in a calm manner. A thought occurred to the elderly woman upon hearing this and she asked, Are you referring to her lightning ward tag? That's right, Bao Hua was able to transcend many tribulations with that treasure. As for Bao Hua herself, that's something I'm no longer interested in, the azure-armored man replied. Alright, I'll believe you just this once. According to Yuan Yan, that wretch still hasn't recovered her powers, so as long as we can find her, it shouldn't be an issue to capture her. When that time comes, I'm going to make her regret ever crossing me, the elderly woman said in a resentful manner. Alright, then I'll take her treasures while you can have her. I'll send a message to the nearest branch of the Beast Lord Palace to keep an eye on all of the teleportation formations in this area. There's no way she'll be able to get away from us, the azure-armored man said. The elderly woman was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately gave an affirmative response. By the way, I'm not sure if you noticed this, but that old crab seems to have gone missing from the Sea of Lightning. That faux immortal puppet is almost as powerful as a patriarch, so it can't be ignored. Do you think its disappearance may have had something to do with Bao Hua? The azure-armored man asked. The elderly woman considered this for a moment before shaking her head in response. That is indeed rather strange. The faux immortal puppet has been in our holy realm even before we had been born, and it's never left the Sea of Lightning. It is indeed rather unsettling that it suddenly disappeared. However, I'm not convinced that that wretch has the ability to take it away. Otherwise, she would have already captured it back when she was at the height of her powers, and she wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state. There was a body integration stage human cultivator mentioned in Yuan Yan's immortal vanquishing order. Could it have something to do with that human brat? The azure-armored man mused. Perhaps, but that has nothing to do with us as long as he doesn't interfere with our hunt for Bao Hua. The reward offered by Yuan Yan is nothing special, so we don't need to pay any heed to this matter, the elderly woman said. The azure-armored man was still feeling rather uneasy, but he nodded in response. That's true, our priority is to find Bao Hua, so it's best not to be distracted by other matters. Thus, the two of them flew away as a pair of streaks of light. An azure wooden boat was traveling in a stable manner over a turbulent sea. At the front of the boat stood an azure-robed young man with his hands clasped behind his back, peering into the distant ocean. This was none other than Han Li, who had already arrived at the edge of the devilish origin sea. With the large number of pills at his disposal, he had recovered from most of his injuries. However, he had been forced to use his second nirvana transformation and profound heavenly spirit/sword, as well as to withstand 2 of the golden crab's attacks, so he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak without at least half a year of rest and recuperation. Thankfully, this wasn't an issue as he had the golden crab by his side, so he wouldn't have to fear anyone aside from the devilish patriarchs. However, after obtaining this faux immortal puppet, he had changed his mind about leaving the Elder Devil realm right away. He had only been able to enter the Elder Devil realm by taking advantage of the devilish tribulation. Once the devilish tribulation concluded, it would be very difficult for him to enter the Elder Devil realm again even if he were to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. As such, after some extensive consideration, he decided to stay in the Elder Devil realm to obtain some treasures of interest before departing. The treasures in question were naturally none other than bloodtooth rice, and the crystalline beads within the mysterious pieces of foreign devilish metal. One of those 2 things could enhance his physical constitution while the other could rapidly bolster his magic power, so they were both extremely valuable to him. On top of that, according to the information that he had gathered, both of those things could be found in the same place. Blue Waterfall Lake. Han Li murmured to himself as a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. After a brief moment of consideration, he flipped a hand over to release a mature gold-devouring beetle. However, the beetle was curled up into a ball and lying on his hand in a completely lifeless manner. What was even more peculiar was that silver cracks had appeared all over its body, as if it could completely shatter at any moment. Han Li appraised the beetle with furrowed brows and a contemplative look in his eyes. Meanwhile, Dao Xie was seated with his legs crossed in the large cabin of the boat, and his eyes were tightly shut in an expressionless manner. Not far away from him sat a gorgeous yellow-robed young woman who also appeared to be meditating, but she was occasionally stealing glances at the young man with a faint flush on her face. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.